When the first son of Edward III was born in 1330, England stood at a fragile and uncertain crossroads. The kingdom was not united, nor was it strong. Instead, it was burdened by years of instability, weakened authority and unresolved conflicts. The young king himself was only 17 years old and far from being in full control of his own throne. Real power rested elsewhere, primarily in the hands of his mother, Isabella of France, and the man who had become her closest ally, Roger Mortimer. Beyond England's borders, the situation was no better. The Scots remained a constant threat in the north, pressing against the kingdom's defences. Ireland, once more firmly held, had slipped partially beyond English control. Across the Channel, the great inheritance once built by earlier kings had shrunk dramatically. What had once been vast territories in France had been reduced to a narrow and vulnerable region centred around Bordeaux. Internally, the kingdom had endured years of political struggle and shifting loyalties, with no clear end in sight. Much of this instability could be traced back to the reign of Edward II. He had inherited physical strength and royal lineage, but he lacked the political awareness and discipline required to govern effectively. Rather than taking control of his kingdom, he allowed others to rule in his place. Some of these men were driven by ambition, others by personal gain. But their influence weakened the crown. Meanwhile, the king himself seemed more interested in ceremonial displays or simple rural activities than in the realities of leadership. This neglect had consequences not only for the kingdom, but also for those closest to him. Isabella, his queen, endured years of humiliation and exclusion. Her influence was stripped away, her position undermined, and her authority challenged by those who surrounded the king. Over time, resentment turned into determination. When an opportunity finally came for her to leave England and travel to France on diplomatic business, she chose not to return. Taking her son with her, Isabella placed herself in a powerful position. In France, she gathered support from English nobles who opposed the king's rule. It was there that she encountered Roger Mortimer, a man whose ambitions matched her own. Their partnership would soon reshape the fate of England. As their influence grew, so did their confidence. Plans were made not just for resistance, but for invasion. In late September, Isabella's forces landed on English soil. The response was swift and decisive. Within weeks, support for her cause spread rapidly across the country. London itself rose in rebellion, aligning with her movement. By the end of the year, she had effectively taken control of the kingdom. Early the next year, Edward II was formally removed from power, and his son was declared king at a remarkably young age. Yet the new order did not bring immediate stability. While Isabella surrounded herself with capable administrators, the centre of power remained deeply flawed. Authority was concentrated in her hands and shared with Mortimer, whose influence continued to grow. Wealth accumulated rapidly around them, and their dominance became increasingly visible. Their decisions, including peace agreements with foreign powers, often appeared to benefit them more than the kingdom itself. The fate of Edward II also lingered in the background. Though his rule had been unpopular, his death added to the tension rather than resolving it. The kingdom remained uneasy, and dissatisfaction continued to spread among the nobility. At the same time, a key alliance that had helped Isabella rise to power was still unfolding. The young king had been promised in marriage to Philippa, a noblewoman from a powerful European family. What had begun as a political arrangement developed into something more personal. The bond between them strengthened over time, and the alliance itself proved valuable. It provided England with important connections and support beyond its borders. Philippa arrived in England and soon took her place beside the young king. Despite her age, she adapted quickly to her new role. Her presence would become an important element in both the political and personal life of the royal court. In the summer of 1330, at a royal residence surrounded by peaceful countryside, she gave birth to her first child. This boy, the king's eldest son, entered a world defined by uncertainty and ambition. His birth was celebrated widely, and those who carried the news were rewarded generously. Even at this early stage, his importance was clear. He represented the future of the kingdom. As the child grew, the political tensions around him did not disappear. Mortimer's influence remained strong, and dissatisfaction among the nobles continued to build. Eventually, a group of powerful figures decided that change was necessary. With careful planning and support from within the royal household, they moved against Mortimer. In a decisive moment, the young king himself took part in the action. Mortimer was captured and brought to justice, ending his hold over England. Isabella, once the central figure of power, was removed from political life and given a quieter existence away from the centre of authority. With this shift, Edward III began to rule independently. The crown regained its strength, and a more stable form of governance started to take shape. The royal household was reorganised, and the young prince's position became more clearly defined. From an early age, the boy was raised within a structured environment designed to prepare him for the future. He was surrounded by attendants, caretakers, and officials responsible for his upbringing. His life involved constant movement, travelling with the royal household between different residences across the kingdom. Through these experiences, he became familiar with both the responsibilities and the realities of royal life. His education focused on practical skills. He learned the essentials of reading and writing, along with the basic knowledge required for governance. More importantly, he was trained in the values and abilities expected of a future ruler. Discipline, leadership, and military readiness were central to his development. Even as a child, he possessed real armour and equipment, not as decoration, but as preparation for what lay ahead. He also began to appear in public ceremonies, representing the monarchy in formal settings. These appearances were carefully designed to project authority and legitimacy. Dressed in fine clothing and surrounded by symbols of status, he became a visible part of the royal image. Each appearance served as a step in his gradual introduction to power. At the same time, his role extended beyond England's borders. Discussions of future alliances often included him, linking his name to potential marriages with other royal families. Though not all of these plans were realised, they demonstrated his growing importance on the international stage. Life within the royal court remained constantly in motion. The king and queen travelled frequently, maintaining their presence throughout the kingdom. The prince grew up within this dynamic environment, observing, learning, and adapting to the demands of royal life. Alongside his formal education, he was introduced to the culture of knighthood. Tournaments, displays of skill, and stories of legendary warriors played a major role in shaping his identity. These traditions were more than entertainment. They were a reflection of the world he was expected to lead. As time passed, the child born into a divided kingdom began to emerge as a figure of real significance. His early years were shaped by conflict, ambition, and careful preparation. Every aspect of his upbringing pointed toward a future that would demand strength, authority, and decisive leadership. The challenges that surrounded his birth did not fade, they evolved. The tensions between England and France continued to grow, setting the stage for a conflict that would define his life. And as those tensions turned into open war, the young prince would step forward, not as a child of uncertainty, but as a central figure in one of the most defining struggles of his age. The struggle between England and France in the 14th century shaped nearly every stage of Edward's life. It was not a conflict born from a single cause, but from two major disputes that were deeply connected. One centred on the English crown's possessions in France, how much land the English kings still held there, what rights came with those lands, and whether those territories were held freely or under the authority of the French king. The other issue was even more explosive. Edward III would eventually claim that he had a right to the crown of France itself. That claim might never have become the centre of war if the first problem had not already poisoned relations between the two kingdoms for generations. To understand why this conflict became so bitter and so difficult to solve, it is necessary to go back to the period after the Norman conquest. When William became King of England, he entered into a strange political position. In England, he was a sovereign ruler, but in Normandy he still held land as a vassal of the King of France. That contradiction became even more serious under Henry II, when English power in France expanded enormously. The English crown controlled Normandy, Anjou, Maine, Poitou, and Gascony, and also reached into wider regions through influence and claims. The ruler, who was technically the French king's vassal, now possessed more land and often more practical power than his supposed overlord. Even so, the French crown never gave up the legal argument that these lands were held from the King of France. That legal superiority remained a weapon, and it had already proved its value when the French monarchy used it to strip King John of Normandy in the early 13th century. After that loss, the English kings still kept Gascony, though the exact extent of their rule there changed, with war, diplomacy, and local resistance. A settlement in the mid-13th century appeared to offer a solution. The English side gave up old claims to several northern and central French territories, while the French crown confirmed English possession of Bordeaux, Bayonne, and Gascony. But this agreement did not remove all uncertainty. Borderlands remained disputed, especially in the river valleys farther inland, where legal formulas existed on paper but were never fully carried out on the ground. What looked like a settlement was, in reality, an unfinished compromise. The deeper problem was not simply where the borders lay, but how power worked inside the French feudal system. A local lord in Gascony, who disliked a judgment made by the English king, could appeal beyond him to the French king's court. In theory, this was part of the normal feudal order. In practice, it gave the French monarchy a permanent opening to interfere in the government of English-held lands. Appeals could be used to challenge policies, delay decisions, and weaken English authority. At the same time, political thinking was changing. The distinction between the king as a person and the crown as an institution was becoming sharper. If Gascony belonged to the English crown rather than simply to the man who ruled England, then the old language of personal vassalage became harder to sustain. For the English kings, the ideal solution would have been to hold their French lands as full sovereign territory, even if that meant dropping some distant claims. For the French kings, the opposite goal made more sense. They wanted to keep the English ruler bound as a powerful but subordinate lord, and to cut away English influence whenever opportunity allowed. That tension never disappeared. In the 1290s, the French king took advantage of a maritime dispute involving sailors from the Channel coast, Gascony, and Normandy. Under cover of that quarrel, he moved against Gascony and managed to obtain temporary possession of the duchy by deception. The promise was that it would soon be restored. Instead, it was withheld, and war followed. Fighting and truces dragged on for years until another agreement was made at the start of the 14th century. Yet once again, the settlement solved very little. The underlying questions were still there. Borders were unclear, old grievances remained alive, and the legal machinery of overlordship was still intact. Peace merely survived because both kingdoms were distracted elsewhere. For the next 20 years, arguments over homage, legal status, and treaty obligations continued. Then, a local dispute in the southwest of France developed into another major crisis. Once again, the duchy was declared forfeit, and once again it was later restored. That alone showed that the French crown was not yet seeking permanent occupation. England's internal weakness at the time would have made such a move possible, but the French monarchy still preferred pressure to total annexation. As part of the settlement, the young Edward, before becoming fully independent, performed homage for the duchy. This mattered greatly because the act reinforced the idea that the English ruler held French land by French authority. Meanwhile, events in France opened an entirely different question. When the last direct male heir of the reigning French line died without a son, uncertainty followed. His widow was pregnant, and power was temporarily placed in the hands of Philip of Valois until the birth. The child proved to be a girl. That left France without a straightforward adult male heir in the direct line. Several candidates had blood ties to the royal house, but none matched the old pattern of succession. If women could not rule in their own right, and if descent through the female line was doubtful, then the field narrowed to a small number of claimants. Edward III stood among them because his mother was the sister of the dead king. Yet for the French political nation, the practical choice was Philip of Valois. He was closer to the centre of French politics, more acceptable to the great lords and far less dangerous than the King of England. He was crowned Philip VI. Even so, the legal question did not disappear. Could a claim to the French crown pass through a woman, even if a woman could not sit on the throne herself? No universally accepted precedent settled the matter. Edward did not challenge Philip immediately. England was not in a position to force the issue, and many leading men in the realm saw no wisdom in provoking France over a matter that was still theoretical. So Edward travelled to perform homage, acknowledging his position as Duke in relation to the French crown. Yet even that did not end the lawyer's work. The French demanded a more precise form of homage, one that clearly defined Edward as a liege vassal. Such a formula carried real weight. It implied not a distant ceremonial relationship, but a binding duty of loyalty and service. In time, Edward accepted the wording. An agreement formally confirmed that Aquitaine was held by liege homage. On paper, this looked like a success for French diplomacy. The relationship had been clearly defined, and the English king had accepted it. But beneath the appearance of settlement, the arrangement created a serious long-term trap for England. If the King of England was fully a vassal for Aquitaine, then he could always be treated as a disobedient subordinate whenever French and English interests collided. Confiscation remained a constant threat. The French crown had already used it more than once, and there was nothing to prevent it from doing so again. The English position was unstable by design. For a few years, Edward appears to have tried to work within this framework. But peace rested on weak foundations. One major reason was the changing balance of power in the British Isles. Edward's growing strength in Scotland altered everything. His successes there alarmed France, and the French crown responded by supporting the Scots more actively, especially after the Scottish king found refuge in France. At the same time, politics inside England had changed sharply. The fall of Isabella and Mortimer had brought to power men who were far more ready for war. These were magnates who believed England had accepted too many humiliations, and that weakness abroad had grown out of weakness at home. Even when diplomacy continued, the political mood around Edward was shifting away from caution and toward confrontation. A further difficulty was that neither Gaskiny nor Scotland offered easy solutions. In both regions, royal authority depended on the willingness of local elites to accept it. In Scotland, many remained deeply hostile to English domination. In Gascony, local lords often resisted firm control from any distant ruler, especially in disputed zones where law, custom, and political loyalty overlapped in confusing ways. These were not conditions that could be settled once and for all by elegant treaty language. Even if peace could be achieved for a time, maintaining it was another matter entirely. A growing sense of political identity also added new pressure. The idea that the sea should divide England and France more clearly gained force, and disputes that had once been discussed mainly in feudal terms increasingly took on broader, emotional meaning. The turning point came when Philip made it clear that French policy toward Gascony could not be separated from the Scottish question. By linking the two, he was effectively using his authority over Edward as a French vassal to interfere in Edward's wider claims as a king. That sharpened the contradiction beyond what the English crown could comfortably accept. Then came the immediate pretext. Edward gave refuge to a nobleman who had been cast out of France and declared an enemy of Philip. From the French point of view, sheltering such a man was an act of disloyalty by a vassal. On that basis, orders were issued for the seizure of English lands in France. Once again, the central problem was exposed. Edward could not indefinitely remain both a sovereign monarch and the subordinate holder of a great fief under another king. By this point, the English administration had gained far more experience in French law and diplomacy than it had possessed in earlier generations. Years of negotiations, lawsuits, and appeals had trained officials to think in legal as well as political terms. They understood that the agreement on homage left almost no room for manoeuvre. As long as the French king's own title was accepted without challenge, the English king's position in Aquitaine remained vulnerable. So a dramatic answer emerged. Instead of arguing only over the terms on which Edward held land in France, the English position now attacked the legitimacy of the French king himself. Edward's claim to the French throne was advanced more openly, and earlier acts of homage were treated as invalid, because they had been made while he was young and under constraint. At first, this claim may have been intended mainly as a political weapon. It gave Edward leverage, damaged Philip's moral position, and transformed the argument from one about feudal obedience into one about rightful kingship. But as events unfolded and English victories followed, the claim acquired greater force in Edward's own imagination. What may have begun as strategy increasingly became part of his larger ambition. The road to open war was now set. Despite efforts by the papacy to preserve peace, tensions finally exploded at the end of the 1330s. Edward crossed to the continent after vast and ruinously expensive preparations. His strategy depended on a broad network of alliances in the Low Countries and the German world, many of them secured through money, marriage ties, and political promises. During his absence, his eldest son was appointed Guardian of England. In formal terms, the boy stood at the centre of government while his father campaigned abroad. Orders were issued in his name, and the court gathered around him. In reality, experienced counsellors managed affairs, but the symbolism mattered. The child was already being placed in view as part of royal authority. Because invasion was feared, precautions were taken across southern and eastern England. The prince spent much of this period at secure royal residences, especially the Tower. Defensive measures were strengthened, supplies gathered, and garrisons reinforced. Raids along the coast increased anxiety. Ports were attacked, rumours spread rapidly, and preparations were made not only to defend harbours, but also to block enemy ships from moving inland. Councils and parliaments met under the prince's name, though their true burden was financial. The war overseas demanded enormous resources, and new taxation stirred anger throughout the kingdom. Messages crossed the channel constantly. The king needed money, wool, and political support. The council at home struggled to meet demands that seemed almost impossible. Even the prince's household reflected the pressures of war, drawing into its orbit officials, servants, physicians, entertainers, and financial agents connected to the crown's wider military effort. The next year brought fresh attacks on the English coast. Some towns resisted, Others suffered badly, and fear of invasion remained real. Yet military danger was only part of the crisis. The greatest strain came from finance. Edward's alliances on the continent were expensive to maintain, and his campaign plans pushed royal credit to the edge of collapse. Taxes produced resentment, while the sums required kept growing beyond what Parliament and the realm could comfortably bear. The king returned briefly, but only to arrange further efforts. He could not abandon the struggle because too much depended on keeping his alliances alive and pressing his claim. At the same time, Edward publicly restated his right to the French crown in order to secure the support of Flemish leaders who needed an excuse to cooperate with him against their own overlord. This declaration was spread widely. It strengthened his diplomatic position, even while leaving room for negotiation if France would recognise English sovereignty in Aquitaine. Marriage plans for the prince were again used as tools of alliance, linking the future of the royal family to the politics of the wider region. By the spring of 1340, a major clash at sea was approaching. French naval preparations had been building for months. Ships from several regions were assembled, and the danger to any English crossing was obvious. The king still intended to sail, though some of his leading advisors argued that it was reckless. Reports confirmed that a powerful enemy fleet was waiting. Rather than abandon the voyage, Edward gathered a larger force in haste. During these tense weeks, the young prince remained close to the centre of events. His movements can be traced through gifts, offerings, meetings, and small glimpses of daily life that reveal a boy growing into his public role. He spent time with companions who would later become famous in war, presented rich gifts to major allies of the crown, visited shrines and followed the gathering of the fleet along the coast. At one point, he was rowed out to his father's ship before departure, most likely to bid him farewell. After the fleet sailed, messengers were left behind to gather every possible scrap of news. The uncertainty was profound. No one knew exactly what had happened at sea. Then, at last, the news arrived. Edward III had won a major victory over the French fleet at Sluys. The result transformed the mood. The prince received his father's message and at once passed it on for public thanksgiving. The triumph was not simply a military success. It secured the Channel, protected England from immediate invasion, and gave new force to the long struggle that was now unfolding. For the young Edward, still only a boy, it was another step into a world where war, kingship, and destiny were becoming inseparable. The message sent after the great English victory at sea was written in the language of triumph, gratitude, and royal authority. It announced that God had granted success, that the enemy fleet had been shattered, and that the scale of the destruction was immense. According to the king's account, nearly the whole French force had been captured or destroyed. Only a small number of vessels were said to have escaped, and the enemy dead were described as so numerous that their bodies lined the coast. The letter also celebrated the recovery of English ships that had previously been lost and boasted that even greater prizes had now fallen into English hands. It was a statement designed not simply to report a victory, but to shape how that victory would be understood across England. Yet the reality behind the letter was more complex and, in many ways, even more dramatic than the official message suggested. The battle had not unfolded in open water, where many had expected the two fleets to meet. Instead, the French force had been caught in a narrow and dangerous position near the entrance to an estuary. Their commanders had failed to agree on how best to respond to the approaching English fleet. One advisor urged immediate movement into open sea, where the ships might have had greater room to maneuver. That advice was rejected. Pride, poor judgment, and tension among the French leaders worked against them at the very moment when quick and unified action was most needed. Edward III recognized the advantage almost at once. His scouts had already identified the French position and the strength of the enemy fleet. Rather than delay, he moved to attack as soon as daylight allowed. The English also received offers of help from local allies, but the king chose to strike immediately, with the force already under his control. What followed was one of the most brutal naval battles of the age. Sea warfare in this period was not a distant exchange of fire. It resembled land fighting brought onto water. Ships closed in on one another. Archers tried to break enemy resistance before contact. Grappling lines locked vessels together and armed men swarmed across decks as if storming walls. Each ship became a floating strong point. Victory depended on nerve, discipline, and the ability to keep order amid chaos. The French had prepared carefully in some respects. Their ships were arranged in lines linked together to make enemy movement more difficult. Fighting platforms had been built high above the decks and filled with missile troops. Defensive devices were set in place to crush boarding parties. But these preparations could not make up for confusion in command. The English attacked with the wind and tide in their favour, and that advantage mattered enormously. Their leading captains struck hard, and the ships of the Royal Squadron were placed at the front so that the first shock would fall on the most experienced crews. The struggle that followed was long, savage, and uncertain. Men fought at close quarters for hours, while onlookers watched from shore. The people nearby had their own reasons for hoping that the English would win, since they had suffered from French raiding in the past. The fighting continued well into the day, and at times the issue was still in doubt. Edward himself was fully engaged in the battle, not watching from a safe distance, but taking part in the thick of the action. Deeds of bravery were remembered on both sides, and several moments must have seemed to hang between victory and disaster. The turning point came when the English gained control of the largest French ships, and then brought in fresh vessels against an enemy already exhausted by hours of combat. The renewed assault struck with great force. Attempts to escape were cut off, and the French found themselves trapped in the confined waters where they had first made their stand. Once their formation began to collapse, the destruction spread quickly. By nightfall, the English king knew he had won a complete and overwhelming victory. The losses were terrible. Medieval numbers are often unreliable, and no exact total can be trusted. But there is no doubt that the French suffered catastrophe. Thousands were killed, drowned, or captured. English losses were lower, though not insignificant. Some important people among the royal following were lost, and there were painful blows even within the triumph. But in terms of prestige, the battle was a stunning success for England. It was more than a naval victory. It was a demonstration that the English crown, despite its smaller resources, could still defeat a larger enemy through stronger leadership, better use of archers, and more unified command. The psychological effect was immense. For the English, it was a moment of confidence at a time when the war had often seemed uncertain and ruinously expensive. For the French, it was a humiliation so severe that even carrying the news to the king was said to have been a frightening task. The victory changed the mood of the conflict. It did not end the war, and it did not solve the kingdom's financial troubles. But it gave England a powerful sense that the struggle in France could be won. This success at sea, however, did not suddenly make Edward III's wider campaign easy. His operations on land still faced the same old obstacles. Above all, a chronic shortage of money. Military ambition was outrunning available resources, and no battlefield triumph could erase that basic fact. While the king campaigned abroad, his eldest son remained in England as the formal guardian of the realm. The title sounded impressive, but the reality was more limited. The young Edward stood at the centre of royal representation, yet real administration remained in the hands of older councillors and officials. Even so, these years are important because they show the prince slowly entering public life. He stayed close to London and the royal heart of government, moving between the Tower Westminster, Kennington, Reading, Wallingford, Berkhamsted, and other residences. Letters from his father reached him as campaigns unfolded abroad. Messengers came and went, carrying instructions, requests, gifts, and fragments of military news. Alongside matters of state, daily life in his household continued with its own curious mixture of ceremony, luxury, discipline, and amusement. His accounts reveal a world that was both political and deeply personal. Gifts arrived in the form of arrows, horses, hunting animals, and exotic little presents meant for pleasure as much as use. White hares were sent, probably as pets. There were entertainers in attendance, including musicians and a fool whose presence reflects the rougher tastes of the age. The prince visited shrines, made offerings, received hounds from noble hosts, and travelled through a countryside where roads were poor and even a short journey could require local guides. Medieval rule was never abstract. It moved through roads, manors, chapels, gifts, retainers, and the constant physical movement of people across the kingdom. Yet beneath these glimpses of noble life, the pressure of war was growing more severe. By the end of the campaigning season, not enough had been achieved to justify the money spent. A truce brought temporary pause, but the alliance system Edward III had built abroad was beginning to crack under the strain. Promises had been made to foreign allies on a massive scale, and many of those promises could no longer be met. The king blamed his ministers in England for failing to provide sufficient funds. Frustrated and under pressure from his captains overseas, he returned suddenly and without warning. His arrival caused a political shock. Landing secretly at night, he moved quickly against the officials who had governed in his absence. Senior figures were removed, accused, or forced to defend themselves. It became unmistakably clear that the prince, despite holding the title of guardian, had served mainly as a symbol rather than as an independent ruler. His name stood at the top of government, but the real struggle was between the king and the men who had tried to manage the impossible finances of war. There is a certain irony in the contrast between the kingdom's financial crisis and the personal habits already visible in the young Edward's life. Even as the crown staggered under debt, the prince showed signs of the lavish tastes that would later define him. He gambled, bought costly objects, developed a liking for fine equipment and rich possessions, and moved naturally in a culture where display mattered. Sums that might seem careless in such a moment appear in his accounts. He acquired silver-gilt vessels, decorated saddles, and finely made gear. Hunting and hawking took up part of his attention, and his circle increasingly included companions who would later become famous in war. Among them was John Chandos, whose name would become closely tied to the prince's military career. These years also reveal the prince's growing attachment to knightly culture. Equipment for archery, helmets, and horse gear appears alongside evidence of exercise and sport. Chivalric habits were not reserved for adulthood. They formed part of his preparation from an early age. The political conflicts of the realm were unfolding around him, but so too was the cultivation of a noble identity built on courage, competition, martial skill, and magnificence. Meanwhile, Edward III was trying to repair the political damage caused by the financial breakdown. The conflict with leading churchmen and magnates over taxation, spending, and administrative responsibility became one of the greatest domestic tensions of the decade. Parliament attempted to impose controls on royal expenditure. Committees were proposed to oversee the use of tax revenue. The king resisted these limits whenever he could, arguing that such concessions had been extracted under pressure. Over time, he succeeded in restoring his relationship with the leading nobles more effectively than with the commons, who remained much more suspicious of war finance and much less likely to benefit from military success. For the prince, the next few years passed in partial obscurity, though not in inactivity. His own finances were troubled. He carried debts from his period as guardian, and his revenues, though theoretically substantial, were often hard to collect in practice. Officials in different regions fell behind in payments, while disputes over rights, dues, and local privileges reduced what should have reached him. Additional lands were granted to help support his establishment. But even so, there were constant difficulties in making the resources of his position fully available. These problems were not unique to him. They reflected a wider truth about medieval government. Income promised on parchment could be far more elusive in reality. Even through these difficulties, his household continued to grow. It became a substantial organisation, with officers, clerks, stewards, transport staff, cooks, musicians, servants, and armed retainers. Horses were purchased in large numbers, some from abroad, others from Ireland. War horses and riding horses alike were part of the prince's expanding world. His household knights pursued activity of their own, including tournaments and even journeys eastward in hopes of crusading. The prince was not yet leading armies, but the environment around him was unmistakably military. At the same time, Edward III turned again to war in Brittany, where a disputed succession offered England another opening against France. One claimant had English backing, the other French support. The campaign achieved some success, though not enough to break the wider stalemate, and the king eventually accepted a truce. During this expedition, too, the prince served once more as guardian in England, though again in a largely ceremonial role. He attended councils, moved between royal residences, and waited while his father's letters reported both progress and the usual need for more money. This would be the last time he held that office. By now, he was approaching an age at which he would no longer remain behind as a child representative. Instead, he would begin to accompany his father overseas. His status also rose formally. He was granted the title of Prince of Wales in a ceremony that placed new honours upon him and recognised his growing position within the monarchy. With the title came lands and administrative responsibilities in Wales, though the territory itself was complex and not entirely under direct crown control. For the prince, the practical value of Wales would later lie, especially in manpower. It would become one of the most important recruiting grounds for the armies he would command. His expanding lands required more structured administration. New officials were brought in to oversee finance, accounting, and management. The prince's establishment was no longer that of a royal child. It was becoming the framework of an independent political and military household. Meanwhile, the wider diplomatic picture remained difficult. Earlier alliances had weakened or collapsed. Peace negotiations dragged on without lasting success. Attempts were made to secure support in the Iberian kingdoms, partly because naval strength that could have a major effect on the war. Castile, in particular, possessed formidable sea power, and both England and France sought advantage through diplomacy. Yet these efforts produced little that was immediately decisive. The war continued to move between hope and frustration. At home, the king increasingly turned to tournaments, ceremonial display, and the pageantry of chivalry. These were not merely diversions. They helped bind the nobility to the crown, created occasions for loyalty and competition, and projected an image of royal vigour at a time when war itself remained inconclusive. Great tournaments were held one after another. Some ended in injuries, confusion, or even death, but the appetite for them only grew. The prince almost certainly watched closely, absorbing both the values and the spectacle of this culture. By the mid-1340s, these performances reached a new level of grandeur. At Windsor, the king staged a magnificent celebration inspired by the Arthurian world. Nobles, knights, ladies, musicians, and servants gathered in large numbers. Rich robes were prepared, feasts were laid out, and the whole event was infused with symbolism drawn from legendary kingship. The king declared his intention to found a great fellowship modelled on the Round Table. Oaths were sworn, processions held, and plans made for a building worthy of such a brotherhood. Whether the scheme was fully defined at that stage is less important than what it reveals. Edward III was shaping war, monarchy, and chivalric imagination into a single vision of kingship. The prince, growing up in the middle of all this, was being formed by more than military necessity. He was being formed by myth, ritual, and royal theatre. At the same time, diplomacy at Avignon had failed to produce peace. New proposals had been floated, including arrangements that would have altered the prince's position in relation to Aquitaine, but none proved workable. The political and military situation in southwestern France was also worsening. French authority had advanced in contested areas, and the English position had weakened. It became increasingly clear that only renewed war offered any chance of restoring what had been lost. So new plans were made. Forces were sent to different fronts, including Brittany and Aquitaine, while the king prepared to move again through Flanders. This time, the prince went with him. He travelled in the company of trusted household men and servants, and the journey itself marked a turning point. He was no longer only the child left behind as a symbol of royal continuity. He was entering the active theatre of the war. They landed and met with Flemish leaders to discuss the coming campaign. Rumours spread quickly, as they often did in this period, suggesting deeper political designs involving control of Flanders itself. But events soon overtook every plan. The murder of the leading Flemish ally shattered the stability on which English hopes in the region had depended. Though the connection with the Flemish towns did not vanish, it was now more fragile and uncertain. The king and prince returned to England almost at once. Official letters tried to present the situation in the best possible light, insisting that the alliance remained strong and explaining the abrupt return as the result of storms, rather than political disappointment. Even so, fresh preparations began almost immediately. Troops were summoned, ships ordered, dates fixed, and then postponed. Weather, logistics, and uncertainty repeatedly delayed the next great expedition. Yet the machinery of war continued to turn. While these plans were taking shape, the king and his nobles still found time for tournaments, as if chivalric display and military ambition were inseparable parts of the same life. Propaganda accompanied preparation. Clergy were instructed to organise prayers and public support for the king's cause. Preachers were directed to explain his claim to France to the wider population. Efforts were made to silence rumours of division between the king and his lords. On the diplomatic side, marriage negotiations continued, once again using the prince's future as part of wider strategy. As departure approached, another revealing detail appears. The prince was granted permission to make his will. He was still very young, but the coming expedition carried real danger. Fine jewels were bought around this time, perhaps with future gifts or bequests in mind. He also went on pilgrimage, visiting important shrines before setting out with the king. Father and son travelled together toward the coast, at one point moving by boat and passing the time with dice on the river. It is a striking image beneath the surface of ceremony, war, and dynastic ambition. There were still moments of ordinary human behaviour, but the larger truth remained. The prince was now moving toward the next stage of his life, one in which he would no longer merely witness the great conflict with France from a distance. He was about to step directly into it. By the early summer of 1346, the English war effort had reached a new level of scale and ambition. At Portsmouth, throughout May and June, a powerful expeditionary force gathered. This was not a small raid or a limited campaign. It was a full-scale invasion army, assembled while other English forces were already active abroad. Additional support was expected from Allied troops in the Low Countries, who were preparing their own operations under English influence. Everything pointed toward a coordinated and far-reaching strategy, even if the exact intention behind it remained hidden. Secrecy surrounded the expedition from the beginning. Orders were tightly controlled, and even those involved in the campaign did not always know its final destination. Rumours circulated later, suggesting that the fleet may originally have been intended for a different theatre of war. Some accounts claim that the king planned to sail toward Gaskiny, only to be forced off course by unfavourable winds. Others suggest that the change in direction was deliberate, concealed even from his own commanders, until the last moment. What is certain is that the departure itself did not go smoothly. The king left Portsmouth in early July and anchored off the Isle of Wight, where the rest of the fleet gradually assembled. Ships gathered in large numbers, filling the waters as far as the eye could see. But the weather turned against them. Strong winds forced the fleet to retreat temporarily, and repeated attempts to set sail were delayed. Only after several days did conditions improve enough for the crossing to begin. When the fleet finally moved out, it did so with remarkable coordination. The king issued sealed instructions to his captains to be opened only if the fleet became separated. Around 1,000 vessels of varying sizes took part, carrying men, horses, equipment, and supplies across the channel. With favourable winds and tides, the crossing was swift. By the following morning, the English fleet had reached the Norman coast. The landing took place without resistance. The French had been preparing for the possibility of such an invasion, but uncertainty about where it would strike made effective defence impossible. The coastline was long, the warnings unclear, and reinforcements slow to arrive. When the English disembarked, they found little opposition. Nearby ships prepared for an attack on England were discovered and destroyed, and enemy forces that might have contested the landing had already withdrawn. The army that came ashore was formidable. Though exact numbers are difficult to establish, it was large enough to dominate the region and sustain a major campaign. As the troops landed, the king and his commanders surveyed the terrain from higher ground. It was here, at the very beginning of the campaign, that a symbolic and important moment took place. The young Edward, now stepping into active service for the first time, was knighted. Around him stood other young nobles, many of whom would go on to play key roles in the wars ahead. The ceremony marked a transition. The prince was no longer simply an observer of events, he had become part of them. The town near the landing site had already been abandoned. With little resistance, it was looted and set ablaze. This pattern would soon repeat itself across the countryside. As the army spread out, raiding parties moved in all directions, setting fire to villages and farms. Smoke rose into the sky, and the destruction was visible from miles away. The king attempted to impose limits. Orders were given to spare civilians, protect religious sites, and prevent unnecessary destruction. Rewards were even offered for those who reported violations. But in practice, discipline proved difficult to enforce. For many soldiers, the campaign was not only war, but opportunity. Looting became a central motive, and control slipped repeatedly. Once the landing was complete and supplies organised, the army began its advance inland. Moving through unfamiliar territory posed immediate challenges. Few among the English commanders knew the region well, and the army was too large to march as a single unit without exhausting local resources. To solve this, it was divided into separate columns. The prince nominally led the vanguard, though experienced commanders guided its movements. The king commanded the centre, while the rear was entrusted to another senior leader. The march began through wooded terrain and narrow roads. On the first night, the army reached a nearby town where local inhabitants came forward to seek mercy. The king granted their request and repeated his orders against unnecessary destruction. Yet discipline broke down again the following day. Fires were set, villages were destroyed, and the pattern of devastation continued. Progress was slow and often complicated by the landscape. Rivers, marshes, and broken bridges forced the army to halt and improvise. At one crossing, engineers worked through the night to rebuild a damaged bridge so that the army could continue. Supplies found along the way were both a blessing and a problem. While towns provided food and wine, careless looting often led to waste. The king responded by tightening his orders, making waste itself a punishable offence. As the army advanced, resistance remained limited. Local forces gathered but withdrew when faced with the full strength of the English host. The campaign moved forward through a combination of intimidation, destruction, and rapid movement. Towns were taken, some burned, others spared depending on circumstance and discipline. Eventually, the army approached one of the largest and most important cities in the region. This was no minor target. It was a major urban centre, defended by walls, a river, and a castle. The defending force included experienced troops, foreign mercenaries, and local fighters. Despite these defences, the English held a clear advantage in numbers. An offer of surrender was sent. It was rejected, and the envoy was imprisoned, a violation of accepted custom. The following morning, the attack began. The assault was chaotic at first. English troops advanced without clear coordination, and initial efforts met resistance. But experienced commanders adapted quickly. A flanking manoeuvre was carried out by crossing the river at a shallow point, allowing English forces to attack from multiple directions. This broke the defensive position. The bridges were abandoned, ships were burned, and the English surged into the city. What followed was brutal. Fighting took place in the streets, and many defenders were killed before they could be captured. High-ranking prisoners were taken, some later ransomed for enormous sums. The city itself was looted on a massive scale. Wealth of every kind was seized, and the scale of plunder exceeded anything seen earlier in the campaign. Yet despite the destruction, large parts of the city were left standing as orders against burning were once again proclaimed. After several days of rest, the campaign continued. The army moved eastward, spreading out across the countryside and advancing toward new objectives. At this stage, the king began to receive clearer intelligence about the French response. The enemy was no longer scattered. A large army was assembling and moving to intercept him. Negotiations were briefly attempted. Envoys arrived offering terms that would have restored lands under conditions similar to those before the war. The offer was rejected. The campaign continued. The English advance now became a race. The king faced a critical decision. He could attempt to strike deeper into France, possibly toward Paris, or he could move north and reconnect with his allies. Either option required crossing a major river. The bridges ahead had been destroyed, and the French army shadowed his movements from the opposite bank, ready to block any attempt to cross. Several crossings were attempted and failed. Strong defensive positions prevented success. The English army moved along the river, searching for a way through, while the French followed closely, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At last, a narrow crossing point was discovered near the river's mouth. It was a difficult and dangerous route, exposed to the tide and known only to a few. The army reached it and waited for the right moment. As the tide fell, the crossing began. The first troops entered the water under enemy fire. Missile troops on the far bank inflicted casualties, but an advance force managed to reach solid ground and engage the defenders. A fierce fight followed. Once the initial resistance was broken, the rest of the army crossed in rapid succession. By the time the French main force arrived, it was too late. The rising tide prevented pursuit, and the English had escaped the trap. Now, on the northern side of the river, the king paused. He had avoided destruction, but the campaign had reached a decisive stage. The French army was close, determined, and numerically strong. The English forces, though successful so far, were stretched, tired, and operating deep in enemy territory. After crossing the Somme, the English army had won a brief but vital advantage, yet the expected rush did not come from either side. For 2 full days, both kings moved with surprising caution. Edward could have pushed hard, marched twice in rapid succession, and placed far more distance between himself and the French pursuit. That would also have drawn him closer to his Flemish allies. Philip, on the other hand, had already shown on the previous day that he was willing to fight, so waiting for more reinforcements carried an obvious risk. Every hour of delay increased the chance that the English might slip away. The answer seems to lie in the worn condition of both armies, and especially in the state of the English. They had been marching, raiding, and living under immense strain for weeks. Food was short, even if some provisions had been found near the coast, and many men were so physically exhausted that further forced movement was no longer realistic. Shoes were worn through, supplies were uncertain, and the army could not simply keep racing across the countryside forever. Under such conditions, a deliberate stand made more sense than another desperate dash. It appears that Edward chose ground he thought he could hold and decided to make the French attack him there. If Philip had any sense of the enemy's condition, he may have concluded that the surest path to victory was not reckless speed but a more careful, prepared blow. By the time the armies came together near Cressy on August 26th, the larger shape of events was clear even if many details remained muddled by later retellings. Accounts disagree, especially when they turn from movements and numbers to moments of personal heroism. But the core picture is stable. Edward's force was not enormous. It probably numbered somewhere around 10,000, perhaps a little less, perhaps a little more. Roughly a third were men-at-arms, men who in other circumstances might have fought on horseback. The rest were archers and foot soldiers. They were tired, imperfectly supplied, and not splendidly equipped. In the month before the battle, they had covered an enormous distance across hostile territory, with some days demanding extremely hard marching. Yet for all this fatigue, they possessed advantages that mattered far more than appearance. They had campaigned together for weeks. Their leaders trusted one another. Their structure was clear. They had time to prepare. Most importantly, they were not improvising as strangers meeting for a single day's fight. They were a hardened field army. Edward chose a position that did not rely on dramatic natural barriers, because there were none. Instead, he made the best use of rolling ground and slight elevation. His army stood just north of Cressy, arranged in 3 divisions. The front line, associated with the prince, but effectively directed by seasoned nobles around him, faced the line from which the French were most likely to come. Another division stood to the north, while the king held a reserve somewhat behind the others. Every man fought on foot. Horses were removed from the combat zone and gathered behind protection on one flank. The ground in front was prepared with pits intended to disrupt cavalry. The exact placing of the archers has long been debated, but the most convincing view is that they were set, where they could rake attackers from the sides, creating deadly overlapping fire rather than simply standing shoulder to shoulder with the men at arms. There are also reports that obstacles were placed to hinder attacks against the flanks. None of this was glamorous. It was careful, deliberate, and practical. The French army left Abbeville during the morning, but it was not a force moving with clean order or unified rhythm. More men were still arriving as the march began. Estimates of its size vary wildly, and certainty is impossible. But it was at least formidable enough to inspire confidence among those advancing toward the English. That confidence, however, concealed serious weakness. This was not a fully integrated army seasoned by campaigning together. It was a recently assembled mass of nobles, retainers, town infantry, mercenaries, and foreign contingents, all with different habits and expectations. By the time the leading elements came into view of the English line in mid-afternoon, the long column had become even more stretched and confused. Philip sent trusted men ahead to inspect the enemy position. Their judgment was sensible and unanimous. The English stood strong, well placed, and not easily to be broken in a hurried assault. Better to halt, gather the whole army properly, and attack next morning with order and purpose. That advice was sound, but events moved too quickly for restraint. The foremost French troops had already come too near the English. They were eager for battle, convinced of their own superiority, and unwilling to step back. The fame of French knighthood weighed heavily on the moment. Many of these men did not think in terms of patience and coordination. They thought in terms of honour, momentum, and the shame of hesitation. Whether Philip truly lost control altogether or reluctantly yielded to the pressure around him, the result was the same. The attack began before the army had been fully formed for battle. The first major blow came from the Genoese crossbowmen, who advanced with noise, ceremony, and confidence. Legend later embroidered the scene with dark omens and dramatic weather. But what mattered was far simpler. When the missiles began to fly, the English archers proved devastatingly superior in the pace and effect of their shooting. The crossbow was powerful, but slower. English longbowmen could loose arrows with astonishing speed, and they were ready with ample ammunition. The Genoese, by contrast, were hampered by poor support, inadequate access to their equipment, and confusion in the rear. Some also found themselves facing not just arrows, but primitive artillery positioned among the English defences. These early guns were not yet battle-winning weapons, but their noise and shock could unsettle men already under intense pressure. The advancing crossbowmen faltered. Then they broke. What followed revealed the disorder of the French assault more clearly than anything else. As the Genoese fell back, the first French mounted line crashed into them. Some knights, desperate to reach the enemy, rode straight through their own men. Others believed the retreating crossbowmen had failed them or even betrayed them. The result was slaughter and chaos. Men were crushed between friend and foe, trampled by horses, cut down as they tried to escape, or left helpless under missile fire. Before the main struggle between mounted nobles and the English line had even reached full force, the attack had already been damaged by confusion within the French host itself. Yet the battle was not decided in a single moment. The English front had still to withstand repeated, mounted assaults. The first cavalry charge was badly disrupted and did not break the line. Later attacks were more dangerous. The Prince's division bore the heaviest pressure because it stood closest to the line of French advance, and because the French attacked in fragments as they arrived, rather than in one disciplined mass. There, in the thickest fighting, the young prince earned lasting renown. Later generations built legend around him, but even stripped of embellishment, his role was real. He remained active under immense pressure, sharing the danger directly. At one point, the fighting became so intense that he was forced down and had to be protected by loyal men around him. His banner was threatened. Messengers went back to the king asking for support. Edward's response has echoed through history because he refused to rush forward in panic, sending only measured reinforcement, rather than overturning his whole line. Whether every dramatic detail in later stories is true or not, the essential reality is that the prince's position came under severe strain and held. Among the French nobles who pressed forward was the blind King John of Bohemia, one of the most striking figures on the field. When urged to withdraw, he refused. Instead, he chose to be led into the fighting. His decision became one of the enduring images of the battle, not because it altered the result, but because it captured the tragic grandeur of the aristocratic ideal at its most uncompromising. He and many who followed him died there. Around him and elsewhere, brave men charged again and again into conditions that made success almost impossible. Horses were hit, formations broke, and the slope before the English line grew more difficult with every failed assault. Bodies, broken equipment, and struggling wounded men turned the approach into a killing ground. As daylight faded, the same pattern repeated. Arrows tore gaps in advancing ranks. Confused charges lost cohesion before reaching contact. Only scattered knights managed to close hand to hand with the English front. Much of the actual fighting, therefore, concentrated on the division commanded around the prince, while the King's Reserve and the other English forces had less to do beyond reinforcing endangered points and holding the broader structure together. The French king himself remained in the fight longer than some later hostile accounts admitted. He was exposed to danger, struck at by missiles, and reportedly unhorsed more than once. But the field could no longer be recovered. Eventually he left, either persuaded to go or recognizing that the day was beyond saving. Even after that, fighting did not instantly stop. Small clashes and confused movements continued into the night. Edward kept his men in place. That decision mattered. A victorious army that abandons formation too soon can turn triumph into disaster. Fires were lit, guards set, and vigilance maintained against surprise. During the darkness, isolated French groups still wandered into danger. The next morning, more enemy troops arrived, without understanding what had already happened. Meeting organised resistance instead of a broken English force, they too were driven off. Only then did the full scale of the victory become unmistakable. The dead were counted, buried, or identified where possible. Great names lay among them. The field testified not only to English success, but to the collapse of one entire style of fighting, when used without discipline against prepared defence and concentrated missile power. Cressy was not won because one side possessed more courage than the other. Both armies contained brave men. It was won because the English fought as a controlled machine, while the French attacked as a proud but fragmented collection of impulses. Edward's methods were careful, restrained, and grounded in experience gained in earlier wars. He used terrain, preparation, communication, and combined arms. The French relied too heavily on shock, status, and the prestige of mounted nobility. Once their attack lost coherence, their courage only fed the disaster. The contrast between the two armies ran deep. The English force, though not large, was comparatively unified. Most of its men could be directed within a common language and command structure. Its leaders had fought together before. They understood the value of holding formation, sending support where needed, and resisting the temptation to chase glory at the wrong moment. The French host was more complicated. It contained many valiant individuals and some distinguished veterans, but as an army it lacked cohesion. Different contingents entered the battle with different expectations and varying degrees of discipline. Communication was harder. Control was weaker. Even where Philip may have tried to act prudently, he could not fully impose his will once the momentum of the attack began. There were other factors as well. The English archers were crucial, but they alone do not explain everything. The defensive position mattered. So did the prepared ground. So did the exhaustion of the French after marching into battle. So did the fact that many of France's more seasoned troops were not present, being engaged elsewhere. Primitive cannon may have frightened some attackers, but they were not the decisive element. In the end, organisation mattered more than novelty. Cressy became a lesson written in blood. Discipline, preparation and battlefield control could shatter even the most celebrated cavalry in Europe. For the prince, the battle was a turning point. His reputation as a warrior took shape there and never truly left him. Yet the irony is striking. The side that had marched into battle, most influenced by aristocratic ideas of personal fame, lost. While the young English prince emerged from victory with precisely the kind of martial reputation those same ideals glorified. He became remembered not for staff work, logistics, and patient preparation, though those had made victory possible, but for personal courage in the hottest part of the fighting. After the battle, the road north lay open. The English still needed food, equipment, and reliable contact with allies and ships. They could not race forward recklessly, so they moved more slowly along the coast, destroying as they went and trying to maintain touch with the fleet. An unsuccessful attempt was made against Montreuil-sur-Mer. There were halts along the way, pauses forced by the condition of the men and by the practical demands of the campaign. Edward may even have considered operations against Boulogne before turning to Calais. When he reached Calais in early September, he made a decision that transformed the campaign. Rather than move on, he would besiege the town. That choice opened an entirely different phase of war. Calais was no open battlefield. It was strongly fortified, protected by walls, moats, marshy ground, and the advantage of sea access. Storming it by simple assault would be costly and uncertain. Mining the walls or using heavy engines was made difficult by the terrain. The defenders had also taken steps to soften bombardment and strengthen vulnerable points. So Edward chose starvation. To make that work, control of the sea was essential. The English fleet tightened the blockade, and over time the besiegers created not just a camp, but an organised semi-permanent settlement around the town. What had begun as a fast-moving campaign of raid and battle became a test of endurance, engineering, and supply. The French, despite their disaster, did not disappear. Rumours and intelligence repeatedly suggested new forces gathering to relieve the town. England had to send more men, more archers, more specialists, more food. The siege was not dramatic every day, but it was punishing. Desertion appeared. Disease spread in camp. Even prominent figures seemed to have suffered from illness. There were plans for assaults, the construction of equipment, and repeated naval efforts to break the blockade. Winter added another layer of hardship. Frozen waterways briefly altered the military landscape, allowing attacks on nearby positions. Inside, Calais conditions became grim. As supplies shrank, inhabitants unable to aid the defence were expelled. Reports differ on how mercifully they were treated, but all agree that hunger had become severe. Attempts to send food in by sea were progressively blocked by English measures on land and water. A desperate town can survive on hope for only so long. That hope finally centred on Philip's relief army in the summer of the next year. He came at last and took up position facing the besiegers across difficult ground. By then, Edward had spent months preparing for exactly this possibility. Reinforcements had reached him. Men who had left earlier had been summoned back. New agreements had been made for continued service. Experienced commanders returned. The English army before Calais was not the broken remnant Philip may have hoped to find. It was battered, certainly, and sickness had taken its toll. But it was still capable, organised and dangerous. Philip, understandably, moved with caution. There were skirmishes. Negotiations began. Churchmen tried to open the way for peace. Delegates met between the armies, but the talks quickly became tangled because the French wanted the siege lifted first, while the English would not abandon the very leverage that made negotiation meaningful. Offers were made, adjusted, and rejected. Then, another idea emerged. A battle on open ground chosen by agreed representatives. On the surface, this looked like a path to decision. In practice, it went nowhere. Delay exposed reality. Philip had not found a weakened enemy on the verge of collapse. He faced an English force that was still strong, still entrenched, and now fighting in a position chosen to support the siege. Before dawn on August 2nd, the French withdrew. For those inside Calais, the retreat was devastating. Signals from outside had been watched anxiously. Noise, banners, fire, and rumour all fed hopes that rescue was near. When those hopes died, resistance could not continue for long. Soon afterward, the gates opened. The leading men of the town came out in submission, surrendering authority and keys. The scene became one of the most famous episodes of the war because it compressed in a single act the suffering, pride, and humiliation of a long siege. Edward accepted the surrender. The leading figures were taken prisoner, but the wider population was allowed to leave, though not without further hardship after so many months of hunger. Calais then passed into English hands and would remain one of England's most important footholds on the continent, not only militarily, but commercially. Even after the surrender, danger had not fully vanished. Philip remained a potential threat, and precautions continued. Yet the momentum of the war had changed. Negotiations resumed more seriously, and by late September, a truce was arranged. When the king and the prince finally returned to England in early November, there was no single dramatic climax to match the shock of Cressy. Instead, they returned after more than a year of campaigning that had included destruction across Normandy, one of the most famous battles of the age, and a grueling siege that ended in permanent strategic gain. For the prince, the campaign had been an education in every major form of warfare he was likely to face in his lifetime. He had seen rapid movement, devastation of enemy lands, a pitched battle decided by discipline and preparation, and a siege won by patience and control of supply. By the end of it, he was no longer merely a royal heir learning war at his father's side. He had become, in the eyes of contemporaries, a proven commander and a figure of martial consequence. His fame was not built in a single charge or a single speech, but in the long, hard experience of campaign, battle, and endurance. That is what truly emerged from Cressy and Calais. Not just victory, but the making of a soldier whose name would carry weight across Europe. When Edward finally left Calais in the middle of October, he did not depart in triumphal ease. The Queen was with him, the Prince was beside him, and much of the army crossed back as well. But the return voyage itself was dangerous. The Channel, so often a road into war, now turned hostile on the journey home. Storms battered the fleet, several ships were lost, and the crossing became one more reminder that victory in France did not guarantee safety on the sea. A remark later attributed to the king captured the mood perfectly. The weather, he supposedly said, always seemed kind when he sailed toward France, and savage when he tried to come back to England. On October 14th, they reached London. The campaign had changed reputations, redrawn strategy, and delivered one of the great victories of the age. Yet in simple financial terms, it had not brought the crown the kind of reward that legend might suggest. Individual soldiers could enrich themselves through plunder, prisoners, and ransom, but the king's own share did not amount to a windfall. Whatever money came in was swallowed by the immense cost of keeping armies in the field, especially once the wider war was taken into account, and not merely the operations around Cressy and Calais. For the prince, the financial burden was serious and long-lasting. Payments made to cover his wages and wartime debts continued for years after the expedition itself had ended. Even the sums that can be clearly traced suggest an astonishingly high cost, and they almost certainly do not tell the whole story. One large payment alone was described simply as wages for the prince and the nobles serving with him for a limited period before Calais, yet the siege itself dragged on for nearly a year, and the expenses of such prolonged service could only accumulate. The total cost connected with his role in the campaign must have been enormous. He was not treated merely as a symbolic presence whose expenses would automatically be covered from the royal purse. He was expected to shoulder part of the burden from his own resources. That expectation appears clearly in later tax arrangements, when lands belonging to him were excused from certain demands on the grounds that he had already contributed heavily. Even so, ordinary income was not enough. Like other magnates drawn into the war, he had to search for new ways to turn authority into cash. One of the most useful sources of income available to him lay in the administration of justice. In his own lands, fines and legal payments could be a valuable stream of revenue, and as war pressed harder on aristocratic finances, judicial commissions became more frequent. This was not simply a matter of law in the abstract. Justice, governance, and finance were tightly interwoven. Experienced officials were sent into the prince's territories, especially in Wales and Chester, to hold sessions and enforce authority, and the money raised through these interventions mattered. In at least one town, a very large sum was handed over in connection with such proceedings. Whether that payment represented a settlement of penalties already imposed, or a collective effort to avoid the full burden of judicial inquiry, the deeper meaning is the same. War reached far beyond the battlefield. It touched local government, reshaped relations between lord and town, and turned legal authority into an instrument of wartime survival. The truce that followed Calais did not end these pressures. The fighting had paused, but the financial machine of war continued to grind on. Territories that had once been profitable to the English crown now demanded regular and costly support. Gaskiny, long prized as a source of income and influence, had become expensive to defend. Calais, freshly won and immensely valuable, was even more burdensome. It was not enough to capture such a place. It had to be fortified, supplied, manned, and integrated into the wider war effort. Maintaining this new outpost on the French coast required a constant flow of money. Parliament had to be asked again and again for grants. Payments through the exchequer came late, sometimes painfully late, and even when royal finances began to recover somewhat in the following years, the delay itself damaged those expected to serve. Lords who had raised men, borrowed against future reimbursement, or exhausted local revenues found themselves under severe strain. The war was not ruining the crown alone. It was also pushing its leading servants into deeper financial difficulty. While money remained a constant concern, diplomacy moved to the centre of royal policy as soon as the truce took hold. Edward's government looked especially toward Flanders and the Iberian kingdoms, where marriage alliances seemed to offer a way of reshaping the political balance without immediate battle. In Flanders, the situation had changed sharply after the death of Louis de Nevers at Cressy. His heir, Louis de Male, was still young, and for a brief moment it looked as if English influence might be secured through marriage. The plan was simple in outline but significant in consequence. Louis would marry Edward's eldest daughter, Isabella. The great towns of Flanders, whose commercial life was deeply tied to England, pressed hard in favour of such an arrangement. Yet political marriages were never merely family matters. Louis had been raised in the orbit of the French court, and whatever pressure the Flemish towns could exert, his instincts ran in another direction. He had little desire to bind himself to the English king, especially when his father had died fighting on the French side. Instead of submitting to the wishes of the townsmen, Louis escaped their control and made his way to France. Once secure there, he rejected the English match and chose a different alliance, marrying into Brabant. That decision struck at English hopes in more than one way. It did not simply end the proposed union with Isabella. It also damaged another possible strategy. because there had been serious thought for some time about linking the prince himself with the heiress of Brabant. Diplomatic groundwork for that possibility had already been laid, and it remained a live prospect even after the Calais campaign. Louis de Maille's decision therefore closed off one route and weakened another. Worse still for Edward, political feeling in the Flemish towns soon shifted. The party favouring closer ties with the Count regained strength, and English influence shrank dramatically. By late 1348, only Ghent still stood firmly in the English camp. Even so, Flemish politics did not settle neatly into French control. Louis de Maille proved far more subtle than either side may first have expected. He soon grasped that a strongly pro-French stance came with heavy economic disadvantages, especially in a region whose prosperity depended so deeply on commerce connected to England. A new understanding was therefore reached. Truce arrangements inside Flanders were followed by a renewed English connection. Yet this did not mean a return to the old pattern in which Flanders could be treated as a reliable satellite. That age was passing. Under Louis de Maille, the county moved towards something more independent and self-interested. He learned to use the war between England and France as an opportunity rather than a trap. And although relations with England could improve, Flemish military help in later campaigns would never match what earlier hopes had imagined. Elsewhere in Europe, Cressy had altered the diplomatic map in subtler but equally important ways. One of the men who had fought on the French side that day, Charles of Bohemia, would soon rise to a position of far greater importance. When he became emperor, England lost any serious chance of influence in that direction. Edward's earlier dealings with the imperial world had brought more ceremony than practical benefit. Titles and honours had been exchanged, lofty schemes had been entertained, but they had yielded little solid advantage in the war. With Charles, even those limited possibilities largely disappeared. There were men in the empire who opposed his rise and sounded Edward out as a possible alternative, but the English king refused. The refusal was sensible. Whatever prestige might have come from reaching for the imperial crown, it would have dragged him into a far wider conflict at the very moment when his strength was already tied up across the Channel. In the Iberian Peninsula, English diplomacy at first appeared more promising. During the long siege of Calais, messages had come from Portugal renewing a plan to marry the prince to Leonor, the youngest daughter of the Portuguese king. English envoys were dispatched with authority to settle the details, suggesting that the project was being taken seriously at the highest level. But distance and delay ruined the effort. By the time the negotiators arrived, Leonor had already been married elsewhere. What looked like a valuable opening had vanished. Another marriage project, this time involving Edward's daughter Joan and the heir to Castile, advanced further and seemed, at least for a while, to offer real results. Negotiations had been active for some time, and English policy in the Western Mediterranean was becoming increasingly interconnected. Family alliances, dowries, and political influence overlapped. To strengthen the wider Castilian connection, English diplomacy even extended toward figures close to the Castilian court, whose favour might help the negotiations. Yet once again, fortune turned. Joan set out towards Spain, but the plague cut across all plans. She died at Bordeaux before the marriage could take place. With her death, years of diplomatic effort collapsed. The Castilian alliance dissolved, and old alignments reasserted themselves. The King of Castile drifted back toward France, and Edward's hopes of constructing a durable, anti-French bloc in the peninsula were badly damaged. These failures in marriage diplomacy reveal how fragile medieval strategy could be. Great policy often depended not on armies alone, but on journeys completed in time, on bodies surviving disease, on young heirs obeying political necessity, and on courts remaining stable long enough for agreements to ripen. A single death or a delayed embassy could undo months or years of planning. Although the truce agreed after Calais had technically run its course, neither side rushed at once into renewed war. Instead, there followed a sequence of extensions, negotiations, and guarded conversations about a more permanent settlement, though no one seems to have believed too strongly in lasting peace. A renewed truce was arranged, and toward the end of 1348, the king and prince returned to Calais. Their presence there did not mean that formal diplomacy was conducted directly by them in person at every stage, but they remained closely involved in guiding policy, especially where dealings with Louis de Maille were concerned. Agreements were signed, projects announced, and understandings declared. Yet many of these diplomatic arrangements never truly took effect. The truce years were full of such paper settlements, gestures toward peace that floated above a reality still shaped by suspicion, military preparation, and unfinished ambition. For all that, this period was not remembered only for diplomacy and finance. It also became associated with one of the most famous and mysterious acts of Edward's reign: the creation of the Order of the Garter. No episode of these years is more celebrated, and few are surrounded by more uncertainty. Later generations would turn the order into one of the central symbols of English chivalry, but the circumstances of its foundation remain difficult to pin down. Even near-contemporary accounts are imperfect, and later, writers introduced further confusion. Dates do not always match, names of original members shift from source to source, and the precise moment at which the Brotherhood took formal shape is frustratingly elusive. Yet the broad truth is clear enough. Sometime in this period, almost certainly in 1348, Edward created a new secular fellowship of knights, centred on royal service, noble identity, and devotion to St. George. The ceremonial image associated with its earliest form is vivid. A great feast at Windsor, richly dressed companions, a religious foundation linked to the order, and a select group of leading warriors bound together under a common emblem. The king, the prince, major earls, and chosen knights stood at its heart. They wore garments marked with the device that would become immortal, and they gathered not simply as tournament companions or household favourites, but as members of an elite association carrying political, military, and symbolic meaning. The order was linked with a religious establishment, with prayers for its members, with charity toward poor knights, and with the strengthening of a corporate noble identity around the crown. This was not a casual gesture, nor merely a piece of courtly pageantry. It was an institution meant to endure. The strongest evidence points to St. George's Day, in 1348, as the moment when the first great feast of the order took place, and its essential character was fixed. Financial records suggest that by the end of that year the Brotherhood already existed in practice. Special garters were being made and distributed. Clothing, banners, and furnishings were being decorated with the new device. The motto associated with the order appears in connection with these preparations, showing that the fellowship was more than an idea still taking shape. Plans for the chapel at Windsor also indicate that the ceremonial and religious side of the order was already being organised in a substantial way. Rather than appearing as a project still awaiting creation, the evidence makes far more sense if read as the formal confirmation of something already founded. Why Edward chose to create such an order is another question, and one that reaches beyond dates and ceremonies into the deeper character of his kingship. The later romantic story, in which a dropped garter at court supposedly led to the order's creation, is famous, but far from certain. It surfaces clearly only much later, and even those who repeated it often treated it as court tradition rather than solid fact. The tale endured because it was memorable, slightly scandalous, and perfectly shaped for retelling. But the real significance of the order is more convincing when seen politically. The emblem, the colours, and above all the motto can be read as a response to slander, rivalry, and the ideological war that surrounded Edward's claim to France. The message attached to the order carried defiance. It answered mockery with honour and suspicion with royal confidence. In that sense, the Fellowship of the Garter may have been not an accident of courtly embarrassment, but a deliberate act of symbolic kingship. The badge itself is also striking. The Garter was not an obvious or ancient emblem of nobility. It was unusual, perhaps deliberately so. Later, imagination linked it with women's dress and courtly episodes, but the form seen in the earliest representations looks closer to a miniature belt than to an ordinary strip of cloth. That detail matters because belts carried knightly associations. In the ceremony of knighthood, the belt had symbolic meaning connected with status, honour, and martial identity. The garter, worn visibly and fixed with a buckle, may therefore have carried overtones more martial and ceremonial than later anecdotes suggest. Whatever its exact immediate origin, it became a wearable sign of belonging, suited to men who fought in armour and needed an emblem both distinctive and practical. The broader idea of a secular order of knighthood was innovative in England, but it did not emerge in isolation. Across Europe, rulers were experimenting with ways of binding chosen warriors more closely to themselves through confraternities, oaths, badges, and formal codes of conduct. In France, there had been comparable discussions. In the Iberian world, another royal order had already taken shape, one that combined military service, personal loyalty, and visible insignia worn over clothing and armour. Such institutions were useful because they created an inner circle not based solely on feudal obligation. They rewarded merit, honoured service, shaped aristocratic behaviour, and tied military reputation more directly to the sovereign. In an age when noble loyalty could not always be assumed, such a fellowship had clear political advantages. It provided the crown with a chosen body of men, whose identity, prestige, and honour were publicly linked to royal service. This helps explain why the original members of the Garter formed such a closely connected group. They were not selected at random from across the nobility. They were the leading fighters and commanders of the recent campaigns, men who had proved themselves in the field and who stood at the centre of Edward's war effort. At the top stood the king, the prince, and the Earl of Lancaster. Around them gathered other great earls and experienced knights, whose names had become familiar in the wars of Scotland, Flanders, Brittany, Normandy, and Calais. Some were older veterans, some were nearer the prince's own generation. A few were foreigners whose service linked them closely to the English cause. Taken together, they represented the military elite of Edward's reign in the years after Cressy. That inner circle mattered for the prince as much as for the king. The order placed him not on the edge of great affairs as a youth still learning his role, but at the centre of a brotherhood of proven soldiers. It confirmed publicly what the campaign had already shown in practice, that he belonged among the foremost captains of the realm. In the years of truce, when diplomacy, finance, ceremony, and preparation took precedence over open battle, the Garter helped preserve the identity of a warrior kingship. It turned recent victories into lasting memory and transformed military comradeship into a permanent institution. For Edward, that was good politics. For the prince, it was part of the making of a legend. The men chosen for the new brotherhood were not gathered by accident. They came from the very centre of England's war leadership, and their selection reveals what Edward III valued most in the years after Cressy and Calais. At the top stood the king himself, together with Lancaster, Warwick, and Stafford, the men who had directed major English forces in France. Around them stood a younger generation whose reputations had been forged in the same campaigns. More than half of the earliest companions had served closely with the prince during the fighting in northern France. The prince was the youngest among them, but several others were not much older. Montacute, Mortimer, the younger Bartholomew Burghersh, Thomas Holland, Otto Holland, John Mohun, and Henry Eame were all still very young men by the standards of high command. Walter Paverley was only slightly older. At the other end of the group stood men whose experience stretched further back. Thomas Wale was the eldest of the knights, already a veteran by comparison, while James Audley, Hugh Wriothesley, and John Chandos had passed well beyond youth and had built distinguished reputations before serving with the prince. Richard Fitzsimon, remembered above all as the prince's standard-bearer in battle, also belonged to this inner circle. The remaining companions fit the same broad pattern. Some were closely tied to the king rather than the prince, but all were proven men. John Beauchamp had carried the royal standard at Cressy. Miles Stapleton had served in the king's following on the same expedition. Nigel Loring had earned renown for his courage in the sea fight at Sluys. John Lisle and John Grey had already held commands in earlier wars in Brittany and Scotland. Jean de Grailly, better known as the Captal de Buch, represented the English cause in Gaskiny and stood at the head of one of the most important, loyal, noble groupings in that region. Sanchez d'Abrichecourt came from a distinguished family in Picardy, whose links with Edward went back to the king's years of danger and uncertainty, before he firmly established his rule. In short, the first members were not simply noblemen of rank. They were captains, battlefield companions, household loyalists, and rising military figures whose names were already associated with hard service. Even so, the exact principles behind their selection can never be fully reconstructed. Some men of equal distinction were not admitted at the beginning and had to wait for places to fall vacant. Others, despite long and faithful military service, never entered the order at all. This makes one thing clear: the brotherhood was never intended to be broad or automatic. It was designed to be exclusive. Entry was not the reward for merely being noble, or even for fighting well once or twice. It was a mark of belonging to a very narrow and carefully defined elite. Another feature is equally striking. Although the order included powerful older men, it leaned strongly toward the generation rising into prominence. The king himself, still in his 30s, was already among the older members. That alone shows the tone Edward wanted to set. This was not a club for aged veterans withdrawing into ceremony. It was a fellowship built around men expected to shape the next stage of English war. If the earliest statutes reflect the original intentions with any accuracy, the order's formal purpose was surprisingly solemn. It was not created as a tournament society, nor as a circle devoted to reckless displays of martial bravado. Its emphasis fell overwhelmingly on religion, memory, and disciplined fraternity. The secular rules were few. Members were not to leave England without royal consent. They were not to fight on opposing sides, nor to bind themselves to rival lords if doing so would set one companion of the order against another. They were expected to wear the Garter openly as the sign of their membership. Beyond this, the stress fell on prayer, masses for the dead, and the maintenance of the religious establishment at Windsor. Passing through Windsor without hearing Mass at the chapel was not acceptable conduct for one of the companions. The yearly feast of St. George stood at the centre of the whole institution. Attendance was expected. If absence was unavoidable and permitted, the absent member was still meant to observe the feast in the same spirit elsewhere. That seriousness helps explain why the order endured. Other knightly groups found in the same period often tied themselves to dramatic vows, rigid notions of battlefield honour, or elaborate rules governing tournament behaviour. The English order did something different. It wrapped martial prestige in a framework of devotion, remembrance, and disciplined loyalty. There was no demand for theatrical oaths, never to retreat, no list of courtly or competitive regulations, no attempt to legislate every detail of aristocratic behaviour. This restraint gave the order weight. It reflected a side of both Edward and the prince that is often overlooked. They loved display, certainly, and delighted in luxury, hunting, fine clothing, jewels, and public spectacle. But they also understood the power of ceremony when it was made solemn rather than merely dazzling. The Garter was not designed to be loud, it was designed to last. Its effect was immediate. Even though chroniclers did not always dwell on it in detail, the new fellowship quickly became one of the strongest images associated with the king and his court. Within only a short time, poets were already describing Edward through the language and symbols of the order. The Garter had become more than a badge. It had become shorthand for royal magnificence, for the circle of chosen warriors surrounding the crown, and for a court that presented itself as both splendid and disciplined. The image was rich and theatrical. Tents, robes, embroidered devices, gold, blue insignia, and symbolic decoration all proclaimed that this was not an ordinary household of nobles. It was an elite body whose identity had been publicly fixed. In the public imagination, the order soon stood for the king's authority almost as much as the crown itself. Yet the seriousness of the order did not mean that Edward's court had grown austere. The years after Calais were among the most brilliant and extravagant of the reign in matters of pageantry and noble amusement. Tournaments flourished. Hunting remained a favourite royal pleasure. Magnificent clothing, heraldic costumes, and elaborate gifts were part of the rhythm of court life. Even during years crowded with war, diplomacy, and financial strain, the nobles of England never ceased to prize ceremonial display. Lancaster himself had found time for a tournament at Lincoln during one of the busiest periods of war. The king appeared at great gatherings in town after town, and each event demanded its own special robes, devices, liveries, and ornaments. These were not small diversions on the edge of power. They were part of how power was shown, celebrated, and shared. One especially splendid occasion came at Windsor in the summer of 1348, when the court marked the Queen's recovery after childbirth. The prince stood godfather to the infant William and distributed costly gifts connected with the ceremony. Nurses and attendants did not go unnoticed. Horses were exchanged as marks of honour. Captive French nobles held in England were allowed to participate in the tournament festivities, and one of them was judged the finest jouster in the field. Even the captive King of Scotland was involved in such aristocratic entertainments. Clothing worn on these occasions was brilliantly rich, and the prince himself was attended by a large household whose appearance had to match the dignity of his rank. When the formal sports were over, the royal party and some of their noble prisoners moved on to hunting expeditions in the royal forests. Such transitions from tournament ground to woodland chase were natural at this court. Splendour and sport moved together. Many of these tournaments seem to have been organised around symbols, mottos, or thematic devices. This is worth noting because it suggests how naturally the emblem and phrase of the Garter fitted the culture of the time. For one event, special blue garters embroidered with the famous motto were already being prepared. At another, the king appeared under the arms of one knight, as though temporarily entering his affinity or faction for the purposes of the game. Elsewhere, teams seem to have formed under the heraldry of favoured companions. The same close military circle appeared again and again in these ceremonials, confirming how strongly war service, friendship, and courtly display were intertwined. Minstrels were rewarded, horses were presented as gifts, and the prince's household spent freely to maintain the expected magnificence. These occasions were not casual festivities. They were highly visible performances of rank, solidarity, and style. Jewellery formed another world of aristocratic display, and the prince's gift-giving shows just how refined and expensive that world had become. New Year offerings to the royal family and household included brooches, enamelled cups, jewelled clasps, and elaborate ornaments worked with precious stones and intricate designs. Such gifts expressed affection, hierarchy, and magnificence all at once. Sisters received luxurious clasps decorated with rubies, diamonds, emeralds, and pearls. Senior servants and household companions were rewarded with rich brooches and clasps of their own. Even the prince's physician received a carefully chosen gift, shaped by scholarly association. These were not random purchases. They formed part of a courtly language in which value, symbolism, and favour were constantly displayed through material objects. Beyond jewels and tournaments, there were other expensive pleasures. Horses, falcons, hounds, and the staffs required to maintain them all consumed money on a large scale. Falconry especially demanded trained servants, careful equipment, and constant upkeep. The prince's household clearly sustained a substantial wing of falconers and attendants. Gambling, too, appears as a recurring feature of aristocratic leisure, sometimes reaching striking sums. None of this suggests restraint. The prince and those around him lived as great magnates of the age were expected to live, and perhaps rather more brilliantly than many. Their world prized magnificence, and magnificence was expensive. Not everyone admired it. Monastic writers and moral critics looked on such extravagance with suspicion or outright disgust. They complained bitterly of changing fashions, foreign influence, tighter and shorter garments, extravagant cuts, and clothing they found indecent, frivolous, or demonic in appearance. Tournament culture attracted even more criticism. Churchmen had long distrusted it, and by the late 1340s, some chroniclers were linking great aristocratic gatherings with scandal, sexual license, and social disorder. Women of rank appearing in unusual dress, travelling to tournaments, or participating in the social whirl of these occasions became targets for moral outrage. Later writers embroidered these complaints still further, turning them into vivid denunciations of vanity, lust, and aristocratic excess. Some of this was surely exaggerated in the familiar tone of clerical disapproval. But it does reveal how the royal court could appear from outside. Wealthy, flamboyant, restless, and too easily associated with worldly pleasure. Then came the catastrophe that darkened all Europe. The plague reached the Western world in terrifying fashion and spread with extraordinary speed. By the time it reached England, it had already torn through major cities abroad. In the summer of 1348, it entered the realm, probably through the southern coast, and from there advanced relentlessly. One of its earliest victims connected to the royal house was Edward's daughter Joan, who died abroad before her diplomatic marriage could take place. Another young prince died in the same general period, though not necessarily of the same disease. The epidemic itself moved across England in waves of horror. Medieval medicine had no real understanding of what caused it. Physicians and clerics offered explanations based on corrupted air, divine punishment, or astrological disorder, but none could halt it. What people did understand was its terrifying contagiousness. Contact with the afflicted seemed dangerous. Cities became places of dread. Parliament was postponed because gathering crowds in London now meant courting disaster. The king and court withdrew into the countryside, and this may have helped spare many among the highest ranks. Better air, more space, cleaner living conditions, and the ability to move away from infected centres all gave advantages that ordinary townspeople and villagers did not possess. Even so, the plague's scale was staggering. Clergy died in great numbers. Mortality among young adults was severe. Whole communities were shaken. And yet, remarkably, none of the original companions of the Garter appears to have died, in the epidemic. That fact is extraordinary when set beside the losses around them. The prince and his closest military circle lived through a disaster that carried away countless others, while sparing the men who stood nearest to the crown. The experience must still have left a deep impression. Even for those who survived, the world that emerged was scarred. Houses stood empty. Fields went untilled. Labour vanished. Tenants died or fled. Priests were lost. Ordinary rhythms of life broke down. Government did not collapse, but its documents increasingly reflected the crisis. Administration continued at Westminster, yet the effects of the plague reached every lordship, including the prince's own estates. Revenues fell sharply. Income from Cornwall, for example, sank well below previous levels. In such conditions, even a hard-headed lord had to proceed with caution. To press tenants too fiercely after a disaster of this scale risked destroying the very people on whom long-term revenue depended. This did not mean that the prince suddenly became a benevolent reformer, moved chiefly by compassion. His administration remained practical above all. If allowances were made, they were made because the times demanded them. Empty holdings were difficult to refill. Men with too few resources could not pay what no longer existed. Harsh enforcement might satisfy legal right, but produce financial ruin. The prince's officials therefore struck a balance. They sought to maintain claims, rents, and obligations where possible, but also showed flexibility toward those clearly broken by the moment. Poor miners who failed in dues could sometimes pay fines, rather than forfeit everything. Excesses by local church officials were condemned not purely from moral outrage, but because they threatened the prince's own revenues. There was some room for charity in individual cases, but the broader pattern was one of careful adjustment rather than generosity for its own sake. Disaster had to be managed, not romanticised. Life at court, however, did not stop. Even amid the plague years, great religious ceremonies still drew crowds. In the autumn of 1349, the king and prince attended an important translation of relics at Hereford, a major act of devotion conducted with all proper splendour. Plays and public entertainments had in some places been restricted, for fear of spreading infection. Yet such caution was not always consistently applied. Large gatherings still occurred, and the saints' feast was marked by a notable public meal. This mix of fear and continuity defined much of the period. People knew the plague was terrible, but they did not stop trying to live within the structures of religion, ceremony, and lordship they already knew. Although major campaigning had largely fallen silent under the truce and the shadow of disease, war had not fully disappeared. At the end of 1349, Calais itself faced sudden danger from within. A Genoese soldier named Emeric of Pavia, who had once served the French during the siege but later entered Edward's service, became the centre of a dangerous plot. Geoffrey de Charny, one of the most respected French commanders of the age, tried to buy the town through him. Emeric appeared willing to betray the English position for a vast sum. Yet he then informed the king of the scheme, whether from second thoughts, divided loyalties, or a desire to protect himself whichever side prevailed. Edward received the warning and acted swiftly. The king and prince travelled to Calais in haste, taking with them only a small group of trusted knights. Once there, they prepared a careful ambush. Hidden defensive structures were built inside the entrance to the castle. Parts of the drawbridge were weakened so that it could bear limited use before being destroyed at the critical moment. Men were concealed behind false masonry. A heavy stone was placed in readiness to smash the bridge after enough French had entered, but before too many could flood inside. The entire operation depended on secrecy. Even within the garrison, not all knew the truth. The trap nearly failed because the first stages of the deception were so convincing. French scouts were admitted and inspected the place without discovering the ambush. Encouraged by what they saw, the attackers moved ahead with confidence. At the appointed time, signals were raised and the alarm spread among the townspeople. The confusion was intense. Some, inside the town, not understanding the full plan, reacted in ways that threatened to spoil it. But when the moment came, the hidden English force struck. The bridge was shattered. The men concealed near the entrance burst out. Those French who had entered were trapped and overwhelmed after fierce fighting at close quarters. Outside the walls, the struggle became even more dangerous. Many of the French realized they had been deceived and began to pull back, but Edward, bold almost to recklessness, pursued them with a very small mounted force and a few archers. He soon found himself facing a much larger body of enemy troops in the difficult marshland around Calais. His response was quick and intelligent. Archers were placed on the drier mounds where heavily armed horsemen could not easily reach them through the mud. The French advance, forced along a narrow line, became vulnerable to concentrated missile fire. At the very moment when the king was under greatest pressure, the prince came up with reinforcements from another gate of the town. Hearing the familiar war cries and seeing the danger, he entered the fight decisively. The attack was broken and the French were driven off. Charny himself was captured along with other knights, and those who had stood closest to Edward in the crisis were rewarded. Aymeric too received a substantial pension for his role, though his end would later be gruesome when the French finally took revenge upon him. The following months remained uneasy. France still observed the truce in formal terms, and no immediate large invasion followed. But danger emerged from another quarter entirely. The collapse of the projected marriage alliance with Castile had not seemed disastrous at first. Yet under existing ties with France, the Castilians soon assembled a powerful fleet. Their aim was not simply to support French diplomacy, but to strike at English shipping, disrupt trade, and threaten the sea routes that linked England with Gascony and Brittany. Old rivalries between Castilian and Gascon sailors sharpened the danger. Reports of raids and attacks on merchant shipping made clear that the threat was real. The Crown responded by preparing a fleet and summoning ships to gather under experienced command. By August 1350, the moment of decision had come. Edward took ship in person, as did the Prince and many of the greatest lords of England. The enemy fleet, commanded by Carlos de la Cerda, was sailing near the English coast. The battle that followed off Winchelsea was one of the fiercest naval encounters of the reign. Sea warfare in this period was still very close to land fighting in spirit. Missiles flew first, then ships crashed together or grappled, and once locked, the struggle became brutal, hand-to-hand human combat on heaving decks. The Spanish ships were larger and higher than many of the English vessels, giving them a significant advantage. From their towering decks, they could throw stones, spears, and bolts downward. But the English archers again proved decisive. Their shooting drove enemy crossbowmen into cover and made it dangerous for anyone to expose himself above the rails. Even so, the fight was hard. The height and bulk of the Spanish ships made boarding difficult. Some English vessels were badly damaged, and later stories claimed that both king and prince had to fight from sinking ships or transfer themselves in the midst of battle. By nightfall, a large number of enemy vessels had been captured, though the rest escaped under darkness. The English prepared for a renewed fight the next day, only to find the sea empty. It was a savage and costly victory rather than a clean annihilation. The surviving Spanish fleet remained dangerous enough that warnings had to be sent southward to English-controlled ports overseas. Merchant convoys still needed escort. Rewards followed the battle, though not on a lavish scale. A few men received pensions or pardons. Popular songs celebrated the triumph, and Parliament hailed Edward with a grand maritime title, but more sober minds understood that this had not destroyed Castilian naval power altogether. Edward's prestige after the victory was nevertheless unmistakable. Soon afterward, 2 foreign knights arrived in England to submit a personal dispute to his judgment, a sign of the authority he now commanded in the eyes of European chivalry. Their quarrel ended in a judicial combat before the king and prince fought first on horseback and then on foot. It turned ugly when one combatant gained an advantage through the design of his armour and tore cruelly at his opponent's face. The king finally intervened to stop the contest. The victor then offered his beaten rival to the prince, who chose mercy and granted freedom instead of humiliation. Such scenes, theatrical yet serious, show how the English court had become a recognised centre of knightly arbitration. Not merely a war court, but a stage on which European notions of honour could be judged. Despite the battle with Castile, the truce with France still held. Philip VI had died, and the new king, John II, was only beginning his reign. In one sense, the change of ruler altered little. Edward's claim and ambition remained what they had always been. Yet John was not Philip. He was more impulsive, more emotional, more drawn to the ideals and temptations of chivalric kingship. He could be generous and attractive, but also stubborn and too easily influenced by favourites. Negotiations between England and France continued through officials and magnates, especially under the direction of Lancaster, who acted as the leading English voice in such matters. Tents near Calais became a semi-permanent theatre of diplomacy. Truces were extended. Peace proposals were drafted and revised. At moments it seemed possible that a lasting settlement might be reached, one that would exchange Edward's claim to the French crown for a vast and fully sovereign territorial settlement. Yet these moments passed. Every diplomatic opening depended on wider European manoeuvring, and those alignments repeatedly failed. Marriage plans with Flanders came to nothing. Attempts to build ties through Brittany faltered. Hopes placed in Charles of Navarre rose and fell. Public opinion in England itself was divided. Some wanted peace, and when the idea of a permanent settlement was discussed, it could draw enthusiastic support. Others thought truce only invited deception and delay. Poets and propagandists mocked the search for peace and urged the king to resume war. Many seasoned knights likely agreed. In practice, the truces were never entirely respected anyway. There were repeated fears of invasion. Military service continued in scattered theatres. Preparations for renewed struggle were never wholly abandoned. During these same years, fighting did go on in parts of the wider war zone. In Gaskiny, the conflict sank into a mixture of small-scale raids, local brigandage, shifting garrisons, and occasional larger expeditions. The French recovered some important places, though English forces struck back from time to time. A battle at Taillebourg ended in English success, but it did not halt the broader French recovery in the region. Around Calais, too, there were raids and attempts on neighbouring strongholds, though nothing on the scale of the Great Siege itself. In Brittany, however, warfare continued more fiercely, and another major French defeat at Moron showed again how dangerous English and Anglo-Breton tactics could be when French chivalric ideals were pushed too far. The newly founded French Order of the Star, with its proud and restrictive ethos, suffered badly there. For the prince, however, these years were not yet the moment of independent grand command. He played little role in diplomacy and seems to have cared far less for negotiation than for the practical and honourable business of war. That was normal enough for a royal heir who had not yet come fully into his own powers. While Lancaster handled much of the kingdom's foreign business, the prince lived as the king's deputy in a position that mixed status with occasional idleness. There was always room for friction in such an arrangement, but he was still young and evidently more drawn to pleasure, household life, and the management of his own lordships than to the subtleties of treaties. Those lordships increasingly occupied his attention. The The surviving records from the early 1350s make him appear almost like a meticulous estate manager, though that impression is partly created by the nature of the documents. Much of what remains comes from letters issued in his name by officials, so the administrative voice is often clearer than the private man behind it. Even so, it is evident that he was becoming more personally involved in the governance of his lands. There were plans for visits to Cheshire and North Wales, concern about homage owed by tenants, inquiries into hidden or usurped rights, and efforts to improve documentary control over his holdings. These activities may well have been connected with his coming of age and with a growing expectation that he should handle more of his own affairs directly. He spent time at several important residences, among them Berkhamsted, one of his favoured houses. Though it had once stood in poor repair, work had been done to restore it, and it became a regular place for Christmas celebrations. Wallingford, Byfleet, Sunning, and other manors also appear in these years as part of the prince's circuit. John of Gaunt, still a boy, seems to have spent time closely attached to the prince's household, learning perhaps within the orbit of his elder brother's style of lordship. The records also reveal a vividly international and aristocratic domestic world, with imported craftsmen, unusual attendants, exotic children in service, expensive saddlery, and continual purchases for household magnificence. Tournaments were fewer than before, but not absent. At Eltham and elsewhere, the prince still took part in ceremonials requiring carefully prepared armour, specially designed bits for horses, and the companionship of trusted knights such as Chandos and Audley. By the summer of 1353, attention turned sharply toward Cheshire. That region was politically sensitive, disorderly, and deeply in need of firmer oversight. Complaints had reached the prince about violence, abuses, and failures of local government. The killing of one of his own officers highlighted the problem. This was not open rebellion, but it was serious enough to require a visible assertion of authority. Preparations were made not only for the prince's arrival, but for the legal sessions that were to accompany it. Supplies were ordered, residences cleaned and readied, and major neighbouring magnates were positioned close enough to assist if trouble broke out. Later, imagination turned this into something like a military occupation, but the evidence suggests a more calculated show of princely justice backed by the possibility of force rather than an outright campaign against revolt. The effect was immediate. As the prince moved north and settled at Chester, the local community quickly grasped what his presence meant. The judicial inquiry planned for the county threatened to uncover years of misconduct and unpaid obligations. Faced with this danger, the men of the county chose negotiation. For a very substantial fine, they secured the abandonment of the full general heir, arguing that such a proceeding was contrary to their customs. The prince accepted the payment, but he did not let the opportunity pass unused. Lesser judicial machinery remained active, especially against more obvious offenders, and he spent much of the visit hearing petitions, managing local business, and asserting his role as lord. Hunting was not neglected, but neither was revenue. The financial gains from the journey were large, and they were not a mere side effect. Justice and profit were meant to go together. At the same time, it would be too simple to treat the whole expedition as a cynical, money-making exercise. Restoring visible control, reasserting rights, and showing that government had returned in person were also central aims. The apparent success of Cheshire encouraged a similar visit to Cornwall in the following year. Cornwall was a different kind of land, poorer in some ways, harder in others, and less rewarding through ordinary judicial profits. Tin was the great source of wealth there, and much of the prince's income came through the stannaries, rather than through classic manorial agriculture. The terrain was difficult, smuggling and evasion were persistent, and the prince's officials had recently been troubled by disputes and failures in office. Restormel Castle became the centre of his presence during this journey. Though some of its buildings had long needed repair, it still provided a fitting princely base. There, he received homage, settled administrative questions, restored one official, replaced another, and reorganised local responsibilities. His time in Cornwall was less dramatic than in Cheshire, but it formed part of the same larger pattern. The prince was learning to appear in person where disorder, weak administration, or neglected obligation had to be corrected. After returning from the West, he resumed the mixed life of devotion, household display, and court attendance that marked these years. Pilgrimages continued. Christmas was spent again at Berkhamsted. Tournaments still punctuated the calendar. State occasions drew him to Westminster. Yet by the beginning of 1355, the atmosphere was changing. The long sequence of truces and tentative negotiations that had held since Calais was breaking down. Diplomatic hopes linked to Navarre and the Empire had not matured into anything decisive. Earlier, peace proposals were now effectively dead. The moment once again seemed favourable for war. When the prince came to London, plans were already being laid for renewed campaigning in the coming summer. Before that new phase began, he and his father turned once more to pilgrimage, seeking divine favour before returning to the work, for which both were best known. The years of truce had not been idle years. They had shaped the prince as landholder, ceremonial figure, companion of an elite martial order, and survivor of one of the darkest disasters of the age. But beneath all of it, the expectation of war had never vanished. Now it was rising again. Gascony stood at the heart of the long struggle between England and France. For Edward III, the conflict could be framed in two very different ways. At its most ambitious, it was a claim to the entire French crown. At its most limited, it was a demand for the secure possession of Gascony, free from interference and protected from future seizure. Every negotiation, every truce, and every campaign moved somewhere between these two positions. That is why Gascony became one of the most fiercely contested regions of the war, even though it saw relatively few large battles. What mattered there was not dramatic clashes of armies, but control of land, loyalty, and resources. The region itself was unlike the northern parts of France. Its identity had been shaped over centuries, and its connections were not naturally tied to Paris. The lands known as Aquitaine, Guyenne, and Gascony formed overlapping but distinct zones, each with its own traditions and boundaries. Their association with the English crown went back to the marriage of Eleanor of Aquitaine to Henry II in the 12th century. From that moment onward, the English kings held vast territories in southwestern France, ruling them not as foreign conquerors, but as legitimate lords through inheritance. Culturally, Gascony belonged to a different world from northern France. The language spoken there was closer to that of southern Europe, and its social customs reflected a broader Mediterranean influence. The local nobility valued independence and resisted tight royal control. This made English rule, which was often more flexible and less intrusive, more attractive than the centralized authority of the French crown. Cities like Bordeaux prospered under this arrangement, especially through trade. Wine from the region flowed steadily into England, forming the backbone of its economy. Bayonne, another stronghold of English influence, relied on English protection in its constant maritime rivalry with Castilian and Norman sailors. When the war began in 1337, Gascony was one of the first theatres of conflict. French forces moved aggressively, targeting the land surrounding Bordeaux. Key towns were taken, and attempts were made to isolate the city completely. The blockade of Bordeaux did not succeed, but the damage was severe. Vineyards were destroyed, trade disrupted, and local loyalties shaken. Over the following years, the French strengthened their position by offering lands and rewards to those willing to change allegiance. At the same time, they elevated the status of the region within their own royal structure, placing it under the authority of the French heir, a move designed to counter English claims. England's response during these early years was limited. Edward was focused on campaigns elsewhere, particularly in northern Europe, and left Gascony largely in the hands of his officials. Administration in the region followed a familiar pattern. Senior positions were usually held by Englishmen, but much of the day-to-day governance relied on local Gascon officials. Military command was shared between experienced English leaders and powerful local lords who had long supported the English cause. Among these, the House of Albret stood out as one of the most important allies. Their lands stretched along the coast south of Bordeaux, forming a vital defensive zone. Another major power in the region was the capital of Buch, whose territories extended across a wide area and included significant influence within Bordeaux itself. These leading families maintained strong ties to the English, reinforced by economic interests and long-standing political relationships. Many of the lesser lords around Bordeaux also leaned toward England, forming a network of support that anchored English authority in the region. However, beyond this core area, loyalty became far less certain. In places like Agen, only a few important nobles remained firmly aligned with England. To maintain this fragile system, English officials relied heavily on subsidies. Local lords were paid to remain loyal and to actively support the English cause. This approach had mixed results. While the French had early successes, the situation remained fluid. Some towns were retaken and advances were checked. Everything changed with the arrival of a determined English commander in the mid-1340s. A bold campaign reshaped the balance of power, bringing large areas back under English control and restoring confidence among local allies. This success, however, created new challenges. The territory now under English influence was too large to defend with static garrisons alone. A new system was required, one based on mobility. Instead of relying on fixed forces, cavalry units were raised when needed, allowing for rapid response across a wide area. These troops would later form the backbone of the prince's army. But this flexibility came at a cost. Gascony, once capable of sustaining itself financially, now became a heavy burden on the English treasury. Leadership remained crucial. Without an active and capable commander, the situation could quickly deteriorate. When less effective leadership took over, French forces regained the initiative. One of the most significant moves made by the French crown was the appointment of a powerful Gascon noble to lead their efforts. This decision reflected a growing understanding of the region's unique character. A local leader could navigate its politics more effectively than an outsider. By the early 1350s, French forces were once again pressing hard in key areas. They targeted important towns and strongholds, gradually rebuilding their position. Faced with this pressure, the English crown recognized that a new campaign was necessary. Local allies from Gascony travelled to England to explain the situation directly. Their message was clear. Without decisive action, English influence in the region could collapse. Initial plans called for a familiar strategy. One force would strike in the north, while another would be sent to Gascony. This approach had worked before. What was unexpected was the choice of leadership. Instead of sending an experienced commander who knew the region well, the decision was made to send the prince himself. This was not a random choice. It was believed that his presence would inspire the Gascons and strengthen their loyalty. It would also mark the first time in decades that a member of the English royal family personally led a campaign in the region. The prince embraced the opportunity. Preparations began quickly, and a force was assembled under his command. Compared to earlier campaigns, the army was relatively small. It was not intended to conquer vast territories outright, but to act as a core around which local forces could gather. The troops were experienced and carefully selected. Many had fought together before, forming a tight-knit group of commanders and knights who trusted one another. The structure of command reflected this unity. Senior nobles brought their own retinues, while the prince's closest companions formed an informal council of war. Among them were some of the most respected soldiers of the time, men whose experience and judgment would shape the campaign. Their influence was significant, not just because of their rank, but because of their personal relationship with the prince. The prince's authority in Gaskiny was extensive. He was not merely a military commander, but the king's representative with full powers. He could make decisions on administration, finance, and justice. This level of control marked a significant shift from earlier arrangements, where authority had been more limited. It showed that the campaign was not just about fighting, but about restoring and strengthening English rule. Despite careful planning, the expedition faced immediate difficulties. Delays in assembling ships held the army at Plymouth for weeks. This created serious financial strain. The cost of maintaining troops without movement was high, and the prince was already deeply in debt. Funds had to be raised urgently, often through loans. Even before the campaign began, the financial pressure was intense. At last, the fleet sailed in early September. The voyage was smooth, and the army reached Bordeaux without incident. There, in a formal ceremony, the prince took his place as lord of the region. He swore to uphold the rights and traditions of the people, and in return received their homage. Leading Gascon nobles gathered to affirm their support, creating a strong foundation for the campaign ahead. With this ceremony complete, attention turned to strategy. The decision was made to carry the war directly into enemy territory. Instead of defending their own lands, the army would strike at the heart of French-controlled regions. Speed was essential. The season was already advanced, and time was limited. The campaign began in early October. Movement in the first days was uneven as the army adjusted to the demands of the march. Soon, however, it settled into a pattern. The force advanced through enemy lands, divided into separate columns to maximize its ability to gather supplies. This method allowed it to move quickly while sustaining itself from the countryside. The objective was not to hold territory, but to weaken the enemy's resources. Towns were attacked, supplies seized, and infrastructure destroyed. Castles and settlements fell in rapid succession. Resistance varied. Some places were abandoned before the army arrived, while others fought briefly before being overwhelmed. The pace of the advance created confusion and fear, making it difficult for French forces to organize an effective response. As the army moved deeper into the region, it encountered stronger defences. Major cities were prepared and heavily garrisoned. These were not easy targets, and the army was not equipped for long sieges. Instead, it focused on destruction and disruption, striking where it could and moving on before being trapped. The advance eventually reached areas that had never experienced such warfare. The sudden arrival of the army caused widespread panic. Settlements were abandoned and the countryside lay open. The campaign became a sweeping raid, cutting through valuable territory and damaging the economic base that supported French military efforts. Yet the deeper the army moved, the greater the risks became. Supply lines were stretched, weather conditions worsened, and enemy forces began to gather. The possibility of a major confrontation loomed. At one point, it seemed likely that a battle would take place, but the French commander avoided direct engagement, preferring to shadow the army and wait for an advantage. This strategy forced the prince to make difficult choices. Continuing the advance meant greater success in terms of destruction, but also greater danger. Eventually, with conditions deteriorating and supplies running low, the decision was made to turn back. The return journey was as challenging as the advance, with rivers in flood and difficult terrain slowing movement. Despite these challenges, the army returned safely. The campaign was brought to an end, and forces were dispersed for the winter. From a strategic point of view, it had achieved its aim. The damage inflicted on the region was severe, and the economic impact was significant. The destruction of towns, mills, and resources struck directly at the financial foundation of French power in the south. Contemporary observers understood this clearly. The value of the lands affected by the raid was immense, providing substantial income to the French crown. By targeting these areas, the campaign weakened the enemy's ability to fund the war. Even if the exact figures were exaggerated, the broader conclusion was undeniable. The raid had dealt a serious blow. At the same time, it revealed an important truth. Success on this scale required money, organisation, and sustained effort. Without sufficient financial support, even the most effective campaigns could not be repeated indefinitely. The prince had demonstrated what was possible. Whether those gains could be turned into lasting control would depend on resources, leadership, and the uncertain course of the war itself. Looking back, the turning point of the entire expedition came with a single bold decision: the choice to push beyond Toulouse instead of turning back. Earlier raids had reached as far as that city, but they had achieved little lasting impact. Had the army withdrawn at that stage again, the campaign would likely have faded into just another limited incursion. Instead, by advancing deeper into lands that were considered secure, the prince transformed a routine operation into a devastating strike. The regions between Toulouse and Narbonne suffered the greatest destruction, and it was precisely there that an attack had been least expected. The shock of it spread quickly, and as the army reached Carcassonne, rumours began to grow. Some believed the advance would not stop there, that even distant cities might soon face the same fate. This sudden reach altered perceptions on both sides. The cautious approach taken by the French commander began to look less like strategy and more like weakness. On the battlefield, neither side had yet gained a decisive advantage. But in terms of reputation and morale, the balance shifted heavily. The image of an unstoppable force moving through supposedly secure territory created a powerful psychological effect. Yet this success had limits. One of the key aims of such campaigns was not only destruction, but also to force local populations into changing allegiance. Fear was meant to persuade them that resistance was pointless. In that sense, the campaign did not fully achieve its purpose. When the people of Carcassonne attempted to negotiate, they did so not out of loyalty, but out of calculation. They still feared the long-term consequences of abandoning the French crown more than the immediate danger posed by the army outside their walls. The message the prince intended to send had not fully taken hold. On a broader strategic level, the campaign unfolded in isolation. Other planned operations failed to support it. The northern offensive was abandoned before it began, and efforts elsewhere produced little result. Even the king's own movement across the Channel was cut short by urgent developments at home. What had been intended as a coordinated effort became instead a single, powerful, but unsupported strike. Despite this, the end of the main raid did not bring an end to the fighting. The army had not been raised for a short campaign, and the leaders chose to adapt their strategy rather than disband. Instead of maintaining a large force in one place, which would have been difficult to supply during winter, they spread their troops along the frontier. This allowed for continuous pressure on enemy territory, while avoiding the logistical strain of a concentrated army. The result was a series of smaller but highly effective operations. Over the following weeks, these forces carried out raids across multiple regions. Along the Garonne Valley, key towns were taken and used as bases for further attacks. From these strongpoints, the surrounding countryside was repeatedly struck, disrupting communication and supply lines. In other areas, separate groups advanced along rivers and through hill country, capturing settlements and establishing temporary control. The pattern was consistent. Instead of seeking large battles, they focused on weakening the enemy's ability to hold and defend territory. In the north, operations extended into regions that had already been contested in earlier campaigns. Strongholds were attacked, and in some cases taken outright. One important town fell into English hands, demonstrating that even fortified positions could be overcome with persistence. Meanwhile, other forces pushed into neighbouring regions, preparing for further expansion. The campaign had shifted from a single dramatic advance to a network of coordinated raids, each reinforcing the overall pressure. Throughout this period, communication remained a constant challenge. The different groups operated over wide distances and information did not always travel quickly. Reports arrived irregularly, sometimes after long delays. Yet the overall momentum of the campaign continued. Success in one area often encouraged further advances in another, creating a sense of constant movement and instability. While his commanders operated in the field, the prince himself withdrew to Bordeaux, where he directed the campaign from a central position. The atmosphere there was quieter than expected. Supplies were gathered, reports received, and plans made for the next phase. There was little sign of celebration. The focus remained firmly on the ongoing war. Even the routines of court life were subdued, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. From Bordeaux, attention turned to the wider diplomatic and military context. Contacts were maintained with neighbouring rulers, and efforts were made to secure alliances or at least neutrality. At the same time, reinforcements were requested from England. The campaign had achieved significant results, but sustaining them required additional manpower. The arrival of reinforcements was delayed, as was often the case. Ships had to be gathered, supplies prepared, and troops assembled. When they finally arrived, they strengthened the army but did not immediately lead to renewed large-scale action. Instead, preparations continued, with the army assembling at a central location that allowed flexibility. From there, it could move in any direction depending on developments elsewhere. Events beyond the region soon began to influence these plans. Political tensions in France erupted into open conflict among the nobility. A dramatic act by the French king triggered a wave of rebellion, drawing many previously neutral or uncertain figures toward the English side. This sudden shift created new opportunities. English forces in the north moved quickly to take advantage, advancing into areas where resistance collapsed almost immediately. The impact of this was significant. French attention was divided, and forces that might have been used against the prince were redirected elsewhere. Yet the situation remained fluid. Large armies moved across the landscape, sometimes advancing, sometimes withdrawing, always searching for advantage. In this environment, decisions had to be made quickly and often, with incomplete information. By the time the prince set out again, he was operating within a much larger strategic picture. His objective was no longer simply to raid and withdraw, but to engage a major enemy force if the opportunity arose. The campaign that followed was marked by careful movement, reconnaissance, and the constant search for the enemy's position. Progress was steady but cautious, with scouts probing ahead and commanders watching for signs of an ambush. As the army moved deeper into contested territory, contact with the enemy became inevitable. Skirmishes began to occur, small clashes that revealed the presence of larger forces nearby. Information gathered from prisoners and scouts gradually clarified the situation. The main French army was moving, and a confrontation could no longer be avoided. At one point, the prince paused to deal with a fortified position that resisted his advance. The decision to attack it delayed his movement, but it also removed a potential threat to his rear. Once this was done, the army resumed its march, aiming to cross major rivers and link up with Allied forces. However, natural obstacles and enemy movements complicated these plans. Rivers were swollen, bridges destroyed, and routes blocked. Meanwhile, the French king was advancing rapidly, attempting to intercept the army. His goal was clear. By cutting off the line of retreat, he could force a decisive battle on favourable terms. The prince, aware of the danger, adjusted his movements, seeking to avoid being trapped. Yet delays and miscalculations allowed the French to close the distance. The critical moment came when the French succeeded in moving into a position that threatened to block the army's path. For a brief time, it seemed that escape might still be possible. A rapid march allowed the prince to slip ahead, but only temporarily. Soon, both armies were within striking distance. The final approach to battle was tense and uncertain. Scouts reported enemy positions, but the full strength and intentions of the opposing force remained unclear. Negotiations were attempted, but they quickly broke down. Each side prepared for combat, aware that the outcome could determine the course of the campaign. On the morning of the battle, the prince made a decisive move. Part of his army began to withdraw, taking the baggage with it. This was not a sign of weakness, but a calculated attempt to reposition and possibly disengage. The terrain was complex, with woods, slopes, and narrow paths limiting movement. Visibility was poor, and both sides struggled to understand exactly what the other was doing. The French commanders misread the situation. Believing that a retreat had begun, they launched an attack before their forces were fully organised. Instead of advancing as a single coordinated strike, their cavalry moved in separate groups. This broke the momentum of their assault and left them exposed. The English forces reacted quickly. Archers, positioned to take advantage of the terrain, targeted the advancing cavalry. Horses were struck, riders thrown, and the attack lost its force. Attempts to outflank the position met the same fate. What had been intended as a decisive opening blow turned into a costly failure. In those opening moments, the course of the battle was already being shaped. Coordination had broken down on one side, while discipline and positioning held firm on the other. The clash that followed would build on this imbalance, but the outcome had already begun to take form in those first critical decisions. John of France was still far enough from the front of the action that he could not clearly see how badly the first mounted attacks had failed. His entire plan depended on speed and sequence. The cavalry was meant to break the English archers, throw their line into disorder, and open the way for the main body. The first great mass of French men-at-arms, led by the Dauphin Charles, therefore advanced almost at once, without waiting to learn whether the cavalry had actually done what it was supposed to do. The cries of the two armies rolled across the field as they came on, St. George from one side and St. Denis from the other. It was a grim, deliberate advance, and for a moment it seemed that the struggle would now be decided, not by arrows or manoeuvre, but by sheer pressure in close combat. The archers still played their part, but this was no repeat of the havoc they had inflicted on charging horsemen. Against mounted men, arrows could destroy momentum by bringing down horses and shattering formation. Against heavily armoured men on foot, the effect was more limited. A lucky shot could still wound or kill, especially if it found a weak point, but many arrows glanced away or struck with less effect than before. That meant the French first line reached the English position in substantial numbers. But by the time they arrived, they were no longer moving with full force. Their advance had lost much of its energy, while the English stood fresh, compact, and ready behind carefully prepared defences. During the brief pause after the first failed attacks, Warwick's men had already moved into closer support of the Prince's division. The English line now stood reinforced and tightly knit, guarded by ditches, hedges, stakes, and other obstacles laid out to break and narrow any assault. The exact shape of those defences has long been argued over, but their effect is not difficult to understand. The prince had not simply chosen a good position, he had improved it. The ground in front of the English was not open enough for a broad, smooth rush. It had been arranged to force attackers into smaller channels, through vineyard tracks, gaps in hedges, and narrow approaches where numbers could not easily be brought to bear all at once. Later accounts try to imagine the whole battle compressed into one or two dramatic points of collision. But the reality was probably much more fractured and savage. Along a broken line west of the wood, many small groups of men must have been fighting at once, each locked in its own desperate struggle. It was not a single clean clash. It was a chain of violent contests, scattered across broken ground. At the centre of it all stood the prince. His council of war remained close around him, along with his household knights and a chosen bodyguard. His standard marked his place in the fighting, and the men nearest him were not ceremonial figures. They were seasoned companions, men trusted in battle and danger. Advisors, household knights, standard bearers, and guards all clustered around the point where command and combat met. The French pressed hard enough to reach that line, but not hard enough to shatter it. Unable to break through, and having suffered heavily, the 1st French Division gradually began to give ground. Men drifted back in disorder toward their main body. Their losses had been serious, and even their standard had been lost. The English did not throw discipline away by chasing them recklessly. They held their place, aware that the battle was not yet won. Only one English knight broke away in pursuit, and he was promptly taken prisoner, a sharp reminder of how dangerous rashness still was. The Dauphin's division had returned from the attack badly damaged, and without the confidence it had set out with. Then came one of the strangest turns in the whole battle. The men responsible for the safety of the Dauphin and his brothers, either acting on the king's orders or on their own judgment, removed them from the field. Since the attack had been made on foot, the princes had first to go back through the mass of the army and recover their horses before withdrawing. The decision was understandable in one sense. If disaster was unfolding, the heir to the throne should not be lost with it. But what may have been prudent as a matter of dynastic caution was disastrous for morale. Men who saw the royal princes being taken away could easily read that as a sign that something had gone terribly wrong. The next French division, led by the Duke of Orleans, was supposed to carry the fight forward. Instead, it dissolved. Rather than advancing, it seems to have given way to panic and withdrawn before committing itself fully. Later, explanations tried to soften or excuse this collapse. Some claimed the movement had been ordered. Others hinted at confusion so great that men believed the king himself had fallen. The truth is difficult to recover in detail, but the result is clear enough. A second major French attack never truly materialized. Whether from miscommunication, fear, reluctance to repeat the slaughter of the first assault, or sheer confusion in the dust and noise of battle, the Duke of Orleans' division did not do what it had been placed there to do. That failure changed everything. John of France was now forced to advance with his own division. But before he did so, the English gained something precious: time. The collapse of the Second French assault gave them a breathing space in the middle of the battle. They used it well. Men rested where they could. Arrows were collected. Horses were brought closer. Units were reformed. Yet even so, the sight of the king's own battle advancing was enough to shake English confidence. They had already fought hard. Their numbers had been cut down. They had spent strength in the first 2 clashes, and now the largest and most formidable part of the French army still stood before them. At that moment, the prince and his chief companions chose to abandon a purely defensive battle. It was a bold and dangerous decision. If they stayed fixed where they were, they might hold again, but they would do so under immense pressure from a fresh enemy advance. Instead, they decided to strike. The French were coming forward on foot, and the English would answer with a mounted blow. It was a risky reversal, turning defence into attack at the decisive moment, but it offered two great advantages. First, it could hit the French before they fully settled into a close assault. Second, it could lift English morale by replacing endurance with action. At the same time, a flanking force under the Captal de Buch was sent on a sweeping movement to the rear, carrying with it knights and archers and waiting to unfurl St. George's banner as the signal that it had reached the right position. When that manoeuvre was complete, the English trumpets sounded and the final phase began. The Prince's men rode forward, with James Audley prominent in the lead, and crashed into the French line on the high ground. What followed was long, bitter, and confused. This was not an easy triumph. It was brutal, close fighting, the kind of struggle in which order breaks apart and victory belongs to whichever side can keep striking after exhaustion should already have ended the day. The French were forced back, step by step, down toward the lower ground. Later tradition fixed on a particular field as the place where the last resistance was made. And whether or not every detail is exact, the memory captures the essential truth. The end came in a final knot of desperate fighting around the king. There, the French royal bodyguard stood and fought with the determination expected of men, defending not only a ruler but the honour of the realm. Geoffrey de Charny, carrying the sacred battle standard of France, was killed in that final stand. Around him, some of the best men in the kingdom were cut down. The king himself fought on until capture became unavoidable. Even the exact moment of his surrender became confused almost immediately, as different men later claimed the honour of having taken so priceless a prisoner. In the chaos of that last struggle, a great king passed from command into captivity. His young son Philip, still little more than a boy, was taken as well, along with a long list of nobles whose names filled the ranks of French leadership. The survivors broke and fled, many of them chased as far as the gates of Poitiers. On the field itself, the grim work began at once. Wounded men were sought out, the dead were identified, prisoners were secured. One of the most moving episodes came when James Audley, badly hurt in the final charge, was found and brought in while the prince was eating with his royal prisoner. On hearing of Audley's condition, the prince left the table and went to see him personally, speaking to him with warmth and lifting his spirits with the news that the King of France had been taken. The gesture mattered because it revealed something essential about the prince's command. The men nearest him were not expendable instruments. They were comrades, and the victory had been won through the faith and endurance of such men. English losses were certainly lighter than French losses, though not as light as partisan letters later claimed. Some chroniclers tried to reduce them almost absurdly, as if victory must also mean near invulnerability. That was not true. Men had fallen in the fighting, and one long-serving knight of the prince's company was among the dead. Others were captured or wounded, but the contrast with the French losses was overwhelming. French nobles lay dead in great numbers, and the list of prisoners was even more astonishing. Dukes, counts, viscounts, bannerets, household officers, and regional commanders had been killed or taken in such quantity that the structure of French authority in broad areas of the contested lands was badly shaken. The effect of the battle was therefore not only military, it was political and administrative. Whole districts suddenly found their leading defenders gone. How had this happened? How had an English-led army that had been prepared only the day before to consider terms instead won one of the greatest victories of the war? The broad answer was the same as at Cressy, though the details were different. The French still possessed great courage, and in many cases superb equipment. But courage without discipline and coordination was not enough. The mounted attack at the opening of the battle was a blunder of impatience and overconfidence. The French cavalry commanders assumed that English archers could be brushed aside as if they were a nuisance rather than a decisive arm. Their failed assault shattered the first stage of the king's plan before the main infantry attack had even begun. That in turn exposed a deeper weakness. John's strategy depended on tight timing. If the cavalry attack succeeded, the dismounted men-at-arms would arrive at exactly the right moment to exploit English confusion. But if the first move failed, the second became much more dangerous. The men on foot were sent forward anyway, because the whole design required immediate pressure. For a brief time, that attack did come closest to success, but once it failed to break the English line, the rest of the French scheme unravelled. Communication between the different French divisions appears to have been poor. Confusion spread. One royal division withdrew, another never fully committed, and the king himself was left to restore the battle by direct personal intervention. The English, by contrast, were held together by discipline and trust. Their commanders had campaigned together for weeks. The prince stood among a close group of experienced knights who knew one another well, argued together, decided together, and acted with remarkable unity under pressure. That mattered as much as archery, terrain, or armour. When the moment came to change the whole character of the battle and launch a mounted counterattack, the English were able to do so in good order because they had kept control of themselves through the earlier fighting. They had not wasted men in foolish pursuit. They had kept their horses at hand. They had endured without losing coherence. The final charge was not a spontaneous rush. It was the culmination of a disciplined battle fought by men who still trusted one another after hours of strain. In that sense, the victory belonged to the prince and his circle as a group, though he remained unmistakably at the centre of it. He was not simply a passive symbol carried forward by older captains, nor was he a lone hero winning the day by personal strength alone. He stood as first among equals, the visible focus of a tightly knit command team whose counsel and steadiness made the result possible. That is what gives the battle its true character. It was not won by luck, nor by one dramatic flourish, but by a combination of preparation, discipline, leadership, and the ability to act decisively at the one moment, when hesitation would have meant ruin. The scale of the prize was almost beyond belief. No one on the English side had expected the King of France himself to fall into their hands. That triumph now created a new problem. A captive king was too valuable and too dangerous to be mishandled. He had to be escorted securely through a country still full of uncertainty. At first, many on the French side did not even know whether John was alive. Rumours of his death spread rapidly, especially far from the battlefield. In Paris and elsewhere, shock soon hardened into anger. The disaster demanded an explanation, and one explanation quickly emerged. Blame the nobles. Voices began to say that the king had fought bravely, but had been failed, betrayed, or abandoned by the men who should have stood with him. The defeat was thus turned into a moral accusation against aristocratic pride, luxury, incompetence, and selfishness. In the bitterness that followed, the battle was not remembered simply as a lost field, but as a humiliation almost beyond belief. The sense of shame was sharpened by the sight of what followed. The King of France, ruler of a great realm, was being led away through his own kingdom by an enemy army that had begun the campaign as a raiding force. To many contemporaries, this seemed almost unnatural in its scale. The battle had not just been lost. The hierarchy of Christendom's greatest Western kingdoms seemed to have been inverted before the eyes of Europe. The night after the battle, the English remained near the field. They feasted on supplies captured from the French camp and added greatly to their wealth by plundering the royal baggage. Among the valuables taken were rich objects associated with John's own rank and ceremonial life, including items that symbolised not merely personal wealth but kingship itself. Such trophies mattered because they turned victory into spectacle. They would travel almost like relics of conquest, physical proof that the impossible had really happened. The next day, the army shifted camp, reorganising for the long road south. Booty was loaded into carts. Guards were assigned to the many distinguished prisoners. Messengers were sent out at once with the news. Some rode toward English commanders elsewhere, while others sped toward England, carrying visible proof that the story was true. The first reports must have seemed scarcely believable, and without such tokens many would have doubted them. But once the truth arrived, the scale of the triumph became undeniable. The march back to Bordeaux was carried out in steady stages. The prince's army moved with care, keeping its precious captives secure while traversing territory that might still contain danger. The route led through familiar country, over rivers and past places already known from the outward march. The main body reached Bordeaux in early October. The prince and the captive king delayed a little before making their formal entrance, so that suitable arrangements could be made. When they finally entered the city, the moment had all the solemnity and theatre that such a victory required. Clergy came out in procession. Crowds gathered in huge numbers. The city saw not merely its lord returned in triumph, but the King of France himself riding as prisoner beside him. At almost the same time across the Channel, Edward was already shaping the political meaning of the victory. He presented the capture of John not as a stroke of fortune, but as proof of divine favour shown to his cause. Prayers and thanksgivings were ordered. The victory was framed not only as a military success, but as a judgment. That gave it wider force. Poitiers was not simply another battle in a long war. It became a sign, a shock, and a turning point. It placed the prince at the height of his fame, confirmed the military reputation built since Cressy, and left France stunned by the scale of its collapse. After the great victory, the winter passed quietly in the city of Bordeaux, where the prince and the captured King John were lodged in the Archbishop's palace. There were celebrations, feasts, and the natural release of tension that follows a decisive campaign, though little detail survives beyond general impressions. Soldiers spent their spoils preparing for the long return home, while no new military operations were planned. Instead, the focus shifted entirely toward diplomacy. Messages travelled constantly between Bordeaux and London, carrying proposals, concerns, and uncertainties. The prince had been granted authority to negotiate peace, though this authority was meant more to formalise agreements than to give him full independence in shaping them. The situation was complicated from the beginning. The English did not fully recognise the French king's legitimacy, and distrust surrounded the papal envoy, Cardinal Talleyrand, whose earlier actions had left both sides suspicious. Yet, despite these tensions, he managed to restore his credibility and open the path for negotiations to begin. When talks finally started, the prince stepped back, leaving the process to experienced officials and trusted members of his council. English representatives included seasoned administrators and respected nobles, while the French side was composed of high-ranking churchmen, captured nobles, and envoys of the Dauphin. The discussions took place across 2 locations, with each side maintaining its own base, reflecting the cautious nature of the negotiations. Although there were hopes that these talks might lead to a lasting peace, neither side was truly in a position to commit to such an outcome. Too many uncertainties remained. The English were unsure of their political standing despite their victory, and the French were still stabilising their internal leadership. In the end, after weeks of careful discussion, the only realistic result was a temporary truce. This agreement paused hostilities for a limited time and applied broadly to both armies and their allies, though even then, certain military operations continued with hesitation and ambiguity. One of the most sensitive issues was the fate of prisoners. Many nobles had been captured and were held for ransom, a common practice of the time. The prince arranged for these prisoners to be transferred to England, consolidating control over them. The most important captive, of course, was the French king himself. Although there were rumours of disputes over who had the right to hold him, such stories were likely exaggerated. In reality, authority over such a prisoner had already been clearly defined. Payments and rewards distributed after the campaign were not unusual, but rather part of the expected settlement following a major victory. By the spring, preparations were underway for the return to England. The journey itself was slow and deliberate, reflecting both the importance of the prisoners and the size of the retinue. Along the way, there were moments of light-hearted display, including staged encounters meant to entertain and impress. When the company finally approached London, the reception was carefully orchestrated. Nobles and city officials came out to meet them, and the entry into the city became a grand spectacle. Streets were decorated, crowds gathered, and symbolic gestures filled the procession. Yet, in the midst of all this celebration, King John stood apart, dressed in dark, simple clothing, a visible reminder of his changed fortune. Following the return, attention turned to rewarding those who had served in the campaign. The prince distributed generous gifts, annuities, and lands to his followers. Some rewards were immense, reflecting both loyalty and performance in battle. Knights, squires, and even members of the household received recognition. These payments, however, placed a heavy financial burden on the prince. Despite the wealth generated by the campaign, much of it was quickly redistributed, leaving him with fewer direct gains than might be expected from such a victory. At the same time, negotiations for a more permanent peace continued. Envoys arrived in England, and discussions resumed with renewed urgency. The English king demanded extensive concessions, including large territories and enormous ransom for the release of the French king. While these terms were formally accepted, their implementation proved far more difficult. Payments were delayed, agreements were postponed, and trust between the two sides began to erode. Eventually, when key conditions were not met, preparations for war resumed once again. As the following campaign was organised, it became clear that this would be one of the largest expeditions yet undertaken. Thousands of troops were assembled, supplies gathered, and financial resources stretched to their limits. Unlike previous campaigns, this effort relied heavily on private funding rather than taxation, placing additional strain on those involved. Even so, the scale of preparation reflected the seriousness of the renewed conflict. The campaign that followed was marked by movement rather than direct confrontation. The army advanced across northern France in multiple divisions, spreading out to secure supplies and avoid overburdening any single region. There was little resistance as the French adopted a strategy of denying resources rather than engaging in open battle. Towns were fortified, provisions removed or destroyed, and the countryside left barren. Despite this, the English forces continued their advance toward their ultimate objective, the city of Reims. This city held immense symbolic importance, as it was the traditional site of royal coronation. The plan was not simply to capture it by force, but to persuade it to open its gates. The army positioned itself carefully around the city, avoiding unnecessary destruction in the surrounding area. For weeks, the forces remained in place, maintaining a loose blockade while diplomatic efforts continued. Inside the city, defences were strong, supplies were prepared, and communication with the outside world remained active. Beyond the ring of camps around Reims, the surrounding countryside paid a heavy price for the English presence. The the destruction was not carried out close to the city itself, but much farther out, often 30 miles away or more. This was likely deliberate. The army needed food and fodder, and the commanders had little reason to waste the nearby resources they might still need. Raiding also kept restless troops active during the long, frustrating wait. In late December, Sir Bartholomew Burghersh and Sir Baldwin Bottetourt, leading many of the prince's men and followers of John of Gaunt, struck east of Rheims at Cormacy in a night assault. The attackers climbed the walls under cover of darkness and seized the town. Its castle, however, remained in resistance. With a powerful keep and a reinforced garrison, it held out for more than 2 weeks. On January 6th, the English fired a mine beneath the defences and launched a full attack. The defenders fell back into the keep, but by the end of the day, they were forced to surrender. Among the most notable prisoners was the Lord of Clermont. 2 days later, the keep was demolished and the town was burned. While Cormacy was being reduced, another English force moved against a string of places east of Rheims. This column included men of the Prince and Lancaster, and was led by Lancaster himself, John of Gaunt, and Sir John Chandos. On December 30th, they stormed Cernay-en-Dormois, a place with formidable defences, strong walls, towers, a double ditch, and a capable garrison. Even so, the first improvised assault succeeded. The castle yielded, and the town was put to the torch. Nearby Autry and Man Ray were then approached, by which time the raiders had also been joined by Eustace d'Aubrechicot. These places offered no serious resistance. They too were taken and burned. Yet the campaign did not always favour the English. Small reverses continued to remind the army that even a seemingly passive enemy could still strike. Several Englishmen were captured during these operations, among them William Kingston from the prince's household. Geoffrey Chaucer, then serving as a squire in the king's retinue, also fell into enemy hands during the siege fighting. By then it had become obvious that the effort around Rheims was failing. The blockade had not truly sealed the city, no internal support had appeared, and no meaningful help came from the Archbishop or his supporters inside. The inhabitants had clearly taken precautions against any possibility of betrayal. Raids in the surrounding country did little to alter the main problem. Morale in the English camp had begun to sink. The weather had been harsh and wet, provisions were dwindling, and an army of this size could not remain in place indefinitely. Sooner or later it had to move. Edward had suffered a real disappointment, and no alternative objective offered the same political reward as Rheims. A new direction emerged only when envoys from Burgundy arrived, hoping to spare their lands from the approach of the English army and offering money in return for a truce. It was a sign of the times. Across France, armed bands had become so common that regions increasingly tried to buy safety rather than fight for it. Such methods had usually been used against roaming companies, not between great powers. The negotiations were still uncertain when the English camp broke up on January 11th. Edward then moved south, both to pressure Burgundy and to strengthen his hand at the bargaining table. Once again, the army split into 3 columns and marched down the Marne. Near Chalons, the prince was joined by Sir James Audley and the Captal de Buch, who brought a Gascon contingent with him. Chalons itself was spared, but the crossing of the river caused delay. The English spent about a week waiting while the bridge at Pogny was repaired. When the crossing was complete, the army spread out again, though not so widely as before. The columns remained only a few miles apart as they advanced along the west bank. The Seine was crossed at Méry and Pont-sur-Seine. Lancaster took the western road towards Sens, while the prince remained with his father on the route to Troyes. There, the German mercenaries were dismissed, apparently after being paid with funds that had come from a ransom arranged with the Duchy of Bar, which had purchased immunity from attack. From there, the march continued to Pontigny. At Pontigny, the king, the prince, and several leading nobles made a pilgrimage to the shrine of Edmund Rich, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, who had died there in exile. During this stage, strict commands were issued against plundering. The prince, whose horses were by now suffering from lack of fodder because he had been following routes already stripped bare, then turned westward toward Auxerre and established himself near Egligny, in a region scattered with fortified strongholds. This district proved especially dangerous for the prince's men. More than in any earlier phase of the expedition, they found themselves exposed to sudden attacks. Several knights and esquires were killed at night in their lodgings. Foraging parties were struck in the fields. The land ahead seemed almost empty, more abandoned than any country they had yet crossed, yet danger still came from hidden positions and nearby fortresses. The enemy rarely appeared in open force, but the war had taken on a hard and exhausting character. In one skirmish, 5 English squires and 3 archers were surprised in a mill by 50 Frenchmen. They defended themselves so stubbornly that they captured 11 of their attackers. But that success stood out precisely because many other encounters ended less favourably. The campaign had become a war of strain, harassment, and attrition rather than triumph. The prince appears to have remained in the Auxerre region for roughly another month while the king stayed at Guillon, near the Burgundian frontier, working to complete the agreement for Burgundy's ransom. During this period, Roger Mortimer died suddenly at Rouvray on 24th February, perhaps while engaged in a raid for supplies. Only in early March was the Burgundian arrangement ready. Because the Duke was still underage, the agreement had to be signed by nobles and representatives from the major towns who came together at Guillon on March 6th. The formal ceremony followed 4 days later. Edward secured 200,000 gold moutons to be paid by Easter of 1361 in 3 instalments, in exchange for a 3-year truce and the surrender of the castle of Flavigny. Some of that money would later reach the prince. There was also a striking condition attached to the bargain. If Edward chose to pursue a coronation as King of France within that period, and if the Duke of Burgundy, as one of the great peers of France, opposed it, then the entire agreement would become void. It was a partial gain, but after such an enormous expedition it fell far short of the grand result that had once been imagined. With diplomacy in Burgundy settled for the moment, Edward turned back to more familiar methods. If Reims could not be opened to him and a coronation could not be forced, then perhaps the Dauphin could be drawn into open battle, or Paris itself could be threatened directly. The army again divided into 3 bodies and moved slowly northward, laying waste to the countryside as it went. Near Fontainebleau, at Tournelle, the prince encountered a manor that had recently been fortified. He surrounded it, brought up siege engines, and starved out the defenders after a siege of several days, taking 5 prominent knights. Meanwhile, the French continued to rely on harassment and sudden strikes whenever an opportunity appeared. In one night attack, German knights serving with the king's division were killed. At the same time, a French force of around 2,000 men struck Winchelsea in early March, apparently hoping that the port would be weakly defended while the English field army was abroad. Considerable damage was done before the attackers were driven away. The raid caused alarm in England. Later that month, King John was transferred to the prince's castle at Berkhamsted for greater security. On March 30th, the English army took up positions south of Paris. The king was at Chanteloup, while the other 2 divisions stood between Corbeil and Longjumeau. The Captal de Buch was sent toward Normandy to make contact with Charles of Navarre, whose supporters in Paris might still offer a chance for coordinated action against the city. At the same time, the papacy continued its efforts to force some kind of settlement. Negotiators had already been appointed months earlier, but no progress had been made when the army was farther away. Now, with the English encamped outside Paris, it became possible to gather envoys from both sides. On Good Friday, April 3rd, a conference met at Longjumeau. The French were represented by leading commanders and officials, while Lancaster, Northampton, Warwick, Chandos, and Walter Manny spoke for England. Several of these men were veterans of earlier negotiations, but experience made no difference. The talks quickly collapsed, the French later claiming that the English demands remained excessive. Meanwhile, the countryside around Paris suffered badly during Easter week. English troops burned villages such as Montlhéry and Longjumeau and drove terrified villagers into the overcrowded capital. Some country people, acting in desperation, tried to fortify churches and resist, but they were overwhelmed and killed. At Chartres, a dispute between local defenders and villagers ended in the church being burned with dreadful loss of life, while the English watched from outside. Closer to Paris, the Dauphin ordered suburbs like Saint-Germain, Notre-Dame-des-Champs, and Saint-Marceau to be destroyed so that the English could not use them as cover in an assault. Paris was already struggling with shortages because of disorder elsewhere in the kingdom and the damage done by armed bands in Normandy. The arrival of more refugees made conditions worse. Churches, monasteries, and any other available spaces filled with displaced people trying simply to survive. Even so, Paris was not about to fall easily. The city was not well placed to withstand a formal siege, but the English were equally unfit to begin one. Their army had marched for months, supplies were poor, and the commanders knew how difficult a real investment of a major city would be. Still, Edward wanted a conclusion. The English moved into positions that suggested a siege might begin, hoping the Dauphin would be forced to attack in order to break the encirclement. Nothing came of it. On April 10th, another meeting was arranged at Tombe-Issoire by the Abbot of Cluny, using essentially the same negotiators as before. Once again, the conference ended without agreement. Edward then decided on one final gesture. Early on the morning of April 12th, he deployed his army in full battle order outside the walls of Paris. Lancaster commanded the front, the king held the centre, and the prince directed the rear. 30 squires were knighted in anticipation of battle. But as the morning wore on, it became clear that the Dauphin would not come out. With no larger action taking place, some of the newly made knights raided the suburbs, and only a small skirmish followed between a handful of English and French horsemen. In that clash, Richard Baskerville was unhorsed, though his companions managed to save him. After this, the army turned away toward Chartres. What Edward intended at that moment is difficult to judge with certainty, but the most immediate need was obvious enough. The horses needed forage, and the countryside around Paris had already been stripped bare. A long march was planned to carry the army clear of the devastated zone. Then the weather changed with shocking violence. March had been remembered as unusually mild and pleasant, but now winter returned. On the Monday march, a furious hailstorm crashed down upon troops already exhausted by months of movement. Horses, weakened by lack of fodder, died in great numbers. Wagons and baggage were abandoned. The suffering was so severe that the day became famous in memory as Black Monday. Men froze in the saddle, visibility collapsed, and the storm left the whole expedition shaken. Still, the battered army pressed onward, first south towards Châteaudun, and then east in the direction of Orléans, as though even its leaders had not yet fully decided what course to follow. Near Orléans, the Abbot of Cluny met the king and his leading commanders once more. This time the mood had changed. The English army had been in France for nearly 7 months, and had accomplished remarkably little for an expedition of such scale. It contained many of the greatest captains of the age, yet the Dauphin's strategy had worked. By concentrating on holding the great towns and refusing open battle, he had denied the English a decisive success. Reims had shown how hard it was to reduce even one major city. A well-supplied town could endure behind its walls far more easily than a great field army could survive in the open country around it. Calais itself had taken almost a year to conquer, and that was a much smaller objective. Unless a place could be gained through treachery or a sudden lucky assault, a large conquest was unlikely. The English army was tired, underfed, and increasingly worn down. The disaster of Black Monday did not end the campaign on its own, but it forced the leadership to reckon with reality. They had failed to impose victory in the field. Yet their military position was still strong enough that they could secure major advantages at the negotiating table. There followed a short delay before formal talks finally opened at Bretigny near Chartres on May 1st. The Dauphin sent 16 representatives under the Bishop of Beauvais. Lancaster again led the English side. This time, the tone was different. The broad settlement was reached within little more than a week, and it was based not on grand dreams, but on what both kingdoms could actually enforce. Edward hadn't succeeded in winning the crown of France through campaign and pressure, so he abandoned that claim. The French, on the other hand, were plainly unable to expel English power from Aquitaine, so Edward was to hold that land in full sovereignty as an independent dominion. In broad terms, the settlement followed the pattern already sketched in earlier ransom proposals, but the English king had to drop several of his wider ambitions. He gave up claims to sovereignty in Brittany, where English influence had been real for many years, and also abandoned older Angevin claims in Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine. The ransom for King John was fixed at 3 million florins rather than 4, and the timetable for payment was made somewhat easier than before. This was the core of the agreement. Final details, especially the delicate issue of mutual renunciations, were left for a later conference between the two kings at Calais, scheduled to begin on July 15th. The very complexity of that timetable showed how much remained unsettled, even after the main outline had been accepted. Once the preliminary agreement was in place, the English army moved north. In the Seine Valley near Le Neubourg, the three divisions were detached under Lancaster, Manny, and Stafford, and told to make separately for Calais, where shipping would await them. The king and his 4 sons, accompanied by a much smaller circle of nobles, went toward Honfleur. Just before embarkation, the prince formally signed the preliminary settlement in the church at Louviers on May 15th, after it had been ratified by the Dauphin. 3 days later, the king and the prince landed at Rye and hurried to London, arriving the next day. On 22nd May, King John declared that he accepted the agreement. Edward himself did not formally bind himself to the terms until June 14th, and the occasion was marked by a great dinner held by the French king at the Tower. The prince remained in England through the summer while the work for the Calais conference slowly advanced. At the end of June, he escorted King John from London to Dover, passing through Canterbury. There, the French king made an offering of a costly jewel at the shrine of Thomas Becket. On July 5th, they continued toward Dover, hunting in the Archbishop's Park along the way. The next day, the prince hosted a feast for his royal captive at Dover Castle. On July the 7th, King John sailed for Calais, where he was expected to remain until the treaty had been finalised and the first portion of his ransom had been paid. As so often in medieval diplomacy, the planned date did not hold. Negotiations failed to begin on schedule, though activity was constant. In early August, the Dauphin reached Saint-Omer to oversee efforts to raise the ransom, while officials and envoys from England crossed over to discuss one disputed point after another. Toward the end of that month, the Dauphin moved on to Boulogne. On August 24th, the Prince, Lancaster, and the other magnates charged with conducting the negotiations went to Calais as well. The remaining business was expected to be brief, but it was not simple. Edward stood ready to cross in early September, yet difficulties arose at once. Letters passed back and forth, trusted knights crossed with instructions and reports, and the central problem soon became clear. The question was not only what lands were to change hands, but when the final renunciations of claims were to take effect. The answer mattered enormously. In the end, a formula was devised that separated those renunciations from the main treaty. The transfer of territory would proceed under the treaty itself, while the formal abandonment of rival claims would be set aside in a separate arrangement and exchanged later at Bruges once the territorial clauses had been fulfilled. It is easy to see why this became contentious. Edward may have wanted the French king to renounce sovereignty in Aquitaine at once, before all the practical transfers were complete. The French, for their part, may have been determined not to give away so much so quickly. There were also other obstacles. The hostages required for King John's release were not yet all ready. The ransom money was still incomplete. Guines and La Rochelle created particular trouble, and the representatives of La Rochelle even had to be summoned to Calais to deal with their resistance. Only in early October was a schedule agreed for the various transfers and exchanges, and the supplementary letters concerning the renunciations were finally drafted. On the 9th of October, Edward at last crossed from Sandwich to join the prince. By then, most of the difficult technical work had likely been handled by the more experienced negotiators and clerks, while the great nobles gave authority and weight to the process. What remained now was ceremony, oath, and formal conclusion. On October 12th, King John gave a feast at which Edward, the Prince and Lancaster were his guests of honour. On October 24th, at Calais, the two kings solemnly swore to observe the treaty. Early the following day, John was escorted out of Calais by Edward and the Prince. After 3 miles, Edward turned back, but the Prince continued with the French king to Boulogne, arriving around midday. There, on 26th of October, at the Church of St. Mary, John swore again, this time as a free man. The Prince and the Dauphin also took oaths to uphold the agreement. That same afternoon, the Prince returned to Calais, and on November 3rd he reached London. After years of war, failed truces, broken negotiations, and one immense campaign that had marched across the heart of France without forcing a final military decision, peace had at last been made. When the campaign of 1359 and 1360 finally ended, the Prince entered another uncertain stretch of life. He was no ordinary nobleman who could simply turn back to a state business or disappear into a private household for a season. Other magnates might be sent on royal service, or they might choose to focus on their own lands and ambitions. His position was different. He stood too high to be absorbed into the normal machinery of government, except when he sat with the King's Council. Yet, he was not the kind of man who would have been content to retire into the habits of a quiet country lord. At the opening of 1361, he was present at the Parliament held at Westminster in late January, and the gathering also served a practical purpose for his own affairs, since several of his tenants used the occasion to render homage for their holdings. But public business was soon overshadowed by a far more deadly force. In the spring, plague returned with terrible intensity. London was hit so hard that by early May, the law courts were suspended. First, for several weeks, and then altogether until the autumn. Chroniclers later referred to this outbreak simply as the Second Pestilence. One of its earliest and most important victims was Henry, Duke of Lancaster, who died in March. He was buried 3 weeks later at Newark in the church he had founded there. The prince attended the funeral with the rest of the royal family and laid cloth of gold over the bier. More deaths followed before the year was out. 2 knights of the Garter died, later in the same epidemic, and when the feast of St. George was held in April, the prince was present at a ceremony already marked by empty places, since another leading knight, Thomas Holland, had died only a few months earlier. During the summer, the prince divided his time among residences at Kennington, Waltham, and Byfleet, and these months were likely filled with discussion about the settlement that had emerged from the recent peace. The surviving record does not allow every decision to be placed neatly in sequence, yet several signs point to the same conclusion. It was around this period that serious plans were being laid for him to assume control of Aquitaine. The officials selected to organise the transfer of the territory were men closely tied to him. John Chandos, one of his most trusted captains, was appointed to oversee the handover of lands. Richard Stafford, long associated with the prince's household, was placed in a leading administrative role in Gaskiny. Nigel Loring and Stephen Cosington, both men from his circle, were also involved in the commission responsible for the transition. Even so, the process could not move at once to its final stage. The prince could not yet receive more than a delegated form of authority until the territorial clauses of the peace had actually been carried through. The formal transfer of towns and lordships was delayed by resistance in the south and by difficulties among the French commissioners themselves. Homage from the relevant lands was not completed until the end of March 1362, which meant that a broader exchange of claims planned for the previous November had to be postponed. Yet the machinery was already moving. Funds were being assigned in Bordeaux for the prince's household, and expenses were being incurred in expectation of his crossing to Gascony. By early 1362, the language of official correspondence had begun to hint at a new title for him, speaking of the Principality of Aquitaine as though the arrangement were imminent. It seems likely that an announcement had been expected early in the year and then delayed for reasons no longer visible. Another reason kept him close to London through that same summer, and this one was deeply personal, though it also touched the politics of the realm. By the middle of 1361, he was 31 years old and still unmarried. For a man of his rank, that was remarkable. Earlier in life, there had been many possible marriage plans, most of them linked to diplomacy, but none had come to anything. There is almost no trace of a life dominated by mistresses or romantic scandal. Only one illegitimate son is known with any certainty. In most respects, his household life seems to have been that of a warrior prince, surrounded by companions, retainers, and fellow campaigners. Any eventual marriage might have been expected to follow the same political logic that governed so much else in his world. Instead, he made a far more personal choice. The woman he chose was Joan, Countess of Kent, recently widowed by the death of Thomas Holland. Joan's earlier life had already been dramatic enough to stir gossip throughout England. As a young girl, she and Thomas Holland had exchanged vows privately, in a form that the church recognised as valid. That secret union was later complicated when, during Holland's absence abroad, she was married to William Montacute, the young Earl of Salisbury. Under pressure and still very young, she had allowed the second marriage to proceed. Yet Holland did not surrender his claim. On his return, he appealed to higher authority, and after formal review, the second marriage was dissolved and Joan was restored to him. When her brother died, she became Countess of Kent in her own right, and when Holland himself died in 1360, she was left wealthy, high-born, and in a vulnerable position, the sort of widow whose fortune and status could attract dangerous attention. Little is known in detail about the prince's courtship. What survives suggests that by early summer their mutual commitment had already been made, and an esquire was sent south to secure the required papal approval. A dispensation was necessary because the couple were related by blood, both descending from Edward I, and another issue complicated matters further. The prince stood as godfather to Joan's sons, which created a spiritual relationship in the eyes of the church. the papal court granted permission without serious difficulty. The marriage, from a diplomatic point of view, removed a useful piece from the board, since the prince's hand could no longer be used in foreign negotiations. In early September, the necessary letters were issued. They carefully reviewed Joan's earlier marriages, confirmed the legal standing of the match, and dissolved the informal contract already made between the couple before final permission had arrived. A penance was attached, requiring the support of 2 chantry priests. In October, the pair publicly renewed their vows, and a few days later, they were married at Windsor in the presence of the king, the queen, the prince's brothers and sister, leading nobles, churchmen, and a large crowd of witnesses. Later, speculation imagined a quarrel between father and son over the marriage, but the evidence does not support it. No clear sign of lasting discord followed. The match did, however, surprise many observers. Joan's history, her previous marriages, and the need for special dispensations ensured that there was no shortage of murmuring. The marriage itself does not appear to have been celebrated with extraordinary magnificence. The newly married couple spent the months from November into January at Berkhamsted, where the king and queen came to visit them. Even there, traces of the prince's style remained unmistakable. On the eve of the new year, he abruptly ordered fresh liveries for the household, forcing his officials to scramble for cloth on short notice. If life in his household had been expensive before, marriage did not make it less so. Joan did bring substantial income from her own lands, which helped, but her presence also enlarged the household and its expenses. The records soon show purchases of luxury items for the princess, elaborate embroidery for the family, and provision for her children as well. She was assigned a very large annual allowance, which was later increased. The prince also continued to enjoy the aristocratic culture of display and competition. Early in 1362, he took part in tournaments at Smithfield, attended by the king, the queen, and some of the notable prisoners still held in England. One projected entertainment in London took on a particularly theatrical form, with challengers planning to appear as the 7 deadly sins, a spectacle so unusual that one chronicler claimed it drew malign spirits to the city for the rest of the year. For much of the following summer, the prince and princess were based at Kennington, aside from a few short journeys elsewhere. By then, Kennington had become one of the most impressive residences associated with him. Considerable work had been carried out there over the previous decade, transforming the manor into something far more ambitious. Building had begun earlier with a hall and chamber, but much of that work was later swept away and replaced on a grander scale. A new Great Hall, completed under the master, Mason Henry Yeverley, formed the heart of the complex. It was a large and imposing structure, faced in fine stone and adorned with carved figures. Multiple fireplaces warmed the space, though the windows do not seem to have been glazed. The floors were lightly laid with decorated tiles, and the roof was tiled as well. A large chamber for the prince adjoined the hall at right angles, somewhat smaller but still substantial. Nearby stood service buildings of timber construction, including kitchen areas and quarters for servants, as well as a chapel. South of the hall stretched the great garden, while a more private garden lay to the west of the prince's chamber. Vines were grown there, supported by poles bought for the purpose. The interior decoration is harder to recover, but whether painted magnificently or hung with the prince's tapestries, the residence must have projected wealth, refinement, and princely authority. While domestic life took on this richer form, the diplomatic reality behind the peace settlement remained troubled. The execution of the treaty ran into repeated problems, especially in border districts, where old claims were uncertain and neither side easily accepted the exact limits of what was to be transferred. Because of these disputes, when French commissioners later arrived, expecting reciprocal renunciations, Edward refused to perform his side immediately. Instead, he sent envoys to Paris to press for the handover of the remaining lands and to receive the French renunciation first. Since the English ambassadors were not authorized to make the matching surrender of claims, the mission achieved nothing. Despite this unresolved tension, the long-prepared constitutional step went ahead. In July, the arrangements creating the prince as Lord of Aquitaine were completed, and on July 19th he performed homage to the king at Westminster for his new principality. The moment mattered because it changed the character of English rule in the southwest. Until then, English authority in Gascony had rested on older loyalties, military occupation, and the willingness of local elites to support or endure it. Now, whole districts were being transferred from French to English lordship, not by conquest in the field, but through treaty. Edward's policy was not to crush hesitation by force wherever it appeared. Instead, the aim was to win over doubtful towns with privileges, charters, and promises of prosperity. English rule was to be presented as orderly, profitable, and safer than the destruction of endless war. Some communities immediately tried to bargain for every advantage they could secure. When Chandos received submission from towns in the interior, he was confronted with demands and conditions, including pleas to be spared service outside their own region, and never to fight against the French king. That kind of resistance revealed how strong local loyalties still were, and how difficult it would be to make the settlement endure. To answer this, Edward and his council chose a bold solution. Aquitaine would not merely be governed from afar as an extension of English power. It would be given a resident prince and treated as a distinct political body, linked to England but not managed, like an ordinary dependency. It would also be expected to sustain itself financially. For years, the region had consumed money from the English exchequer. Under the new arrangement, that burden was meant to end. The formal charter creating the principality survives and shows just how extensive the grant was. It declared that the king could not personally oversee all parts of his dominions, and that his eldest son must assist him. From there, it proceeded in language of great breadth. The prince was to hold the name, dignity, and title of Prince of Aquitaine for life. The limits of the principality, the nature of his authority, and the powers attached to it were all described in sweeping terms. Only a narrow residue of superior rights was reserved to the king. Supporting letters ordered the people of Aquitaine to obey the prince, released them from duties formerly owed directly to Edward if those same obligations were now rendered to his son, and set out the small annual acknowledgement by which the prince held the land from the crown. In practice, he received almost everything that royal authority in the region could offer. Yet there was a weakness at the centre of the whole arrangement. The wider renunciations that were supposed to settle sovereignty once and for all had still not been fully exchanged. The constitutional structure looked complete, but one of the foundations beneath it remained unfinished. With the grant made, preparations for departure began immediately. Archers were summoned, money was borrowed, and large sums from King John's ransom were directed toward the costs of the new venture. Part of this money was treated as advance pay for war service, and part was explicitly provided to equip the prince for his move to Gascony. The price of making Aquitaine financially self-supporting was, at least at the beginning, very high indeed. The prince also arranged for specialists to accompany him. A goldsmith was engaged to reside in Bordeaux and serve the prince and princess before all others in his craft. Embroiderers were retained on similar terms. Administrative precautions were taken as well. A distinctive sign was adopted for letters sent from Gascony to England that required especially swift attention, allowing his officials at home to recognise them at once. Around the same time, a private seal connected with his personal emblem was produced for use in this new phase of rule. he seems to have hoped to cross during the autumn of 1362. Ships had already been summoned months earlier, and in late August he left London for the southwest, passing through Cornwall and then waiting for a long period at Plympton. Important officers connected with Bordeaux were with him, which suggests that he was either ready to sail or trying to complete the final arrangements before doing so. The winter was then spent mostly at Restormel, apart from a brief return to Windsor. By February, further royal orders had to be issued for shipping, which implies that the earlier effort had not been enough. More archers were summoned and more military supplies ordered. Even then, the fleet gathered slowly. Another visit to Windsor followed in the spring, and only by the end of May was everything finally in place. On 9th June, the Prince and Princess sailed from Plymouth with the Earl of Warwick and a large retinue. The crossing ended on 29th June when they landed at Lormont, just outside Bordeaux. Although leading towns had already done homage during the earlier transfer of territories, the prince's arrival as their new personal lord required the entire process to be performed again. The first great ceremony took place on July 9th in the Cathedral of St Andrew at Bordeaux. There, before nobles and citizens, the constable of the city spoke in the prince's name and carefully explained the two stages by which authority had passed. First, the prince had acted in his father's name as lieutenant. Then, the charters granting Aquitaine to him in his own right were read aloud. Only after that were those present asked to do homage directly to him as Lord of Aquitaine, while still reserving the superior rights that remained to the King of England. The ritual itself was precise and symbolic. Each vassal first rendered homage as though the prince was still only the king's deputy. That homage was then formally cancelled by representatives speaking for the crown, and the same vassal immediately performed it again, now to the prince in his own person and authority. The first among the greater lords to do so was Arnaud Amanieu of Albret, followed by other notable Gascon allies, who had ridden with the prince in earlier campaigns. Dozens of knights and squires took part in this first ceremony. More followed within days. Another group performed homage in the Archbishop's palace, where the prince once again seems to have made his residence. Fresh public ceremonies then brought in representatives from towns along the Garonne and Dordogne, and from farther south as well, including places like Bayonne, Dax, and Saint-Sever. Through the second half of July, the process continued in Bordeaux on several separate days, drawing in local nobles and urban delegations from a wide area, even from regions close to the Pyrenees. Then, in early August, the prince set out across his new principality in person. At Bergerac, he received more homages, including that of the Bishop of Sarlat. From there, he moved to Périgueux, where delegations came from the eastern districts. By mid-August, he reached Angoulême, whose castle would later become one of his favoured residences. A few days later, he was at Cognac, which in time became one of the chief centres of his rule. From there, he continued through Saint-Donge to Saintes and Saint-Jean-d'Angély, then on to La Rochelle, one of the most reluctant towns in the whole settlement. Only a small number of homages were recorded there, a sign that resistance had not entirely disappeared. By September and October, he was at Poitiers, where the Poitevin nobility came to recognise his authority, led by men who would remain among the firmest supporters of English rule in the years ahead. What had begun as a diplomatic settlement on parchment was now being turned, step by step, into a living political order across the lands of Aquitaine. By the close of November, the prince and his household moved on to Agen, where the court remained through Christmas. There, on December 26th, Florimond de l'Esparre came forward to offer homage. He was an important lord, but another figure mattered even more: Gaston Phoebus of Foix, a man the prince already knew from earlier dealings, and one of the most formidable nobles in the south. Foix was famous for his independence. He was not the kind of vassal who could simply be summoned and expected to obey. He had to be handled with tact, courted almost as though he were an equal. At last, on the 12th of January, a formal ceremony took place at Agen before representatives of the French crown. Yet even then, the scene revealed how fragile authority in the region really was. When Chandos asked exactly for which lands Gaston Phoebus was doing homage, the Count replied carefully that he recognized the prince only for Marsan and Gavaudan. As for Béarn, he said he had never done homage to anyone for that lordship. Still, he left a door open. If the prince could successfully establish a valid claim, then homage for Béarn might follow in time. By the middle of February, the prince was back at Poitiers, and the last remaining acts of homage were received there and at Angoulême. He had spoken of a journey into the Rouergue in March, but that plan was abandoned. When the register was finally closed in early April, the total stood at 1,047 homages. Alongside these acts of submission came another essential tool of rule, the confirmation and grant of privileges. Old rights were restated, liberties renewed, and communities reassured. At Cognac, for example, local privileges were confirmed, and the prince even agreed to shoulder the cost of repairing the town's defences, though the inhabitants were technically responsible for them. Around Poitiers, abbeys received similar protections. Such measures were not decorative gestures. They were part of the work of persuading a newly acquired territory to accept a new political order. In truth, only two areas had produced serious friction so far. Gaston Phoebus, who negotiated every point as hard as possible, and the higher clergy, who objected that they had never before been required to swear in this way. Their protests soon reached the papacy, which insisted that no such ceremony should become a lasting precedent. In this case, the prince had acted as an English ruler might have acted at home. But the customs of Aquitaine were different, and this clash between imported assumptions and local practice would return again and again. The machinery of the prince's government in Aquitaine rested on a small group of experienced men. John Chandos stood at the centre of it as Constable of Aquitaine, one of the prince's closest companions in war, and a trusted captain of long standing. Thomas Felton served as seneschal, another veteran soldier whose record stretched back through the great English campaigns in France and who had also held important household office. John Hywel acted as Chancellor and Constable of Bordeaux, effectively the leading financial officer, and his reputation was that of an able and disciplined administrator. Around them sat a council, probably not fixed in strict constitutional form, but made up in practice of men from the prince's own circle, including figures such as Nigel Loring. Local society had its own means of expression through the estates of Gaskiny, a body less sharply defined than the English Parliament, but capable of giving consent to taxation and reflecting the voice of the country's elites. Beneath them, in the provinces, the prince relied on lieutenants, who had responsibilities similar in some ways to sheriffs in England. Their task was to uphold order, though in reality they could do little without local cooperation. That was the central weakness of the whole structure. The English administration had previously been strongest around Bordeaux, where experience, habit, and networks of loyalty already existed. Now, it had suddenly expanded over a much larger world. Some districts were cautiously favourable, some only temporarily obedient, and others were close to open resistance. This imperfect apparatus had to do more than govern. It also had to raise money. Restoring order was one challenge. Imposing taxes on lands where regular levies had scarcely been collected for years was an even harder one. In 1364, the prince introduced a fouage, a hearth tax, at the very heavy rate of 25 sous per hearth, also reckoned as 1 gold Guyenois. It was one of the most profitable taxes available to him, and also one of the most unpopular. Complaints began at once. Jean d'Armagnac refused to allow it to be collected in Rodez, claiming ancient exemption. Eugene paid, but demanded written assurance that this payment should not be treated as a precedent. Elsewhere, however, the tax appears to have been accepted without major disturbance, which suggests that English rule still enjoyed a degree of goodwill, or at least patience, in these early years. Even so, the surviving record leaves much in shadow. Only fragments remain for the first stage of the prince's rule in Aquitaine, and the same is true of the prince himself. He moved through his lands from time to time, much as he had done in England, appearing where his presence could reinforce authority. After the long tour of homage, he was at Limoge in May 1364, at Périgueux in July, and at La Réole in November. But the most significant event of that year happened elsewhere. King John returned to England as a captive in January after the ransom arrangements fell into disorder and one of the hostages sent in his place escaped. In April, he died, and the Dauphin succeeded him as Charles V. This change mattered enormously. John had always been a man with whom the English could deal. He was open, sociable, and in some ways temperamentally close to Edward and the Prince, even when their kingdoms were enemies. Charles was different. He was colder, more calculating, and far more realistic about the struggle between England and France. In his view, peace could not last while two rival powers still claimed dominance. He had no intention of allowing himself to become dependent upon English goodwill. His strength lay not in glittering chivalry, but in caution, diplomacy, and patient political design, qualities sharpened by years of conflict with the endlessly scheming Charles of Navarre. Signs of that new direction appeared quickly. Within months of the prince's progress through Aquitaine, intelligence reached him that Charles's agents were already active. One spy reported an intrigue linking Charles of Navarre, Gaston Phoebus, and the new French king. The report described a conversation in which Gaston Phoebus said Charles had offered him the lieutenancy of Languedoc. He also hinted that lands held from the prince might eventually be transferred to his son. More ominously, he claimed to have heard that Charles intended to renew war against the English as soon as the remaining hostages were safely back from England. At the same time, the French crown was said to be courting Arnaud Amanieu d'Albret and seeking an alliance with Castile. Charles was also anxious that Jean d'Armagnac should remain under restraint, because if he were released, he might join the prince, and the combination would be politically troublesome. The wider military scene was changing just as quickly. In May 1364, an Anglo-Navarrese force was defeated at Cocherel, and the Captal de Buch was captured. Soon afterward, Charles of Navarre made peace with Charles V. At the same moment, France found in Bertrand du Guesclin a commander of unusual effectiveness. Later stories would turn him into legend, but beneath the embellishment stood a very capable soldier who began to restore French fortunes, especially in campaigns against the roaming companies that had terrorized the kingdom for years. France, which had seemed broken only a short time before, was recovering with surprising speed. The prince had only limited room for diplomatic manoeuvre. His strongest interest lay in preserving the peace settlement as it stood and insisting that its terms be carried out. Even so, he did make one useful political gain by helping Jean d'Armagnac pay his ransom, thereby drawing him closer despite earlier conflict over taxation at Rodez. On the wider question of the treaty itself, however, the prince's position was essentially defensive. He aimed to preserve the existing balance until the unresolved clauses could at last be completed. The English still underestimated how resilient France remained, and that misjudgment had already shown itself when Edward and his advisors tried to reopen the settlement at the end of 1362 through an agreement with some of the hostages still in England. Charles, then still Dauphin, had blocked that attempt. Even so, it revealed how English thinking still worked. They continued to believe that pressure might extract better terms from a kingdom that in reality was learning to recover and resist. Negotiations over unfinished points in the treaty went on through the autumn of 1364. Boucicaut came to see the prince in November, partly as a commissioner concerned with land transfers and partly to raise broader complaints. The French protested that the English were still holding areas that should by now have been surrendered. The prince's answer was blunt. Once the French completed their own obligations under the treaty, those lands would be handed over. Other complaints dealt with revenues that the French claimed should have been passed on up to the date of the settlement. On these points, the prince deflected responsibility, saying that such matters belonged to his father's jurisdiction. Another French request from the following year shows that he sometimes used this kind of answer to avoid awkward disputes. But it also shows that he remained in close consultation with Edward and the Royal Council in England. When advice was needed, trusted counsellors were sent back across the sea to seek it. On the question of Charles of Navarre, the prince was cautious and gave away little. The result of all these contacts was the same as before. There was movement, discussion, memoranda, and embassies, but nothing substantial was settled. While diplomacy stalled, the prince cultivated a court of remarkable splendour at Bordeaux, Angoulême, and other residences. In early March 1365, his eldest son was born at Angoulême and given the name Edward. The occasion was celebrated magnificently. When the princess completed the ritual of churching after childbirth, the prince staged a great tournament on 27th April, on a scale that impressed even hardened observers. One eyewitness described more than 150 lords, hundreds of knights, and thousands upon thousands of horses, all maintained at the prince's expense. The princess had her own noble retinue, and for 10 days the court was filled with jousts, displays, ceremonial encounters, and entertainments of every kind. Even the candles burned for the occasion cost a striking sum. News of the birth was carried to the king by John Delves, who was rewarded for it, while another messenger was sent to Charles V and came back with costly gifts. Such scenes added to the prince's growing reputation for princely extravagance. The princess, too, acquired a reputation for luxury. Visitors noticed the richness of dress at the Aquitainian court, and some commented on it with a mixture of amusement and disapproval. One Breton noble, hearing a lady connected to the court remark on his wife's modest clothing, answered that he could gladly send more furs if she wished, but he would not allow her to imitate the latest fashions current among the prince's ladies. The implication was clear. The style of the court was brilliant, but to some eyes it pushed taste into display and display into excess. Yet this magnificence was not merely personal indulgence. It was also political theatre. In an age that judged power through visible forms, spectacle was part of rule. This understanding shaped even the prince's coinage in Aquitaine. His earliest issues remained close to those used by his father as lord in the region, though he introduced a new motto proclaiming God as a righteous, strong and patient judge. Then, in the following year, he made a more striking statement. A large gold coin known as the pavilion was introduced. It showed the prince standing beneath an elaborate Gothic canopy, crowned in a princely fashion, holding a sword and pointing toward it, with ostrich feathers incorporated into the design. The imagery clearly echoed royal models from France, where the king himself appeared in similarly formal poses on the highest coinage. But the prince's version was more ornate and more assertive. On the reverse appeared a cross framed by the symbols of France and England, together with another devotional motto, declaring the Lord to be his strength and shield. A smaller gold coin followed a few years later. These were not coins for everyday village exchange. Their use was limited, but their message was unmistakable. They proclaimed the prince's dignity, wealth, and semi-royal standing to merchants, nobles, and all who handled them. Coinage, of course, was also a source of revenue, and medieval rulers often resorted to manipulating the value of their money when funds ran short. The prince did not take that course. His coins were struck with genuinely high metal content, so high in fact that one of the major pieces had to be reduced in weight because it contained too much value. He also did not treat the coinage as a purely arbitrary instrument. In 1365, representatives from the towns of Gaskiny were summoned to Périgueux for discussion about what sort of currency the country wanted and what value it should hold. The smaller gold piece that appeared afterward may well have been shaped by those discussions, while the silver coinage remained unchanged. At the same time, another fouage was levied, this time at half the rate of the previous year and apparently with less protest. But the financial records are frustratingly incomplete. They show totals assessed, not necessarily money actually received. The figures look impressive on paper, yet it is impossible to know how much reached the treasury in real terms. As elsewhere in medieval government, the difference between a tax recorded and a tax collected may have been enormous. At the same moment, a new and much larger problem was beginning to emerge beyond Aquitaine itself. Castile had long been a danger to English interests, especially at sea. Castilian ships had aided France in the past, and English experience had shown how serious that threat could become. In 1362, shortly before the prince was formally installed in Aquitaine, a change in Castilian policy led to an alliance between England and King Pedro of Castile, publicly marked in London with all the dignity of a major diplomatic act. Men linked to the prince's service were closely involved in those negotiations, and gifts were presented to the Castilian envoys. From Pedro's point of view, the alliance was meant to balance the support his enemies enjoyed, from France and Aragon, and from his rival Enrique of Trastamara. In return for English support, or at least for the assurance that England would oppose French intervention in Castile, Pedro was prepared to loosen the old alliance that had long tied Castile to France. On the English side, however, there was still no intention of plunging deeply into Iberian affairs. The conflict between Castile and Aragon looked at first like a regional struggle, serious for Spain, but not yet decisive for the wider European balance. There was no immediate reason to think that war there would directly spill into Aquitaine, despite the frontier in the Western Pyrenees. For nearly 3 years after the prince settled in his new dominion, there is in fact very little sign of close diplomatic engagement with Castile. In 1365 he was much more preoccupied with Gaston Phoebus, whose evasions over homage for Béarn continued to irritate him. Warned by earlier intelligence that the Count was dealing on several fronts at once, the prince wanted the matter settled. Gaston Phoebus claimed injury and delay. He wrote that his leg was nearly healed and asked that trusted men such as Thomas Felton or James Audley come to meet him. In the same breath, he requested hunting dogs for the occasion so that he could demonstrate his skill. He was famously proud of his prowess as a hunter. But the meeting never came to anything, and even appeals from England produced no result. As late as mid-1366, the long-disputed homage still appears not to have been completed. Behind these outwardly polite exchanges, more serious movements were already underway. Reinforcements were being prepared in 1365, and men-at-arms, archers, and Welsh spearmen were passing through the ports of the southwest. Part of this may have been simple prudence, since southern France was infested with the so-called free companies, mercenary bands who had become one of the great scourges of the age. Aquitaine itself was less exposed than some regions, but central and southern France had suffered badly from them, especially where no strong army stood ready to resist. Earlier plans had been made to divert these fighters elsewhere, including schemes to send them into service in Spain. Now that idea returned in a more concrete form. Under the leadership of Bertrand du Guesclin, along with other notable captains including Arnaud d'Audrehem and Hugh Calverley, the companies were to march under the language of crusade against the Muslims of the south. Few were deceived by that explanation. The real objective was Castile, and the real political backers were Pedro's enemies. By late 1365, the arrangements were in place and the companies gathered before crossing into Aragon. Pedro reacted as soon as he heard of their approach and called upon the alliance with England. An embassy was sent to London in the autumn of 1365. In practice, very little came of it. Proclamations were issued warning English subjects not to take service against Castile and threatening penalties against those who ignored the king's command. But the force was already on the move, and the prince in Aquitaine does not seem to have made any serious attempt to stop the captains heading south. Whatever contacts he maintained with Charles of Navarre during this period probably had as much to do with French affairs as with Spain. By the beginning of March, the companies were in Castile. Before the month ended, Enrique had been crowned at Burgos, and Pedro's cause was collapsing with startling speed. The nobility of Castile deserted him in large numbers. By early June, he was in exile in Portugal. The intervention had been swift, decisive, and devastating. That very speed changed everything. Had the struggle in Spain become a long and exhausting civil war, the rest of Europe might have watched without feeling compelled to intervene. Castile would have been weakened and neutralized, and the dispute might have remained largely Iberian. But the sudden triumph of Enrique and the rise of a clearly pro-French regime transformed the situation. For England and Aquitaine, that was a strategic danger too serious to ignore. Pedro saw this immediately. After his failed appeal in Portugal, he moved north to Galicia, where resistance to Enrique still remained, and from there he sailed to Bayonne in the summer of 1366 to plead his case in person before the prince. The prince quickly came down from Bordeaux to meet him near the mouth of the Adour. Just before that meeting, he had also been in contact with Charles of Navarre, and after speaking with Pedro, he summoned the Gascon lords to gather at Bayonne. Charles of Navarre was invited, and John of Gaunt was also on his way from England with troops. In reality, the decision to back Pedro had already been made before prince and king faced one another. Later, chroniclers like to frame the enterprise as a noble undertaking shaped by high ideals, and some even imagined strong opposition from advisors who warned against it. But what survives points more clearly to practical considerations than to grand moral arguments. The essential question was not whether Pedro was admirable, but whether a pro-French Castile could be tolerated. From the English point of view, the answer was no. Preparations had begun in England months earlier. Ships were already being seized for transport, and orders had been issued to raise archers for Gaskiny. The prince was therefore acting under clear direction, not improvising from sudden emotion. Yet strategy was not the only motive. The prospect of an active campaign clearly appealed to him. War was the arena in which he felt most alive, and if success could bring both glory and profit, so much the better. The detailed arrangements were worked out at Bayonne, and then at Libourne in September. Present were the Prince, Pedro, Charles of Navarre, Jean d'Armagnac, leading Gascon lords, and John of Gaunt, newly arrived from England. The discussions lasted for many days, and Pedro tried to shape them in his favour with generous gifts distributed in every direction. Even so, the final agreements reveal just how little trust truly existed. Charles of Navarre's position was crucial because he controlled the Pyrenean routes into Spain, and without his cooperation the whole enterprise would be crippled. He therefore demanded a high price. territorial concessions from Castile and a large payment in compensation, part of which the prince was to advance on Pedro's behalf. The prince's own demands were equally heavy, though easier to justify in practical terms. He required huge sums to cover his own troops and those of the Gascon lords, along with guarantees for further expenses once the army moved into Castile. Pedro's daughters were to stand as hostages for payment. The prince undertook to bear the running cost of the army until it reached Castile. In the end, the financial burden he shouldered was immense, stretching into sums so large that only a major transfer of treasure from England could support them. Nor did he ask money alone. He also demanded territory, above all, Biscay on the northern coast. Together with concessions promised to Navarre, this would leave much of the Castilian shoreline in foreign hands and greatly reduce the naval threat that Castile had once posed to England. These arrangements have often been criticised for the severity of the demands placed upon Pedro. In one sense, requiring him to pay for the war fought in his name was perfectly consistent with the earlier alliance. But beyond that practical basis lay a deeper contradiction. The larger diplomatic aim was to restore a strong, pro-English government in Castile. Yet the more land and money the Prince and Charles extracted in return, the weaker Pedro was bound to appear before his own subjects. That tension ran through the entire enterprise. Biscay was especially problematic. To demand it was to strike at the integrity of the very kingdom they claimed to be restoring. Without some substantial reward, however, the campaign offered too little to justify its cost. Ransoms might help, and indeed they were specifically reserved to the prince and his followers, but ransoms were uncertain. At the heart of the matter stood not only strategic necessity, but also a clash of political temperaments. Charles of Navarre was driven above all by self-interest and had a long record of opportunism and deceit. The prince, for all his rank and brilliance in war, was far less subtle, more drawn to action than calculation, and deeply sensitive to forms of honour and display. Pedro, by contrast, was a ruler obsessed with effective kingship, severe justice, and central control, and he was fully capable of ruthless conduct when it served his ends. His reputation had been blackened by hostile sources, many written by those who abandoned him or supported his enemies. Yet even allowing for that distortion, he remained a difficult ally. The prince and Pedro did not truly resemble one another in outlook or instinct. On many points they were sharply different. Pedro may well have signed terms he knew he could never fulfill. He was not the sort of ruler who would sacrifice everything merely to preserve the exact letter of an oath. The dense precautions, guarantees, and safeguard clauses woven through the agreements reveal a deeper truth. Beneath the alliance sat distrust, and beneath the promises sat a failure of mutual understanding between the three men who were now preparing to march into Spain. When the agreements at Libourne were concluded, the prince seems to have intended a rapid move into Spain before winter settled too deeply over the mountains. The broad outline was straightforward enough. John of Gaunt was to return from England with fresh troops, while the main striking force would be assembled in Aquitaine itself. The prince's own household troops would form the centre of the army, but the bulk of the manpower would come from Gascon lords and from the hard-fighting bands of mercenaries who had drifted across southern France for years. Pedro could contribute almost nothing until the war crossed into Castile, and Charles of Navarre had promised mounted men and infantry of his own. Yet the most obvious reservoir of soldiers was the very force that had recently helped Enrique take the throne. During the summer of 1366, Enrique had already dismissed many mercenaries because he could no longer afford them. Some tried to recross Aragon, failed, and then came back over the Pyrenees through Navarre, damaging the countryside as they passed. Hugh Calais, who had earlier ignored English warnings and fought for Enrique, now drew the line at fighting directly against the prince. He left Enrique's service, and Enrique, whether from calculation or necessity, allowed him to go. Calais did not immediately return to Aquitaine, and his movements through that winter remain uncertain. He may well have drifted toward the forces still loyal to Pedro in Galicia, where resistance had not yet entirely collapsed. Enrique was in no position to welcome a second great campaign. Although he had raised money through the courts, much of it had already been spent simply securing his earlier victory. His own resources were thin. Bertrand du Guesclin was still with him, but only with a limited following, and there was little reason to expect decisive help from either Portugal or Aragon, despite the role both had played in the struggle that brought him to power. The mere prospect of a major expedition, led by the prince, was enough to make neighbouring rulers reconsider their positions. The King of Portugal and the King of Aragon both became markedly more careful, each fearing that if Pedro were restored, vengeance might follow. Neither wanted to be drawn into open fighting once the prince's army had entered Spain. Aragon, in particular, had every reason to dread another incursion by the Free Companies, having already suffered from the very men it had once helped unleash. Pedro, if returned to power behind English arms, would have every reason to settle scores. Yet Aragon was still prepared to use diplomacy to prevent the invasion if possible. It was through the encouragement of a leading figure at the Aragonese court that talks opened between Enrique and Charles of Navarre early in January. The result was a startling reversal. Charles agreed to abandon the treaty made at Libourne and to block the prince's passage across the Pyrenean routes. To prove his sincerity, he even handed over 2 frontier castles. This news reached the prince at Bordeaux at a moment of personal importance. On January 6th, his second son, Richard, had been born there. 3 days later, the child was baptized in the cathedral by the archbishop. 2 royal exiles were present as godfathers. One, the dispossessed claimant to Majorca, the other, the King of Armenia. The Prince and Jaime of Majorca were waiting for John of Gaunt's return from England before moving south to join the army gathering at Dax. The answer to Navarre's betrayal was immediate and decisive. Knowing that Hugh Calais was still near the Navarrese frontier, the prince ordered him to strike directly into Charles's lands. Although the season made a winter invasion of Castile increasingly unlikely and the western passes would remain difficult until spring, the prince moved toward Dax without delay, soon after Richard's christening. There, he learned that the pressure on Navarre had worked. Calais had cut the main communications between Navarre and Castile, and this created an opening for advisors around Charles who still favoured the English alliance. By the end of January, Charles met the prince and Pedro at Peyrehorade, where the Libourne agreements were confirmed once again. At that moment, the advantage had swung sharply back toward the prince. Enrique, convinced his diplomacy had succeeded, had already allowed du Guesclin to leave Castile. Du Guesclin then turned toward Aragon, pressing claims and promises that had not been fulfilled. The King of Aragon remained confident that no English invasion would take place until news arrived in early February that Charles of Navarre had ridden into Gaskiny to restore the alliance. Within a matter of days, the army of Aquitaine was on the march, and the enemy was almost completely unprepared. The host assembled at Dax was a mixed and formidable force. John of Gaunt brought with him a substantial body of archers besides his own followers. The prince's exact numbers are impossible to determine, but some English archers may already have been serving in Gascony for months, and further reinforcements had been summoned from England. The leading Gascon nobles were present, among them Albret, Armagnac, and the Captal de Buch. Others joined as well, though the size of their contingents remains uncertain. Chandos had also drawn in bands from the free companies, and seasoned captains returning from Spain added their men to the total. There may have been as many as 8,000 soldiers, though the realities of winter movement through the Pyrenees and the shortage of supplies may mean the real number was lower. Once the army entered Castile, it could also expect support from Fernando de Castro's followers in Galicia, and there were already signs that Enrique's hold on the kingdom was less secure than it looked. Reports moving north over the mountains suggested that even some of Enrique's own supporters could not be fully trusted if a serious invasion appeared. The prince may therefore have seen his expedition not as a vast war of conquest, but as a catalyst. If a disciplined striking force entered Spain and won one major success, internal opposition to Enrique might do the rest. In that sense, a smaller army of 6,000 hard troops might have been more than enough. As in earlier campaigns, the host was divided into 3 marching bodies. The vanguard left Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port on 14th February and climbed toward Roncesvalles through the pass that offered the easiest western route into Spain. It was a road known to pilgrims and soldiers alike, but even so it was a bold decision to take an army across it at that time of year. John of Gaunt and Chandos led the 1st Division, supported by the Marshals Guichard d'Angle and Stephen Cosington. The passage itself was dangerous and uncomfortable, with cold, frost and snow making every movement difficult. Later descriptions tend to compress it, but in reality the crossing took time. The centre, containing the Prince, Pedro and Charles of Navarre, did not leave until February 20th, and the rearguard followed after that under Jaime of Majorca, Armagnac and other Gascon lords. The Captal de Buch and Arnaud Amanieu d'Albret were among the last to cross. It may have been the end of the month before the entire army had concentrated at Pamplona. Enrique received the news of Charles's reversal and the English descent while sitting with the Cortes at Burgos. The assembly was abruptly suspended, and he established his headquarters near the frontier, placing himself close to the likely line of invasion. Du Guesclin was recalled at once, and any hint of internal disaffection was suppressed as far as possible. The choice of such a forward position reveals Enrique's first concern. He wanted to stop the prince from linking up with Pedro's remaining supporters inside Castile. The invading army had already been strengthened by Navarre's lances under Martin Enriquez de la Cara, and if internal rebellion now joined foreign intervention, Enrique's position could unravel quickly. The prince sent ahead a reconnaissance force under Thomas Felton, Seneschal of Aquitaine, which crossed into Castile in early March, joined Hugh Calvely near Logroño, and began trying to find the enemy. From this point, the prince's movements become harder to reconstruct in detail, but one thing is clear. He did not initially follow the direct road into Castile by way of Logroño. Instead, he veered north and crossed by another route near Salvatierra. 2 reasons may explain this. First, Charles of Navarre had already begun to hedge his bets again. On the 11th of March, he contrived to be taken prisoner in a manner so convenient that it looked very much like a political performance. Martin Enriquez de la Cara was left to govern in his absence, but the prince can hardly have missed the warning. If Navarre might once again become uncertain ground, he had every reason to clear it as fast as possible. Second, by keeping nearer the coast, he may have hoped to preserve communication with Aquitaine by sea and possibly to outflank Enrique's forward concentration. It is also possible that he already knew from Felton where the enemy stood and intended to move around them toward Burgos. Whatever the exact calculation, the new route drew the army through rough, thinly populated mountain country, where food was scarce and hardship constant. The march through Alava was severe. Narrow tracks, exposed heights, and miserable conditions slowed the advance, and provisions were hard to find. Only when the army reached Salvatierra did it find temporary relief. The town opened its gates after brief resistance, though Richard Burleigh was wounded in the fighting. There the army paused for 6 days, while more reliable intelligence arrived from Felton's scouting force. Both armies now began to converge toward Vittoria. At this stage it became obvious that the prince had failed to slip around Enrique unnoticed. Enrique, now guided by du Guesclin, adopted methods that looked very much like the strategy that had earlier worn down English operations in France. Rather than offering battle immediately, he occupied a strong place and sent light horsemen to harass foragers and exposed detachments. When Felton rejoined the prince and reported Enrique's movements, the prince drew up his own army outside Vittoria, hoping that the enemy might be tempted into battle. In expectation of a major fight, he created several new knights, among them Pedro himself, who had never before received that honour, along with Thomas Holland and Nicholas Bond. But Enrique refused to take the bait. At evening, the host dispersed to its quarters. What followed was not the great set battle the prince wanted, but a sudden and damaging night attack. 2 mounted raiding forces were sent out, one under Enrique's brother, Don Tello, and the other under Audrehem. Don Tello struck Hugh Calveley's men while they were in movement toward the prince, killing many in their lodgings and badly hurting the baggage. He then rode on and collided with the English vanguard. But by then, John of Gaunt had been roused and was forming his men for resistance, while the prince and Chandos hurried forward with the main body. Don Tello's raid was thrown back. Audrehem's force, however, had gone on to attack Thomas Felton at Arenys. Felton's small body of men-at-arms and archers, badly outnumbered, took position on a rise where cavalry could not easily break them. They fought stubbornly, but were eventually overwhelmed. William Felton was killed, and Thomas Felton, Richard Hastings and others were taken prisoner. It was a sharp and humiliating blow. The army was shaken by the attack, and the weather turned worse. Rain, wind, and cold added to the strain. To press farther south through narrow country while enemy horsemen snapped at every exposed movement now looked impossible. The prince therefore decided to fall back and take the more direct route through Logroño after all. Reports from Calveley and Felton suggested that the Ebro Valley would offer better forage, and that mattered desperately. The retreat led the army once more through barren country in Navarre. The land was poor, shelter rare, and food still scarce. Men spent bitter nights in miserable cover. Only on April 1st did the army finally enter Logroño. Enrique, meanwhile, had shifted as well, crossing the Ebro and placing himself at Najera to block the important bridge there and prevent the prince from advancing freely. At this stage, the prince answered a challenge Enrique had issued earlier, a formal invitation to name the route of invasion so that battle could be given. Earlier in the campaign, the prince had no wish to be drawn into such a declaration, but now he responded by demanding that Enrique surrender the throne he had seized, promising mediation between him and Pedro if he did so. The letter deliberately addressed Enrique not as king, but as Count of Trastamara, and its tone was calculated to wound. The result was immediate. Enrique replied with open contempt, speaking in a way meant to diminish the prince and accuse him of vanity. He proposed that chosen knights from each side should inspect and decide upon the battlefield. The prince, who had seen too many negotiations used to waste time, answered only curtly. The next day the army advanced to Navarrete, between Logroño and Najera. Enrique came out from Najera and formed his army in the open. The strategy of evasion had now been abandoned. Partly this may have reflected Enrique's own temperament, which favoured direct and traditional war rather than prolonged manoeuvre. Partly it was because his army itself was unreliable. Some mounted men had already defected to Pedro in March, and hesitation or desertion in a prolonged campaign could become fatal. On the night of April 2nd, both armies prepared for battle. The prince and his advisors decided against a direct assault on Enrique's prepared front, which stood along a watercourse covering the road. Instead, before daylight, they led the army along a track behind the heights north of the road, using rising ground to mask their movement. Enrique sent scouts, but they failed to discover the operation in time. The sudden appearance of the prince's army from the northeast forced a hurried redeployment. As the English and Gascon lines came into view, Chandos's great silk banner was ceremonially unfurled by the prince and handed to him, marking his elevation to fight as a banneret in his own right. Enrique's strongest division stood in the front. It included Du Guesclin, Audrihem, and the hard core of the French troops, along with the elite knights of Castile. These men fought dismounted, suggesting that they expected to hold ground defensively, much as the prince had done in earlier battles. Enrique himself commanded the centre behind them, while the two wings were made up largely of light cavalry under Don Tello and the Count of Denier. There was no great body of missile troops to match the English archers. Enrique's army had freshness and numbers, but much of it was lightly equipped and of uncertain steadiness. Its most capable commanders were placed at the front, where, once combat closed, they could no longer direct the whole battle. The prince's own line was arranged with equal care. The vanguard under John of Gaunt and Chandos contained many of the English men-at-arms supported by archers. Behind came the prince's main body, which included the more politically delicate elements of the army such as Pedro's Castilians, the Navarrese under Martin Enriquez de la Cara, and Gascon contingents under the Captal de Buch and Albret. These divisions also fought on foot. In reserve behind them stood a mounted force under Jaime of Majorca, Hugh Calverley, and the Count of Armagnac, ready to exploit success or cover any breakdown. Before the fighting truly began, a small group of light horse deserted Enrique and rode over to Pedro. It was a dark omen for the Castilian king. Then John of Gaunt's men advanced on foot against Du Guesclin's front line, with the archers shooting heavily in support, while the men-at-arms pressed in with shortened lances. The first clash was brutal. For a time, the attackers were checked and even driven back. The fighting then settled into a savage struggle at close quarters, accompanied by shouted war cries from both sides. At that point, the prince committed his main division. The centre was sent forward to support Lancaster, while the wings moved against the cavalry under Don Tello and the Count of Denier. But these horsemen never delivered the resistance their side needed. Don Tello's men broke and fled without fully engaging. The other wing also collapsed, though the Count himself was later found, fighting bravely enough in the thick of the action. This left the prince's main body free to crash into the Castilian van. Enrique attempted to bring his centre forward and restore the fight. He personally entered the struggle more than once, trying to rally men around the standard of the Order of the Sash. But the loyalty of his troops was too uncertain. The English and Gascons were pressing hard, and many of Enrique's horsemen refused to follow their king into the melee. Once mounted, men began to give way. The reserve under Calverley and Jaime of Majorca joined the pursuit. At that point, the result was no longer in doubt. The vanguard under Du Guesclin, which had done nearly all the serious fighting on Enrique's side, was crushed. Its leaders were killed or taken. The archers played a major role, for Castilian horsemen were not accustomed to the punishment such shooting could inflict. Yet the deeper reason for Enrique's defeat lay in the weakness of his army's loyalty. Much of his force seems to have left the field having scarcely fought at all. Enrique himself had to be dragged away from the battle by his own followers. The pursuit drove the victors toward Najera and the single bridge over the Najerilla before the town. It appears that some effort was made to use the crossing as a rallying point. but the English seized it quickly. Men trying to escape were cut down or captured near the riverbanks, and many fugitives were hunted inside the town itself. Important figures were found in hiding places or forced to surrender from improvised strongpoints. Throughout this pursuit, the prince remained on the battlefield with his standards still raised until all returning parties had come back. Only then did he move into Enrique's abandoned camp and occupy the very tents in which the enemy had slept the previous night. On the following day, the prisoners were identified and the dead examined for missing leaders. Enrique was nowhere to be found, and for a time neither the prince nor Pedro knew whether he had escaped far, hidden nearby, or been killed. Most of his important supporters, however, could be accounted for. For the prince, the most satisfying capture was Bertrand du Guesclin, long regarded as the finest French commander in the field. He was less pleased to find Audrehem among the prisoners, because Audrehem still owed ransom from his earlier capture years before, and had sworn not to fight against the prince until that debt was settled. The prince angrily threatened to treat him as a traitor. Audrehem saved himself with a subtle answer. He argued that both he and the prince were serving causes larger than themselves. He said, had fought not against the prince personally, but against Pedro, while the prince was in effect only captain of a company in another man's war, however exalted his rank might be. The argument was clever and revealing, and it worked. Audrehem was spared. Yet beneath the exchange lay a truth that would soon become painfully obvious. The moment battle was over, the interests of the prince and Pedro were no longer aligned. Pedro needed secure control of Castile. The prince needed payment, order, and a road home. The first clash between their priorities came over the prisoners. To the prince and his followers, captives meant ransom, and ransom meant reward for victory. To Pedro, many of these men were rebels and mortal enemies. He managed to have 4 of them executed before the prince intervened and stopped further killings. The difference reflected a wider contrast in custom and political instinct. In England and France, prisoners of rank were often released on parole once terms had been agreed, since this made ransom easier to collect. In Castile, captives were more likely to be kept under close control until money was actually produced. The agreements made before the campaign had anticipated exactly this problem and reserved control over prisoners to the prince. Pedro's only practical way to secure them would have been to buy them from their captors. But that would merely add to the debt he already owed, and few among the victors had any interest in such an arrangement unless the payment were immediate and substantial. On the 5th of April, the prince wrote to Joan at Bordeaux to announce the victory. The letter was warm, triumphant, and full of detail. He described the march from Navarrete, the discovery of Enrique's position near Najera, the battle joined at dawn, the enemy's defeat by God's grace, and the long list of notable captives including Don Sancho, the Count of Denia, du Guesclin, Audrehem, and several leading masters of military orders. He admitted that Enrique's own fate was still uncertain. He also emphasized that he, Lancaster, and the leading nobles of the army were well, except for one knight who had fought especially hard. A messenger was soon sent on to England, with news of the victory and trophies taken in battle, much as had been done after earlier triumphs in France. Yet the prince's hope that the expedition would now end cleanly and successfully proved false. Pedro entered Burgos 2 days later and resumed his place there, while the prince and his army camped outside the town, the prince himself lodging at the great monastery associated with Castilian kingship. Immediately, negotiations began over what was owed to the army. Merely calculating the amount took weeks, and the total that emerged was enormous, running into millions of gold florins, a figure that rivaled even the mighty ransom once demanded for the King of France. If that sum had already strained the resources of France, how could a poorer and more unstable kingdom such as Castile possibly pay it? While the army waited, the amount effectively continued to grow. Pedro responded with counterclaims of his own, referring to jewels he had sold in Gaskiny and rejecting the idea of surrendering castles as security on the grounds that doing so would weaken his position in the kingdom he had only just regained. By the beginning of May, a formal ceremony was arranged in Burgos to exchange new obligations, but the prince's precautions reveal how little he trusted his ally. A body of English soldiers was to control one of the city gates while he was inside. More troops and archers were posted nearby, and the prince himself, though unarmed for the ceremony, moved under a heavy escort. Another agreement followed days later, fixing a deadline for the first great instalment and promising that the English army would withdraw once it was paid. Pedro soon left for Toledo to try to raise the money. The prince shifted his army toward Valladolid in hope of better supplies. To Pedro's credit, he did make a real attempt to gather at least part of what he owed. He wrote to cities explaining that vast sums had to be paid to the Prince of Wales, and that the companies now moving through the kingdom were doing damage precisely because he could not yet satisfy them. He begged for taxes, advances, contributions, and loans. Similar letters went elsewhere, even to Jewish communities from whom ready money might perhaps be borrowed. These efforts do not look entirely insincere. Where Pedro was certainly less straightforward was in the matter of territorial concessions. Charters were indeed prepared, granting Biscay and Castro Urdiales to the prince and Soria to Chandos. The prince even used his new style in the relevant documents. But when Chandos tried to confirm his own grant, the fees demanded were so excessive that he abandoned the attempt. As for Biscay, the prince's representatives discovered a deeper obstacle. The Basques maintained that they chose their own lord and that Pedro could not simply hand them over by decree. On that point, they were not merely evasive, they were stating a political reality. As Pedro moved farther south in search of money, unrest spread among the prince's followers. Damage and disorder, already visible in May, increased as men grew impatient. The prince himself seized places and attacked others in search of supplies. He now began to think seriously about other ways to reward his army if Pedro could not pay. Through Hugh Calvely, he opened contacts with Aragon at the end of April. By early July, these developed into full negotiations. Officially, the talks were described as an attempt to secure peace between Castile and Aragon, but in truth they produced a secret draft agreement of a very different kind. The prince's envoys tempted the King of Aragon away from his old French leanings by suggesting a broad coalition involving Aquitaine, Naval, Aragon, and Portugal. The object would be the partition of Castile itself, eliminating both Pedro and Enrique, satisfying territorial claims held by Aragon and Navarre, and providing the prince with the compensation he so desperately needed. The scheme was to be activated if Pedro still had not paid and still had not delivered Biscay by the spring of 1368. At the same time, a truce between Castile and Aragon was arranged, which at least reduced the chance that Aragon would openly support Enrique in a fresh invasion. Around the middle of July, the prince moved east again to Soria, where he remained for about a month. By then, it had become clear that the army could not stay in Castile much longer. Supplies had been poor from the beginning, and now summer disease struck the host hard. Malaria and dysentery probably spread among men already weakened by hunger, heat, and campaign strain. Many died of sickness. Others were lost in smaller clashes. The prince himself fell dangerously ill, and this may have been the decisive factor in ending the expedition. Late in August, the army retraced its route through Navarre. Charles of Navarre, anxious to erase the memory of his earlier double game, lavished attention on the prince and his men. On 29th August, after a great feast at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port, the prince formally took leave of him. At Bayonne, the campaign was ceremonially brought to an end with days of celebration, and early in September the prince returned to Bordeaux. There, he was received in procession and met at the cathedral by Joan and his young son Edward. He dismounted, and the family walked together hand in hand to the episcopal palace. The campaign in Spain had fulfilled its immediate military purpose, but it had failed in larger ways. Pedro had been restored, yet he was not transformed into a secure and grateful ally. Enrique remained active, dangerous, and unbroken. Pedro was burdened by debt, suspicious of the prince, and ruling a kingdom that had only narrowly been wrested back. The prince, for his part, came home ill, heavily out of pocket, and still entangled in Spanish politics. The possibility of returning to Castile remained alive for a time, especially if the understanding with Aragon ripened into open action. Negotiations with Aragon continued into the autumn. But as the prince came back into Aquitaine, the situation changed yet again. Enrique had already managed to re-enter Castile. Later proposals shaped at Tarbes and confirmed toward the end of the year were deeply opportunistic in character. They seem to have reflected above all the caution and self-interest of Aragon, which wanted security more than principle. The old idea of partitioning Castile was quietly abandoned. Instead, the projected alliance was to be offered to both rivals, with support going to whichever side offered better terms. Even this flexible and cynical approach never fully took shape. Though the proposals were ratified, the final treaty was never actually sealed. Well into the following year, the government in England was still dealing with Pedro according to the original alliance. Then came the final turn. In March 1369, Pedro was killed by Enrique at Montiel. Aragon made efforts to draw the prince back into Spanish affairs, even hinting that he might claim Castile for himself. But the death of Pedro destroyed the entire basis of the prince's involvement. The debts could no longer realistically be recovered, the restored ally no longer existed, and the whole Spanish venture collapsed into memory as an expensive triumph with poisoned consequences. Only much later would English interest in Castile revive in a serious way, and even then it would do so through a different path. Through John of Gaunt's marriage to Pedro's daughter and the dynastic claims that followed from it. When the prince returned to Gaskiny, the atmosphere had changed in ways that were far more dangerous than anything he had faced before. Earlier tensions with France had revolved around the slow and uneven execution of peace agreements. But there had been no clear sign that the French crown intended to break the settlement entirely. Now that illusion was fading. The new French king was moving carefully but deliberately, building a diplomatic network aimed at weakening English authority in Aquitaine from within. His long-term goal was clear: undermine the prince's position, isolate him politically, and only then move openly toward war when the moment was right. There had been hints of this strategy before. Reports had circulated suggesting that once the remaining hostages connected to earlier agreements were safely back in France, a broader conflict might follow. At the time, such warnings could be dismissed as rumour or exaggeration. But by the mid-1360s, French diplomacy had begun to take a more concrete shape. Negotiations with neighbouring powers showed a clear direction of intent. One plan proposed dismantling Naval first and then turning against English-controlled Gascony with the help of regional allies. These ideas remained theoretical, but they revealed a consistent pattern. France was not preparing for peace. It was preparing for a calculated return to war. More troubling still were the agreements made with Enrique of Castile. In these, Enrique pledged to take action against England as soon as he secured his throne. A specific time frame was even discussed, suggesting that the conflict was not a distant possibility, but an approaching reality. The tone of these agreements went beyond diplomacy and entered the realm of open hostility, portraying Edward, the prince, and their allies as destructive forces whose presence had brought devastation across lands they entered. This was no longer quiet manoeuvring. It was a declaration of intent, waiting only for the right moment to be acted upon. While these larger political forces gathered strength, the prince's own position inside Aquitaine was becoming increasingly fragile. His relationships with the powerful regional lords, always delicate, began to deteriorate. Some of these tensions had older roots, but they sharpened dramatically after the Spanish campaign. That expedition had been launched with expectations of wealth and reward, yet it had returned with little to distribute. For the great lords who had joined the campaign, the result was deeply disappointing. Even if payments were eventually made, they were delayed, uncertain, and far from what had been anticipated. Frustration began to spread among men who had risked much and gained little. Among the most important of these figures were the lords of Armagnac and Albret. Their grievances were not simply matters of pride or personality, though those played a role. The real issue was financial. Armagnac had borrowed heavily, and the prince now sought repayment. Albret, for his part, had long been entitled to a substantial annual pension, which had fallen badly into arrears. These were not minor disputes. They struck at the economic foundation of noble loyalty. Without money, alliances weakened. Without rewards, service lost its meaning. The prince's financial situation made matters worse. Unlike his father or the French king, he did not possess large reserves of wealth. His income from Aquitaine was limited and designed to sustain administration in times of peace, not to fund major campaigns. The Spanish expedition had placed a massive strain on his resources, and the returns from it were far smaller than expected. Even when payments did come in, they represented only a fraction of what had been promised. The gap between expectation and reality was enormous, and many of the prince's soldiers and allies likely remained unpaid. This financial weakness created a dangerous chain reaction. Any attempt by the prince to raise new funds would inevitably cause resentment. It was far easier to promise wealth before a campaign than to demand money afterward. Discontented lords, already frustrated by unpaid rewards, became increasingly receptive to outside influence. And this was precisely the opening that the French king needed. Where the prince struggled to pay his allies, France could offer immediate and reliable support. The prince's first response was to seek additional funds from the towns and cities under his control. A contribution was raised, though it may have originated as a loan before being transformed into a formal grant. He then attempted to gather a wider assembly of representatives to address the situation more broadly, but unrest and insecurity made travel dangerous. The countryside was troubled by disbanded soldiers who had turned to opportunistic violence, and communication itself became difficult. A second meeting was therefore arranged for the following year. At the same time, French diplomacy began to work more directly on the loyalty of individual Gascon lords. Armagnac was an obvious target. His relationship with the prince had never been entirely stable, and his financial disputes now made him particularly vulnerable. Claims and counterclaims over debts and service payments created a situation in which both sides felt wronged. In this environment, French offers of support became highly attractive. Albret, facing his own unpaid entitlements, was in a similar position. For both men, a change of allegiance was no longer unthinkable. It was becoming practical. When a new assembly finally met, the prince proposed a tax to stabilize his finances. On the surface, the proposal was moderate, even lower in annual rate than earlier levies. But it introduced a critical change. What had once been an occasional tax was now to become a regular, predictable burden. This shift was deeply significant. it signalled a move toward a more structured and continuous system of revenue, and it raised concerns among both towns and nobles. In exchange for accepting the tax, the estates demanded a formal recognition of their rights. The resulting agreement revealed much about the underlying tensions in Aquitaine. Complaints centred on the growing reach of central authority. Officials were accused of overstepping their bounds, interfering in areas that had long been governed by local custom. In regions where powerful lords exercised judicial authority, the prince's officers were told to withdraw. Even the collection of taxes in such areas would require broader consent in the future. In effect, the agreement limited the prince's ability to govern directly and strengthened the autonomy of local powers. These disputes were not merely administrative. They reflected a deeper clash between different visions of authority. The prince and his advisors operated within a framework that favoured stronger central control, clearer legal structures, and more consistent enforcement. Such ideas were gaining ground in both England and France. But in Aquitaine, they encountered a society deeply rooted in local privilege and independence. Attempts to impose uniformity were seen not as reform, but as intrusion. Legal conflicts added another layer of complexity. Appeals from Aquitaine to England became increasingly common, as individuals sought to bypass local authority or challenge decisions made by the prince's officials. These cases were often complicated and drawn out, involving competing claims, legal manoeuvring, and sometimes outright force. The result was a growing sense of disorder, in which no authority seemed final and no settlement entirely secure. At the same time, the unresolved terms of earlier peace agreements created a dangerous ambiguity. Certain territories had not been fully transferred, and financial obligations remained unsettled. Because of this, the fundamental question of sovereignty had never been conclusively resolved. Each side could claim that the agreement had not been properly fulfilled, and therefore that its obligations were not binding. This legal uncertainty became a powerful tool. It allowed the French king to argue that he still retained authority over Aquitaine, while also preventing the English from fully asserting their own claims. Despite all these difficulties, the prince's rule was not without its strengths. Many towns benefited from his administration, particularly in matters of trade. Efforts were made to improve navigation, encourage commerce, and maintain economic stability. When policies introduced in England threatened to disrupt trade with Bordeaux, the prince intervened to have them reversed. Practical improvements, such as better navigation routes and coastal safety measures, also reflected an awareness of the importance of economic prosperity. As for the prince himself, his character during these years appears more complex than simple accusations of pride or arrogance suggest. He had known great success in earlier campaigns, and admiration had followed him. Yet there are signs that he remained conscious of how fragile such reputation could be. In one notable episode, a cleric compared him in a sermon to a divine figure. Rather than welcoming the praise, the prince reportedly dismissed it, warning that no man should be exalted in such a way, especially one whose fortunes could change suddenly. It was a rare glimpse of humility, or perhaps of realism, from a man who had seen both triumph and hardship. By this stage, however, his health was failing. The illness he carried back from Spain left him weakened and often inactive. He was not completely incapacitated, but his energy and ability to act decisively were clearly diminished. This physical decline added to the political and financial pressures already surrounding him. The situation reached a critical point when open resistance began to take shape among the Gascon lords. Armagnac refused to accept the new tax and declared that his lands had always been exempt. When the prince reacted with anger and threats, the dispute escalated beyond negotiation. Instead of seeking compromise, Armagnac turned outward, appealing to the French king as the rightful authority over the region. This step transformed a local dispute into a matter of international consequence. At the same time, alliances were being formed that further strengthened the French position. Marriages linked key Gascon families to the French royal circle, reinforcing political ties and weakening the prince's influence. What had begun as dissatisfaction rooted in financial hardship was now becoming a coordinated shift in allegiance. From the prince's perspective, these developments may have seemed like isolated acts of defiance rather than parts of a larger strategy. His response focused on enforcing authority where it was challenged, rather than addressing the broader political shift. Military preparations were made and reinforcements were requested, but the deeper issue remained unresolved. By the end of the year, the situation had moved beyond dispute and into open confrontation. Appeals had been formally made to the French crown, and the prince himself was summoned to answer before the French court. The challenge was both legal and symbolic, questioning the very basis of his authority in Aquitaine. The prince's reaction was immediate and deeply personal. He rejected the accusations, defended his honour, and expressed frustration not only with his opponents, but also with those in England who seemed too ready to believe them. His response revealed a man under pressure, determined to defend his position but increasingly isolated. Diplomacy had become a battlefield of its own, and it was one in which the prince was less comfortable. When the formal summons arrived, it marked the final step in the collapse of the fragile peace. The prince, already weakened by illness and strained by financial and political challenges, now faced a direct challenge from the French crown itself. His response was defiant, but the balance of power had already begun to shift. What followed would no longer be a matter of negotiation. The slow erosion of authority, the quiet work of diplomacy, and the accumulation of grievances had all led to this moment. War was no longer a distant possibility. It was becoming inevitable. As war drew near, both crowns moved from suspicion to open preparation. By late February, arrangements were already underway to send the Earl of Pembroke to Aquitaine, while the prince tried to hold together the fragile coalition of nobles on which English rule in the region still depended. Loyal men were rewarded, uncertain men were enticed, and towns were granted privileges in the hope of keeping them firm. The Captal de Buch, long one of the prince's most dependable supporters, received the county of Bigorre. The Soudiche de la Troe, a man whose loyalty had shifted before, was granted the customs revenues of Royan. The city of Poitiers later received important judicial rights. Around the prince stood a small circle of councillors, who now carried much of the burden of government. The leading figure was John Harewell, Bishop of Bath and Wells and Chancellor of Aquitaine, a man later criticised for mishandling the crisis over taxation. Alongside him were experienced English administrators such as Sir Nigel Loring and Sir Arnold Savage, and prominent Gascon officials including the Abbot of Saint-Maxence, Arnaud Roche of Saintes, and Jean Rival. Because the prince's health had badly declined, much of the day-to-day running of the principality, and perhaps even many key decisions, increasingly rested in their hands. Yet these efforts were not enough to stop the political ground from shifting beneath English authority. In the early months of the year, defections to the French side multiplied. More Gascon lords abandoned the English cause, and even in districts that would remain under English control for some time, important nobles began to change allegiance. The French crown took careful note of every success. By the end of March, its chancery could already claim that hundreds of cities, towns, castles, and strongholds in Gascony had come over to Charles V. At the same time, the legal and diplomatic confrontation that had been building was reaching its final stage. The prince did not appear before the French court when summoned, exactly as expected, and the proceedings moved ahead in his absence. A formal declaration of war was never issued in the modern sense, because fighting had already begun in scattered raids, ambushes and local attacks. But by the spring, the break was unmistakable. Messages passed between courts, old claims were revived, titles were asserted once more, and both sides presented themselves as acting lawfully. Edward resumed the title of King of France, and instructions were sent that this claim should be publicly proclaimed throughout the prince's dominions. On the French side, orders were issued to make war against the English as fiercely as possible. The last attempt to preserve the old settlement had collapsed. The first serious fighting expanded in regions where English power was exposed and difficult to defend. Rouergue, almost cut off and surrounded on most sides by territory favourable to France, became one of the first major testing grounds of the renewed war. Its isolation made it vulnerable, but its strategic position gave it significance beyond its size. When Chandos returned from the north at the end of 1368, he moved there quickly to organise relief. He launched raids deep into enemy territory, pushing far beyond Toulouse, yet these violent efforts brought little lasting gain. French counterattacks threatened Montauban, the key town of Lower Quercy, where the prince had already begun strengthening the defences with a major castle. Elsewhere, English forces under the Earl of Pembroke and Edmund of Langkley took Bordeaux after a difficult siege that ended in assault. Pembroke's knighthood followed that success, but the victory was soon overshadowed by fresh losses. Périgueux went over to Charles. Montauban, though many inhabitants remained loyal to the English, was betrayed from within and passed into hostile hands. In Poitou, another disputed fortress, La Roche-sur-Yon, was taken in July, but during the siege Sir James Audley died of illness. He had been one of the prince's closest companions in war, one of the veterans who had stood beside him through earlier triumphs. His death was a heavy blow not only to the military position in Poitou, a crucial frontier region, but also to the prince personally. Chandos replaced him as seneschal. Chandos continued to fight with energy, mounting a major raid into the lands of the Duke of Anjou in October. But even here the English war effort showed signs of division. Tension reportedly arose between Chandos and Pembroke, with rank and pride interfering with military unity. Pembroke chose to conduct a separate expedition and was caught in danger, only to be rescued by the very man he had refused to follow. That story captures the wider weakness of the English position in 1369. There was courage, there was local aggression, there were raids and counter-raids, but there was little sign of a coherent strategy. The prince himself had gone no farther than Cognac, where he settled in September, still too weak to lead in the old way. The year drifted to its end without any decisive campaign from either side. Small actions continued. Abbeys and border posts changed hands. The pressure never eased. Then, during the final days of the year, came one of the great personal disasters of the war. Around New Year's Eve, Chandos set out with a small force to recover Saint-Savin by surprise. The attempt failed. As he withdrew, he halted at Chauvigny for the night while some of his men rode on. At dawn came news that a small French party was nearby. Though he had only a few dozen men with him, Chandos rode after them. Near Lussac-le-Château, he caught up with the enemy before the rest of his company had rejoined him. His men dismounted and attacked, but in the confusion of the frosty ground, he slipped, hindered by his long surcoat. Before he could recover, a French squire struck him in the face with a dagger. He had no visor down and could not avoid the blow. The fight continued around him, and the English eventually won the skirmish. But the victory meant nothing. Chandos was carried away and died the next day. However the details are retold, the result was catastrophic. England had lost one of its finest commanders, a soldier of immense experience, a man who understood Gascony not only as a battlefield, but as a political landscape. he had also been one of the prince's oldest companions, linked to him through decades of campaigning. Within months, the English had lost Audley and Chandos, and these were not ordinary men. They belonged to the core generation that had made the prince's military reputation. Other leading captains of that same circle had also died. The network of veterans who had sustained earlier victories was vanishing, while the prince himself remained gravely ill. The balance of initiative was moving steadily to the French. French progress could now be measured not only in battles, but in peaceful submissions. Important towns along the Garonne and low valleys transferred allegiance without a fight. Agen and Villeneuve were serious losses. More alarming still was the surrender of Bazas, south of the Garonne, and uncomfortably close to Bordeaux. By then, the conflict had entered a more dangerous phase. Both governments prepared for a major trial of strength. Charles V formally repeated the confiscation of Aquitaine. Edward answered by once again emphasising his sovereignty there. The propaganda war was followed by serious military planning. France called back du Guesclin from Spain after the triumph of Enrique in Castile. A coordinated offensive was prepared from north and south under powerful princes of the royal house, with the hope of striking into the heart of the prince's remaining dominions and perhaps even capturing him. England answered with its own plans. A campaign in Normandy was entrusted to Robert Knowles. Reinforcements were sent to Gaskiny, and among them came John of Gaunt. Yet the scale of that support revealed the limits of English strength. Gaunt arrived with a relatively modest force, and although he possessed some authority to punish rebels and reward the loyal, his powers were restricted. The prince's government was still expected to function, at least in theory, and Gaunt was not given the broad command of a full lieutenant. Additional troops followed, but none of this suggested overwhelming strength. Gaunt reached Bordeaux in July and joined the prince, probably near Angoulême. At first, the great French blow had not yet fallen, but danger was already gathering around Limoges. Du Guesclin was active nearby, and negotiations were underway for the city to change sides. Limoges was divided into two separate urban centres, a common arrangement in medieval France. One section was dominated by the castle and strongly held by the English. The other, centred on the cathedral, had no English troops in it. That second section was under the authority of the bishop, Pierre de Croix, a man long trusted by the prince and closely tied to his family. Yet when French pressure mounted, the bishop offered no real resistance. He appears instead to have favoured surrender. In late August, the French entered the city quarter and installed a garrison. The prince learned of this betrayal at the end of the month. His army was already assembled, and despite his illness, he set out in early September, accompanied by Gaunt, Edmund of Langley, Pembroke, and the Captal de Bouc. His physical condition was so poor that he was likely carried in a litter. Even so, the expedition moved with determination. Within about a week, the army reached Limoges and established itself in the larger town, which had remained outside French control. The city that had surrendered was much smaller than the town beside it, but it was large enough to matter, and its fall carried symbolic weight far beyond its size. Time was short. French forces were active nearby, and delay risked a relief attempt. The English therefore chose a brutal but effective method. Miners were sent under the wall, and after only a few days the mine was fired. At dawn on September 19th, a large section of masonry collapsed. The defenders were caught off guard. Fighting spread through the streets. By mid-morning, resistance had weakened enough for the senior leaders to enter. Though some of the garrison still held out near the cathedral, the bishop was captured and brought before the prince. Tradition later claimed the prince threatened his life, though in the end the bishop survived and soon departed for Avignon. Elsewhere in the shattered city, Gaunt, Edmund and Pembroke attacked the remaining French troops, their leaders surrendered and were kept for ransom. As for the ordinary inhabitants, later accounts would remember the sack of Limoge as one of the most infamous episodes of the age. Yet the truth appears more limited than the darkest version. The city was certainly plundered. There were killings, buildings were destroyed, churches violated, clergy taken prisoner, and much of the place was burned or torn down. But the famous image of a vast massacre of civilians seems to have been magnified over time. More restrained reports suggest a death toll measured in hundreds, rather than thousands. Terrible enough for the place itself, yet far smaller than legend would later claim. Many of the dead may well have been among those who had taken up arms in defence. What cannot be denied is the savage punishment inflicted on the city itself. Limoges was not merely retaken, it was made an example. The destruction was systematic. Large parts of the city were burned, demolished, or stripped of everything portable. Only selected religious houses and a few protected properties escaped total ruin. Even the cathedral and its tower suffered damage. It would take generations for the scars to fade. That vengeance carried a message. Rebellion would bring devastation. Yet it also revealed the narrowing options of English power. A ruler confident of permanent control restores and governs. A ruler who can no longer hold the land destroys it, to terrify others. In that sense, the sack of Limoges was not simply an act of wrath. It was also a confession of weakness. The prince returned to Angoulême, but the campaign had further weakened his already failing body. Worse still, while he had been in the field, his eldest son Edward died. Military success, personal grief, illness, and political collapse now came together with crushing force. After Limoges, the prince's role in Aquitaine rapidly approached its end. Arrangements were made for his return to England. Late that year, a treaty being discussed with the King of Naval was brought to Gaskiny for his approval. It appears to have been intended as the basis for future operations in Normandy. Yet the prince refused to ratify it. The exact reason was never clearly explained, but the most likely explanation lies in distrust. He had dealt with Charles of Navarre before and had little reason to believe in his loyalty. Without the prince's assent, the project collapsed. In January, the prince sailed for England with Joan and their young son Richard. The voyage itself seems to have exhausted him. After landing, he had to rest for weeks before he could continue to London. When he finally arrived in April, he was greeted with honour by the city, which welcomed him with ceremony and later presented him with an elaborate service of plate. The gift was practical rather than ornamental, suitable for a great noble household and perhaps all the more valued for that reason. But the England to which he returned was not the England he had left. His father was old, ill, and increasingly withdrawn from active rule. Since the Queen's death, the king had fallen further under the influence of favourites and had lost much of his former energy. This created a new political space for the prince. Even in poor health, he became once more a central figure in government. Clerical taxation for the war was pressed through with his backing. Petitioners addressed the royal council and found him presiding. He welcomed major arrivals at court and took part in high affairs when he could. Yet the record of his life after 1371 is thin, and that silence itself tells a story. Chroniclers consistently present him as a sick man, and surviving evidence does little to challenge that image. There are glimpses of ceremonial appearances, occasional interventions, and continuing involvement in policy, but nothing like the commanding public role of earlier years. Still, major plans for war in 1372 clearly had his support. Those plans collapsed in disaster when Pembroke's expedition was destroyed by a Castilian fleet off La Rochelle. Senior commanders were captured, and hopes of relief or recovery came to nothing. A great royal expedition was then assembled, bringing together the king, the prince, Gaunt, Edmund of Langley, and other leading lords. Yet contrary winds, delay, and bad news ruined the venture before it ever struck a decisive blow. By October it was abandoned, another expensive failure in a run of reverses. These military disappointments fed growing unrest at home. Parliament became more difficult. Taxation was harder to secure. The surrender of the Principality of Aquitaine back into the king's hands was formally enacted in 1372, a deeply symbolic moment. The prince, through his representatives and in person, acknowledged before the assembled magnates that the revenues of Gaskiny no longer covered the costs of governing and defending it. What had once been the grand territorial reward of earlier victories had become a burden too heavy to sustain. Meanwhile, politics inside England grew more strained. The failures of war, the rising weight of taxation, and disputes over papal financial demands sharpened divisions among clergy, magnates, and commons. In one important debate over papal claims and taxation, the prince is remembered as cutting through theological language with blunt impatience, favouring practical defence of the realm over abstract arguments. Whether the exact words attributed to him are authentic matters, less than the image they preserve. He appears in these accounts as forceful, impatient, with evasions, and still seen as the man who might rescue England from drift and misgovernment. That reputation mattered enormously. Admiration for him survived even as his body failed. Political hopes gathered around his name. Writers imagined that when he eventually became king, England would recover its strength, wealth, and military glory. Prophetic writings praised him in extravagant terms and projected future conquests under his rule. But these expectations were never fulfilled. By 1374 and 1375, the surviving records of his activity become sparse again. He issued charters, handled petitions, and still took an interest in matters large and small, but serious illness kept him from sustained public leadership. In practice, John of Gaunt became the dominant political figure of the kingdom. By the time Parliament met in 1376, frustration over war, finance, and corruption had boiled over. The Commons launched an attack on royal ministers and favourites, searching for those to blame for repeated failures. Even in this charged atmosphere, the prince's presence retained symbolic power. Many of the men active in Parliament were connected to the old military generation that had fought in his campaigns. Their grievances were partly financial and political, but they were also shaped by memory. They looked back to an age of victories and tried to find in the prince the last living authority of that lost world. By early June 1376, however, his condition had become critical. He was not expected to live. He was moved to Westminster, where he settled his final affairs. He asked that gifts to his retainers be respected. His son Richard promised to honour them. Accounts of his last days emphasise prayer, preparation for death, and concern for the kingdom. Later, writers embroidered these moments with stories shaped by their own political and religious battles, portraying him as the enemy of men they themselves hated. Such episodes are doubtful. What seems more believable is the simpler portrait. A dying prince urging loyalty to the crown, good government, and the defence of the realm against corruption and disorder. On June 8th, Trinity Sunday, the day he is said to have especially revered, he died at Westminster. His death produced deep sorrow. It was not merely the passing of a famous warrior, it was the collapse of a hope. Chroniclers remembered him as the man under whom England feared no enemy, the commander whose presence alone inspired confidence. They recalled Cressy, Poitiers, Spain, and Limoge. Sermons praised his power, wisdom, and generosity. His military fame was joined to a moral image, a lord who rewarded service, protected dependents, and showed personal devotion. Such praise was shaped by grief, by nostalgia, and by the political disappointments of the time, yet it reveals how strongly he lived in memory, even before burial. That burial, held at Canterbury in October, was carefully prepared and rich in symbolism. He chose not Westminster, where kings had long been buried, but Canterbury, a place of personal devotion. His funeral arrangements were exact. Armed riders and banners bearing his devices were to accompany his body. His heraldry of war and peace was to be displayed. In death, as in life, the image was deliberate. The warrior prince, noble, devout, and royal without yet having worn the crown. His tomb, with its martial effigy, mottos, and suspended armour, still expresses the identity he wished to leave behind. Above him appeared the image of the Trinity, the symbol that preachers linked to his character and to the timing of both his birth and death. By then, the reality was clear. The man who had once seemed destined to lead England into a new age of triumph was gone before he could inherit the throne. What remained was memory, legend, and the beginning of a more uncertain future. For all his fame, the prince remains strangely difficult to grasp as a man. His victories are clear, his public image is powerful, and his place in history seems secure. Yet the person behind that image is far less easy to define. There are very few trustworthy stories that reveal his private character in a direct way. There are only a handful of actions that clearly separate him from the expectations of his age. Part of the reason is simple. He became legendary while he was still alive. That legend only grew stronger after his death, especially when later generations compared the glory of his campaigns with the political disorder that followed under his son. Once memory turned him into a symbol of lost greatness, the real man became harder to see. If the later praise is set aside for a moment, and the focus is placed only on records, official acts, and the evidence of his career, a more restrained but still compelling figure begins to appear. In many ways, he seems to have been successful precisely because he fitted so well into the ideals of his world. He was not admired for being unusual. He was admired because he embodied what a 14th century warrior prince was supposed to be. Medieval political society did not easily welcome eccentricity in rulers. Kings and princes depended on the support of nobles whose expectations were shaped by war, display, rank, and shared codes of conduct. A ruler who could not participate naturally in that culture risked alienating the very men on whom his authority depended. The prince had none of that problem. Like his father and grandfather, he moved comfortably within the world of chivalry. He had the physical presence, the martial skill, and the taste for the visible signs of noble power. Tournaments, campaigning, horses, armour, jewels, gifts to followers, all of this came naturally to him, and all of it was understood by the society around him. He spent heavily on the things a great prince was expected to value, especially the equipment of war and the rewards that bound loyal men to his service. His generosity was practical rather than refined. He was not the kind of prince who built his reputation through rare books, artistic collecting, or elaborate cultural patronage. There are small signs that he appreciated architecture and painting, but these interests remained secondary. What stood at the centre of his public identity was martial magnificence and princely largesse, the visible and familiar language of power. That same background helps explain much of his military success. He thrived in a world built on personal trust, reputation, and shared ideals among fighting men. Across his campaigns, the same core group often appears beside him, men who knew one another, had fought together before, and were bound by long experience as much as by rank. This kind of cohesion mattered greatly. It gave the English a unity that their enemies often lacked. At moments when French commanders argued, hesitated, or competed with one another, the prince's circle usually acted with stronger mutual confidence. Another important part of his authority lay in personal courage. Both he and his father gained early reputations for bravery, and that reputation itself became a military asset. At crucial moments, men followed because they believed in the man leading them. His real gift may not have been the fine detail of strategy. Others around him often seem to have handled much of the planning. His strength lay elsewhere. He could hold together experienced captains, inspire loyalty, and give his army a sense of direction and confidence. He was not necessarily the most subtle mind in the camp, but he was the figure around whom military purpose could gather. Outside that world, his abilities appear less certain. In diplomacy and administration, his record was much more uneven. At best, he could be competent. At worst, he was badly outmatched. On his English estates, where he benefited from a capable and loyal staff, his affairs were generally managed in an orderly and effective manner. But when confronted with the shifting politics of Spain, or the layered tensions of Gascony, he and those around him often struggled. Part of this was not simply personal failure, but the limitation of the political culture from which he came. English diplomacy in his age was still comparatively immature. The French monarchy could draw on deeper traditions of legal argument, administrative theory, and intellectual support. The English had fewer such resources. They possessed strong institutions at home, but that did not automatically translate into skill abroad. The prince and his advisors seem at times to have assumed that political arrangements which made sense in England could be applied elsewhere with similar results. In Gascony especially, that proved dangerously false. What might seem a logical and orderly system from an English perspective could collide with powerful local customs, privileges, and expectations that were essential to political stability there. The failure to understand that difference cost him dearly. Temperament may also have played a role. He seems to have been a man shaped by action, directness, and command. Those qualities served him brilliantly in war, but they were less useful in fields where patience, ambiguity, and careful negotiation mattered most. Diplomatic life required a tolerance for delay, half-promises, evasions, and the slow management of competing interests. He appears to have had little natural taste for that. A blunt and forceful man can be admired on a battlefield and still be ill-suited to political bargaining. Even in personal matters, there are signs of this relative lack of calculation. His marriage to Joan of Kent may well have been affectionate and genuine, but from a dynastic point of view, it was a strikingly unstrategic choice. Royal marriage in that age was one of the most valuable tools of statecraft, and his decision ran against that logic. It is revealing that foreign observers, especially those accustomed to a more careful and politically minded court culture, found the match surprising and expected the king to react more harshly than he did. The contrast with Charles V is especially sharp. Again and again, the French king used marriage as an instrument of long-term policy, repairing through alliance what war alone could not secure. In the end, that method often achieved more durable results than battlefield brilliance. The prince's private life remains largely closed from view. There are no intimate collections of letters, no rich body of personal reflections, and almost no anecdotal material that can be accepted without hesitation. Only in religion does something more personal seem to emerge. Public devotion was expected from rulers, and many acts of piety were political as well as spiritual. Pilgrimages, donations to religious houses, public offerings before campaigns, such gestures belong to the normal language of princely life. Yet in his case, devotion to the Trinity seems to have gone beyond empty convention. Contemporary observers repeatedly associated him with that devotion, and the pattern appears too strong to dismiss as mere formality. It can be traced in his patronage, in visual representations linked to him, in his religious foundations, and even in the symbolism surrounding his death and burial. This was not simply a passing habit, it seems to have been a genuine focus of his spiritual life. that attachment also connects him to Canterbury, a place that remained important to him across the years and ultimately became his chosen place of burial. His religious interests were not limited to ceremony. He also showed real concern for certain institutions and communities, particularly those with which he developed a special connection. Near the end of his life, he strengthened the college at Ashridge, expanding it well beyond its earlier scale. His interest in that religious house and in the order connected with it had deeper roots, and he had already supported a related foundation years before. These were not merely routine acts tied to office or inherited obligation. Some of his religious patronage did grow naturally from his responsibilities as Duke of Cornwall, since that title brought with it duties toward chapels and foundations on his lands. But certain gifts and interventions went beyond what duty alone required. His bequests to Ashridge, especially valuable devotional objects and relics, suggest a more deliberate and serious commitment. Whatever else can be said of him, there are real signs that religion mattered to him in a way deeper than political display. Another possible glimpse of his personal world appears in his connection with the Abbey of St Albans and its abbot, Thomas. Later, monastic writing presents their relationship as warm, close, and mutually beneficial. The prince is described as a trusted ally of the abbey, a man ready to listen, advise, and act when its interests were threatened. There are stories of him reacting with intense anger when churchmen or their messengers were mistreated, and intervening forcefully on behalf of the abbot. Such accounts may be coloured by institutional self-interest, since monasteries often liked to emphasise their closeness to great patrons. Even so, they probably preserve at least part of the truth. At minimum, they suggest that the prince could inspire deep loyalty in religious communities that believed he favoured them. Yet even here, the evidence is not entirely smooth. In another context, the same abbot appears on a list of those accused of having wronged the prince financially. Such contradictions are a reminder that the surviving record is fragmentary and sometimes shaped by competing agendas. Even when the prince comes into view, the picture is rarely simple. The legends that later surrounded him grew less from the details of his personality than from the scale and brilliance of his victories. His fame was built first and foremost on spectacle. Great battles won against the odds, kings captured, enemies humbled, and campaigns remembered in heroic terms. Once that image took hold, it began to pull later storytelling into its orbit. Even the famous name by which he is now most widely known did not belong clearly to his own lifetime. The title later attached to him emerged much later in historical writing, and its true origin remains uncertain. Many explanations have been suggested, especially those linking it to black armour, but certainty is impossible. What matters more is that by the early modern period the label had become familiar enough to function as the standard way of identifying him. It reflects not so much a fact about the historical prince as the later construction of a memorable figure suited to pageantry, memory, and national legend. No writer did more to shape that legend than Froissart. His influence on the later image of the prince is enormous. Yet, he must be treated with caution. He is vivid, dramatic, and unforgettable, but he is not consistently reliable in matters of fact. He had a remarkable gift for turning history into scenes, for arranging conversations, gestures, entrances, and emotional moments, so that the past seemed to unfold like romance. That quality makes him invaluable for understanding how the age imagined itself. It also makes him dangerous as a witness if his words are taken too literally. Even when he had first-hand access to people or places, he was capable of error, invention, or embellishment. He often preferred the memorable version of an event to the strictly accurate one. His writings preserve the ideals, fantasies, and self-image of the knightly world perhaps better than any dry administrative record ever could. but they do not always preserve the plain truth of what happened. This is especially clear in the way he handles famous episodes from the prince's life. Scenes such as the appeal for help at Cressy, the prince's conduct toward the King of France after Poitiers, or the many polished exchanges placed in royal mouths, all bear the marks of literary shaping. Other writers also included speeches and dramatic moments, since that was a long-standing tradition in historical writing. But Froissart had a special taste for the theatrical. He could take a simple fact and wrap it in a scene so vivid that later generations remembered the scene and forgot the uncertainty behind it. A military decision becomes an emotional conversation. A practical act of courtesy becomes a perfect display of chivalric grace. A battlefield anecdote becomes a moral tableau. The prince, in such passages, is less a fully observed historical man than the ideal knight brought to life in narrative form. These stories cannot simply be dismissed because they often rest on real events and circulating traditions. Yet neither can they be accepted without reserve. They reveal what people wanted to believe about great men, as much as they reveal the men themselves. Not all of the stories circulating about the prince were flattering, and that too is important. Later in his life, especially after the renewal of war, some accounts became harsher. He could be portrayed as proud, severe, extravagant, or cruel. The changing tone reflects more than simple factual correction. It reflects the bitterness of renewed conflict, the changing political mood, and perhaps also the storyteller's desire to show the fall of a once brilliant figure. Medieval writers were deeply drawn to the image of Fortune's wheel. A prince who rises gloriously in youth and declines in sickness, hardship, and misjudgment offers a powerful moral pattern. In that sense, some darker portrayals may owe as much to literary instinct as to hostile evidence. The prince's final years, marked by illness, political failure, and military disappointment, naturally invited writers to contrast triumph and decline. That contrast could become as stylized as the earlier heroic scenes. And yet, the legend endured more strongly than the doubts. The prince remained, in popular memory, the radiant warrior of England's great age of victory, the central heroic figure of a generation of conquest. Even his father could seem overshadowed by the brilliance that later storytelling attached to him. The man who emerges from documents alone is more limited, more conventional, and in some respects more fallible than the legend suggests. He appears as a capable estate lord, a powerful war leader, a generous patron of followers, a man of real piety, and a prince whose strengths were brightest in the field rather than in negotiation or government. He also appears as someone who benefited enormously from fitting the expectations of his age. He did not transform the values of his world. He fulfilled them magnificently. In the end, that may be the key to understanding both his power and his mystery. He left behind few intimate traces because he was never remembered primarily as a private man. He was remembered as an image of princely knighthood at its height. The facts alone do not entirely explain the force of that memory, but neither can the legend be ignored, because it shaped his place in history almost from the start. Strip away the romance, and a solid historical figure remains, impressive but human, gifted but limited. Restore the romance, and he becomes once again the great heroic prince of English memory, riding through history in armour larger than life, half man and half symbol. It is that second figure, more dazzling than precise, who ultimately proved more durable. After all the documents have been read and all the caution has been applied, it is still the legend that lingers longest.